This story begins with how a man having come to his senses found himself in a novel called Taoist and the monster in the body of a tiger. It was deep night outside. The beautiful moon softly illuminated the forest area, and from the light breeze the leaves made a quiet rustling sound. There was a dead dog on the ground bleeding, and a man's voice was heard nearby announcing that the dog had been killed without uttering a voice while the killer left without leaving a trace. The two men looked at the corpse with shocked eyes. Scared them. One of them exclaimed that this was definitely not an ordinary animal. Then two of their comrades ran up to them, addressing the boss with a trembling voice from fear and a long run that the noose and trap were also in place. One of them was sure that he had set all the traps correctly. After all, he should have been hurt, but there is not a single trace there. He told the long-haired man Sam that this was the first time he had encountered such a thing and suggested leaving this place as quickly as possible. He exclaimed angrily and ordered them all to shut up as they were preventing him from thinking about this situation. He cursed and thought that if his instincts were not deceiving him, then they were in a trap. And if they move now, he might attack them. But they cannot remain idle. After a few moments of reflection, he suggested that his squad leave this place, from which the rustling of grass began to be heard from behind the steps. Afterwards, Sam ordered them to leave the traps as tomorrow they would be taken back, and also until they reached the valley so as not to leave each other. He wanted to add that they should not act rashly, but before he could finish speaking, the comrade next to him was attacked, causing blood to splatter Sam's robes. His gaze of frightened blue eyes, reminiscent of deep darkness, darted to his comrade, who most likely was no longer alive. The man's lower body was crushed by a huge fierce paw from which very sharp claws protruded. His face was twisted in horror. It was a huge tiger. A terrifying aura radiated from him that made everyone around him shudder in horror and fear. The creature threw the dead body aside. The men's faces, dripping with sweat, contorted in panic. Their mouths dropped open in confusion coupled with anxiety. Sam began to pull the bowstring that made a quiet creak on his crossbow. His hands were shaking not only because of the difficulty but also because of the fear of the huge angry tiger. He cursed and almost pulled the bowstring to the end. The sweat began to appear more and his long black bangs covered his face. Without waiting for Sam to point the crossbow at him, the tiger pounced on the man, opening his mouth wide from which came a loud roar. Sam froze in fear, which made him unable to move from his place. In front of him, he saw only the embittered face of the strongest and huge tiger. Less than a second passed when the sound of tearing flesh and a furious male scream was heard throughout the forest, causing the nearby animals to run away in fear. One of them remained alive despite the fact that his arm and part of his stomach were missing. The man sat and watched the tiger kill his comrades. The wounded man thought in his head that his team had disturbed someone who was not supposed to be touched. The tiger dominates here. He is the owner of the mountain. Soon, having dealt with the other people, the huge creature began to approach the last one with quiet steps. The tiger exuded a terrifying aura that made you shudder in fear. Approaching a little closer, he let out a heartrending roar. His white eyes sparkled scarlet in the deep darkness. The muzzle wrinkled in anger, putting its sharp teeth on display. Airy soft clouds floated across the bright blue sky. In the small village, many people were going about their daily activities, which made it a little noisy. In one of the shops, under a canopy, sat two men casually chatting with each other. But suddenly one of them a little hesitantly mentioned that today was a special day. His friend's thought did not reach his interlocutor, so he looked at him questioningly. The first one was angry that he didn't understand anything. And then he answered that today is the day of offering to the owner of the mountain. Realizing what day they were telling him about, the man taking a piece of vegetable with chopsticks and stuffing it into his mouth remembered that it would be tonight. The man asked him who it would be this time, since he didn't know, but it was interesting. He asking if he knew the nobleman Beck answered him that it would be one of Beck's slaves. And then he added that according to him she was a little thing but her hair was white. And the eyes are blue just like a ghost's. The man who answered the other introduced this girl. Soon it was night outside. It was quiet everywhere, only at moments you could hear the rustling of leaves blown by the light wind. And a woman's voice sounded sharply calling the young master. It was an old woman who accompanied a little girl who wrapped herself in a warm bluish robe. The young master, praising her, told the old woman that she could go, but on the contrary, he ordered the girl to follow him. She wrapped herself tighter in her jacket, either because of the cold or because of fear. Her delicate palms trembled slightly, but she didn't make a sound. The man's patience ran out, so he shouted to the white-haired little thing to stop standing there and finally follow him. Frightened by the menacing voice of the man, the girl ran after him, who was already standing near his servants, who greeted him. Soon the servants began to take the little one out of town, and the young master looked after them until they disappeared from sight. The girl, sighing deeply, sat in the chariot. Her palms, which were still trembling with deep emotion, were clenched into fists. A strong wind was blowing in the forest, so the trees bent from the force, which is why they creaked. This sound was heard throughout the forest, which seemed to be tense but also kind of relaxing. After some time, the servants and the white-haired girl reached the forest that was located in the mountains. The sound of the wheels moving away carried over long distances. The servants were already terribly exhausted, causing them to let out deep sighs. Sweat ran down their not-so-clean faces. With a chariot, they tried to climb the mountain. Their stomping and creaking could be heard throughout the forest, which made the forest inhabitants wary. Their strength was running out, but because they understood the consequences, they continued on their way. However, they could not even rest, because if they stopped, the chariot would roll down. One of them became wary when they almost reached the right place. He looked at his friend, nodding slightly. They walked a little more and left the load on the stones. There was a dull thud on stone and wood, and the girl inside shook in surprise. The servants immediately left this place, as they did not want to be killed by the owner of the mountain. Their faces immediately became frightened, and they ran away as quickly as possible. Soon all that was heard was the blowing of the wind. No one was nearby. Only a girl on top of a mountain. Alone on a dark night. Unable to bear the loneliness and silence, she lifted the door, which was accompanied by the creaking of metal and wood, and looked outside. She pulled out her leg, which was wearing white tights and cute little pink shoes with a flower pattern on the toe. The white-haired girl ran out from there and stood on the highest point of the mountain looking forward. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, which had died down a bit. She exclaimed in delight and surprise at what she saw. The cave that was right in front of her was simply large. The size surprised the little one. Realizing that she had behaved childishly and too loudly, the girl fell silent and covered her mouth with her palm. And in her thoughts she called herself stupid. Removing her palm, she began to hold her cloak and said in her thoughts that she would soon meet the owner of the mountain, so she should behave with dignity. The palms clenched into trembling fists. This action was accompanied by the thought that she should watch her manners so as not to anger the owner of the mountain. Lightly biting her lip, she exclaimed to herself that she was the one who would become the bride of the owner of the mountain himself. She went inside the cave, stretching her hand, which was shaking quite a bit due to fear and excitement, forward. It was too dark inside, making it impossible to see anything. She sighed heavily. Her pink and soft lips were wide open, and her white hair covered part of her tender face. Tears began to flow from her bright blue eyes, causing her nose and cheeks to take on a pinkish tint. She was too scared that she couldn't even walk properly. The girl was shaking all over. A little more and she would have fainted from horror. But a sharp exclamation made her flinch. Most likely it belonged to the owner of the mountain. She was asked who she was. Her slender legs began to shake even more. It seemed that they would break out of the blue, unable to withstand such moral pressure. Soon she tripped over her own feet due to her strong excitement. The roar echoed throughout the cave, attracting even more attention from the owner of the mountain. Afterwards, a loud exclamation was heard again, asking for the girl's identity. The white-haired girl looked towards the source of the voice, trying to see someone. Her voice trembled with every letter. It was difficult for her to say something, but the white-haired girl tried to gain strength to answer her husband. Trying to calm down her excitement and fear, she squeezed the hem of her snow-white dress with her small palms. She, raising her head, finally answered the owner of the mountain that she was the one who would henceforth honor him as her husband. The girl introduced herself as Chow. The tiger looked straight at her. His eyes sparkled bright scarlet. Black patterns decorated the animal's face, making it more beautiful. The girl's cheeks and nose took on a more reddish tint, and she covered her mouth, thinking that she might have said something unnecessary. Not even a couple of moments had passed before the owner Horus began to approach the white-haired girl, walking with his huge but fluffy paws on which sharp claws protruded. The creature stopped right in front of her. They looked straight into each other's eyes. It seemed that the tiger was trying to read the girl's soul in her face. This made her even more scared, so she bit her bottom lip, trying to stop herself from trembling in fear. Sweat poured down her face. Gathering her strength, the girl rattled off in a loud voice that she was told the first time it always hurt. However, Choa was told to be patient if she wanted to become a bride. And then the white-haired girl added that she was ready to belong completely to the owner of the mountain, calling him her husband. The tiger bared his teeth. His eyes lit up with a red-violet flame he was ready to tear and throw. The animal growled so loudly that anyone would have been scared, but in front of him there was only a little girl. The tiger clearly didn't like the girl's words. She closed her eyes in anticipation of something dangerous. The girl was ready to accept any punishment for the words she said earlier. The huge tiger began to stomp more actively and growl louder, scaring the girl. He told her to get out of this place. Dust flew in all directions. The hem of the girl's clothes fluttered from such a flow of wind. The girl initially covered her face with her hands, but a little later stood up straight. Her hair developed due to the strong wind flow. The tiger growled that he was not interested in the nonsense that the girl told him. Everything became quiet. As soon as the tiger finished speaking, there was deathly silence. It felt like the girl was afraid to even breathe so as not to make too much noise. She just stood there and looked at him in surprise. The girl pursed her scarlet lips and tried not to make a sound. The tears came closer and closer, and a lump appeared in my throat. It would seem that just a little more and the girl would cry bitter tears. And so she began to cry. The girl cried incessantly, tears flowing like a waterfall down her cheeks. Her eyes were swollen, her wet eyelashes were stuck together from tears. She didn't stop crying. The tiger got angry again. He furrowed his eyebrows and growled loudly. He didn't understand why the girl was crying. The tiger growled so loudly that she burst into tears even more. But the girl who was crying loudly could not answer this question. She had no time for this at all. She wiped her face with her thin hand, removing droplets of tears from her reddened cheeks. The tiger kept telling the girl to get out. But the girl cried so loudly that in the background the tiger did not say it so loudly. His words made the girl cry even louder. Her face was already completely swollen from tears. Droplets flowed like a waterfall from the girl's cheeks. The tiger's red pupils shrank noticeably. It was clear that he was confused because he did not expect the girl to cry. The tiger didn't know what to do. He hated crying. He fell to the ground and, tormented by the sound of crying, began to cover his furry ears with his large paws with sharp claws. The tiger no longer knew what to do to make the girl stop crying. He stood up and began to calm the girl down. He asked why she was crying, but the girl just continued to sniffle. Finally, she opened her wet eyes and told the tiger that she was his bride and he was simply throwing her out. These words from the tiger made her want to cry more and more. The tiger was no longer frowning. He began to think about her words and how to prevent her from crying again if the girl got upset again. Taking a deep breath into his lungs, he sighed heavily. He came up with a solution to this problem. The tiger told the girl that it was already dark outside and he allowed her to stay with him for one night. Of course, he couldn't kick her out because that would be too cruel. The girl couldn't believe it. She asked the tiger if his words were true. The tiger confirmed that he was not lying. He looked at her and wiped tears from his face while she periodically sniffled. The girl let loose her sniffles, staining the tiger with them. Looking at him, she smiled and laughed quietly. Her childish laughter sounded innocent and very sweet. So much so that the tiger wasn't even angry with her. He just made a gloomy grimace and looked at his paw down which this mucus was flowing. But how could he be angry with this girl? He just grumbled to himself, nothing more. And finally the morning came. The sun was shining brightly, the sky was covered with cirrus clouds, the early birds were chirping loudly. The girl spent the night with the tiger because he allowed her to stay. The sun's rays were very bright and scorching. The light hit exactly the place where the girl was sleeping with the beast. The girl was lying on her side, her head resting on the tiger. When the light reached her, she began to squint and toss and turn. The sun's rays made it difficult for her to sleep, so she turned over and took a different position. The girl lay down on her stomach. Now she was completely lying on the tiger. The beast had already woken up a long time ago, but he could not move because he did not want to wake up the girl. He sighed quietly in frustration. So there was nothing left to do but lie there and wait for the girl to wake up. He was lost in thought. The tiger thought that the girl had been sleeping too long. Then the tiger thought about her appearance. She is a white-haired girl with blue eyes. There are very few such people left in the world. The beast thought that she had white blood. The tiger believed that the girl was under a curse from unknown creatures, and she also became one of them. And this little child will become a terrible creature over whom everyone will shake with fear. He found it hard to believe. He remembered that the blood of such white-blooded girls as this girl is an elixir that has no equal. All this is a big threat to her. The tiger looked at the girl and realized that they would all come for her, and the girl was more dangerous than he thought. He quickly realized that he couldn't keep her with him because it was a huge danger. The tiger was so immersed in his thoughts that he did not even notice the girl who had woken up. She took a sitting position and was in no hurry to open her sleepy eyes. The beast was watching her all this time. She opened her eyes and the first thing she saw was a tiger. The girl burst into a smile. She asked the beast if he had woken up, addressing him as her husband. The girl realized that she and the tiger had spent the whole night together. She woke up immediately, her eyes shining. She told the tiger that since they slept together, she was now officially his fiancée. The tiger decided that since the girl had already woken up, she could get up. He stood up sharply and the girl fell to the ground. The tiger was unhappy with her words. He said the girl was talking nonsense. The tiger said that the sun had already risen and the girl could go to her home. The girl said that she could not return home because she was told that they would punish her if she did not become his bride. The tiger was at a loss. Who dared to do this? He really didn't understand. The only way to find out is to ask. So he asked the girl about this question. The girl began to remember. She told the tiger that these were the words of Nobleman Beck and his son. The tiger's eyes glowed red. He ridiculed these people, thinking about why they could do this. After thinking a little, he came to the conclusion that those bandits were also sent by those pathetic little people. And this little girl who looks at him with her beautiful blue eyes is their sacrifice. And this sacrifice was just for him. The girl folded her arms in embarrassment and began to talk about how the tiger should not abandon her. She escaped the beast that cooks well and eats absolutely everything. Her voice became quieter and quieter from the hopelessness of the situation. The tiger looked at her and realized that if he sent her back to the village, she would simply be kicked out and later the girl would die altogether. The beast closed his eyes to be completely immersed in his thoughts. The tiger began to close his eyes and thought about what he should do with the girl. An idea came to his mind. The tiger decided that he would send the girl to another village. There they will not touch her and will not kick her out for the reason that she did not become the bride of the tiger. The tiger grinned and his sharp teeth showed. He thought that if he gave the girl some useful herbs, then perhaps she would survive. The tiger mentally praised himself, saying that he was very smart. They left the tiger's den. The tiger approached the girl who had been waiting outside for him all this time with herbs or something similar to vegetables in her teeth. The girl noticed that he had brought something with him. He opened his mouth. 3 ginseng fruits and a blue cloth which was intended for conveniently carrying ginseng in it fell to the ground. Choa did not understand why the tiger brought her ginseng. The girl looked questioningly at the tiger and asked what it was. She looked up and waited for an answer from the beast. The tiger explained to the girl that he was giving her ginseng and she should take it and go not to her village Beck but to the village of Ongal. She will not be kicked out of there and she will live peacefully in this village. The girl sincerely did not understand why the tiger was giving her all this and telling her to leave him for another village. Choa looked up and told him that she was his fiancée. But then the tiger interrupted her. The tiger's eyes bulged. He was surprised and told the girl to stop talking like that because at this rate she was not far from a heart attack. The tiger ordered Choa not to say unnecessary words and just do as he orders. He wrapped his tail around the takani and ginseng which was scattered on the ground. The tiger explained that she could sell it and buy a small house and she would still have some money left over to live on. Using his tail, he gave Choa the ginseng he had prepared for her. Choa, holding everything in her hands, said that she did not need it. She wanted to add that she only wanted him, but the tiger did not let her finish her sentence. The girl raised her eyebrows so high that her ocean blue eyes were visible in all their beauty. She opened her mouth a little out of fright. The tiger turned his head and looked angrily at the girl. His eyes glowed red. The girl was scared for a second. The beast told Choa not to make him angry. The tiger had already turned around and began to go back to its lair. The beast left with the thought that he was the owner of Mount Back and he was doomed to be alone forever. Before he could enter his shelter, someone called out to him. It was Choa who quietly called the tiger, addressing him as her husband. The tiger got angry because he thought that the girl wouldn't understand that she should leave no matter how much she wanted to stay. He turned abruptly and told Choa that she should go now. The girl stood with ginseng in her hands. She said that she would not be able to go down and explained this by saying that she did not know where the village of Ongal was which the tiger spoke about. The tiger wondered what to do. Indeed, it's like sending her to certain death, she doesn't even know where to go. The beast thought that in principle he was not busy so he could accompany her. The beast approached the girl and took a position in which the body of the body was close to the ground and the head was completely lowered as if lying down. The tiger ordered Choa to climb on him. Chow asked him if he really would allow this, but the tiger barked that he would not offer it twice. She resolutely tied a knot with ginseng and threw it behind her back so that her hands were free. The girl decided that now was the time to climb onto the beast. But she decided to climb not from the side where she was supposed to do it but over her head. Choa grabbed the tiger's eyebrow. It served sometimes. The beast was surprised. He didn't expect the girl to decide to climb like that. He groaned with dissatisfaction and asked Choa to climb on him more carefully. When the girl had almost climbed in, he knitted his eyebrows together, showing his displeasure. He thought that Choa could have climbed in from the side, so why did she choose to do it that way? Once Choa climbed in, she made herself comfortable. She looked at the horizon, first looking at the displeased tiger who tried not to show it. Yes, it really was a very beautiful view. She saw before her a blue sky with cirrus clouds, high mountains, and vast dark green forests. The girl waved her arms in all directions with joy. She thought that most likely she was the first one to sit on the neck of a ferocious tiger like this. This thought pleased her. Grasping the tiger's fur tightly, she pointed forward with her index finger. The girl screamed loudly and enthusiastically for them to quickly rush to the village the tiger was talking about. When the girl again addressed the tiger as her husband, he reprimanded her. Tiger told her to stop calling him that. The girl's snow-white hair fluttered in the wind as she sat on the tiger. He said that this is the village of Ongal. Mountains, a settlement, and forests stretched out before them. She said these mountains look like, but the tiger narrowed his eyes angrily and told the little girl that his ears hurt and therefore she should stop pulling them. The blonde looked at him in surprise and squeezed her ears a little weaker. But after a moment the girl came to her senses and therefore immediately removed her hands from his ears and then apologized. She looked at her companion in fear. A strange and unexpected idea came to her mind. The blue-eyed girl looked thoughtfully at the powerful and large beast. But without thinking twice, the girl hugged the tiger sharply and tightly, laughing awkwardly. She wrapped her baby arms around his neck. And the beast, clearly not expecting such an attack of tactility, opened its eyes wide. The tiger, as if choking, told the girl not to stick to him and to come down faster. The blonde did not object and quickly jumped off her companion. The tiger slowly walked deeper into the forest. He said that although he was a little interested, he had already become tired of the girl. And then he suggested that she never see him. At first the blonde was scared, but after a few moments she caught up with the beast and grabbed its tail. She squeezed him tightly, painfully, and then threateningly asked where her hubby was going. The tiger's pupils shrank in pain. He called out to the blue-eyed, impudent girl behind him. The beast asked if she knew what a terrible sin it was to hold animals by their tails. The blonde looked sullenly at her companion. She loudly exclaimed that she knew about this sin, but the tiger abandoned his bride in front of her. At that moment the girl only squeezed his tail harder. Tiger blurted out that Choa was not his fiancée. She replied that they spent the night together and therefore she was the bride. He asked how a tiger and a man could get married and whether she understood what it meant to spend the night together. The girl screamed with all her might that she had married a tiger, so now he must be responsible for her. Blue-eyed Choa clutched his tail tighter, holding the tiger towards her. The owner of the mountain looked at the girl in fear. He called her a little one and then reminded her that he even found ginseng for her. And then he advised that the plant could be sold and then live happily ever after. The blonde let go of the beast's tail for a moment and loudly exclaimed that she did not want this at all. And also that if the tiger is not nearby, then she does not need the useless grass that she has already knocked over. The tiger, looking at such irresponsible behavior, wondered if this girl realized how expensive this grass was. He looked at Choa in surprise and then realized that this wouldn't end so easily. Realizing that his tail was about to fall off, the tiger thought that he didn't want to do this, but he would have to. He said that Choa should sell the ginseng and then come back and bring the money. The girl was surprised. The tiger said that this way she could pay the dowry. The girl repeated his words in amazement. She blushed with admiration and looked at the beast with hope. Picking up the ginseng from the ground, Choa seemed to glow with happiness. She smiled brightly and said that she would return quickly and therefore the tiger should not go anywhere. Tiredly looking at the blonde with his scarlet eyes, the tiger thoughtfully agreed with the girl, and then looking at her retreating silhouette turned to the girl. The girl's snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. She fled to the village. The tiger quietly advised the blue-eyed girl not to rush too much. Then the owner of the mountain told the blonde to walk carefully. But apparently the girl did not listen to his advice. She immediately tripped and fell to the ground. The girl laughed as she tried to get up. She glanced awkwardly at the tiger, who only muttered tiredly under his breath, which became clear to him. A few moments later, not even a trace of the girl remained. The tiger fell silent. The blonde ran with all her might into the village. All that remained before the beast was the horizon. The tiger looked at the place where the girl had recently been sitting. He was overcome by strange and contradictory feelings, and therefore he only looked at the landscape spread out in front of him. Somewhere in the village there was an old man sitting. He was sitting near a small teapot. To his left there was a certain wooden building, perhaps it was his house or a counter with goods. Grandpa got distracted when he saw the silhouette. The blonde cordially ran to the old man and said that she had come to sell him this product. She happily pointed to the plant she held tightly in her hands. The old man was scared when he saw the girl. For a moment it seemed as if she had no mouth at all, and she was looking at him with eyes without white. Instead of white, she had blue empty eyes. The man screamed heartrendingly. The girl just looked in bewilderment at the old man in front of her, who was literally crawling away from her. She clutched her ginseng tighter, but after a moment Grandpa exhaled. He looked at the girl's face again and did not notice anything strange in it. He realized that he had mistook her for a ghost. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he asked what she was going to sell. Getting up from the ground, the man came closer to the girl. He snatched the plant from her hands and twirled it above his head. Grandfather examined the ginseng from several sides. The old man brought the ginseng closer to his face. Looking sideways at the plant in surprise, he exclaimed in bewilderment. An insight came to him. He realized that this ginseng is a very expensive and high-quality product. The old man asked in surprise where Choa got this from. The blonde answered contentedly that her husband gave it to her. Pointing to the girl, Grandpa asked again. Blue Eyes said she had to sell it and pay the dowry. It seemed as if from thoughts one of the man's eyes lit up and the other went out. Only a small bright pupil was visible. Grandpa thought that these roots looked about 300 years old and the girl didn't know their value. The girl smiled naively. Her cheeks turned slightly red and she looked at her grandfather with hope. The old man thought that the blue-eyed girl looked very stupid and therefore he could easily deceive her. A sudden idea lit up the man's head. He realized that he could get such a valuable hornet for just a couple of coins. For a moment it seemed as if his face was lit up with blue tints. Holding the pearl in her hands, the girl still smiled naively. She thought that she should get the money as soon as possible. During this time she blushed even more. Exhaling heavily, the man with a gray beard thought, as if condemning himself for such thoughts. He desecrated himself because he wanted to deceive the child. Grandpa turned to the baby. He said that he would not be able to buy the goods and therefore she should go to Kim's house and tell her that the old man said that this was a real piercing. Choa bowed and thanked the man. Somewhere among the mountains and dense forest a quiet agreement was heard. The voice strongly resembled that of a tiger. The tiger was lying on the ground in a cave. He said fervently that nothing compares to the emotion of picking bones from meat alone. He insisted that the world is always like this. While eating the bone, the tiger said that the blame lies with the one who was deceived. One must not be stupid because this is already unforgivable for this world. And if you think like that, then it is the tiger that is the victim. The beast thought that he was living a wonderful life, but then some little thing came to him and almost took away all his peace. Looking up from the meat, the tiger thought what would happen if she really came up with the dowry. For a moment the tiger had a strange thought about moving, but he immediately dismissed it. Starting to turn his head from side to side, the owner of the mountain repeated refusals under his breath. Starting to chew the meat again, the tiger reminded himself that he was the owner of Back Mountain and therefore how could he dare to move because of some little girl. Suddenly the tiger heard a voice asking if this was bothering the animal. The owner of the mountain only indignantly asked if the question was about him and this girl. He looked up with disgust. The voice replied that he was not talking about the girl at all. The tiger licked his paw contentedly and then said that he was just worried about his ginseng. The voice grew louder. He agreed with the tiger and said that these disgusting people will use dirty methods to get ginseng. Perhaps they will beat her and take him away. The tiger clenched his jaws tighter. Continuing his thoughts, the voice said that it is possible that if the girl does not spread rumors, she will even be killed. The tiger was greatly frightened by these words. He opened his eyes wide in horror and imagined her death. Meanwhile, in another place, one man was stuffing another portion of rice with meat into his mouth. The servant had already called him several times, but he did not pay attention to him at all. Looking up from his meal, the man loudly exclaimed that he had warned him not to disturb him while the meal was going on because now he had lost all his appetite. Squeezing his own knee, the master asked what the servant had. Opening the door awkwardly, the servant with short black hair said that the uncle doctor had sent someone to deliver the ginseng. He looked emotionlessly at his master. The girl had ginseng roots in her hands. The fat man thought he was unexpectedly good. It seemed as if this plant was even glowing. The man looked in surprise at the roots in front of him. He did not dare take his eyes off such a valuable commodity. The man realized that it was the first time he had seen ginseng of such size. He wondered how such value could end up in the hands of a child. He reached for the burning root. The girl did not dare to raise her gaze to the rich man. Looking at the girl's face in front of him, the rich man noticed her features. The girl looked at him with her frightened blue deep eyes. She had long snow-white hair. Slowly rubbing his face, the man thoughtfully asked if she was not a slave of the Beck house. His eyes returned to their previous state, but he still did not take his eyes off the ginseng. Looking up at the man, the girl asked how he could find out about this. It seemed as if it didn't bother her at all, just childish curiosity. The man narrowed his eyes and looked at the girl menacingly. He looked disgusted, as if she was completely disgusted. It looked like the rich man was holding back his aggression, but he did not hold back his aggression for long. The rich man pointed his finger at her and shouted that she was a scoundrel, asking why the offering to the owner of the mountain was still alive. He said that she definitely ran away. He shouted that she probably stole this ginseng from somewhere. The girl timidly began to object, saying that her husband had given it to her so that she would sell it. Blue Eyes looked at the man with fear. The rich man became even more angry and then said that Choa was not yet old enough to get married. He asked how she could lie to him, saying that she was a thief and a runaway. He ordered that the roots be taken away and driven away. Voices were heard saying that they would be obeyed. A tall man with long tied hair came up and reached out to her, telling her that she should give him the ginseng. The man grabbed the baby's hand tightly. The girl clenched her fists and screamed that her husband gave it to her. She tried to protect his gift by holding the ginseng closer to her. The man made even more effort, but then realized that the girl wasn't even moving. He wondered how this little thing could be so strong. There was already sweat on his face, although there was no fight. Then the man with long hair swung his hand and hit the little girl with all his might. He shouted at her to give him the ginseng. The girl's body fell to the floor following the roots. The man looked at the girl in bewilderment. He called her a scoundrel and then said that he wanted to let her go if he gave her the stolen ginseng in an amicable way, but now it won't work. He ordered straw to be brought. The man called the little girl a damn girl. Choa's face was streaked with tears. She swore that she was telling the truth and that she had not stolen them. Holding the ginseng closer to herself, the girl crawled further away from the straw. But the man had already swung the straw at the girl. He said that now they can test how her pain receptors work. And then there was a loud child's cry, then there were blows, and so on in order. The girl walked quietly through the forest. She muttered to herself, not understanding what she would do next, because the ginseng that her husband had given her had been taken away from her. The girl's face was covered in blood. Somewhere there were scratches, somewhere there was blood from the nose or from almost broken temples. Tears flowed from her eyes again. She quietly called to her husband. For a moment it seemed as if a purple light was emanating from the girl. She stood in the middle of the forest. There was a line of trees in front of her. A strange rustling sound was heard from one bush. The blue-eyed girl heard it and stopped. For a moment the tears stopped flowing. The girl with hope in her eyes called her husband again. She looked with her blue eyes at the trees, the sky, the bushes, hoping to find at least something reminiscent of him. The girl turned around and ran. She spoke louder and asked where her husband was. Her hair was blowing in the wind and the blood on her face had already frozen. Tears of helplessness flowed from my eyes again. She shouted that Choa had already arrived. She called him when she wandered throughout the forest. She circled around the trees, hoping to meet him somewhere. The girl had already lost one of her shoes, and therefore she ran even despite the fear of bumping into something sharp or tripping. She still did not stop calling her sworn husband. The blonde looked deep into the forest in surprise. Her snow-white dress was covered in dirt, as was her face. She relaxed her hands and face because she no longer had the strength to do anything. The girl turned around in fear. Behind her were hundreds of red eyes. They looked at her with greed. Voices could be heard muttering about how delicious the blood of the girl in front of them smelled. Black evil spirits with burning scarlet eyes began to crawl out of the forest. They said it was a great pity because she was completely alone here. These creatures were reaching out to her with their black hands. They said she was poor. They asked if she was sad or maybe she was in pain. The girl just looked at them indifferently. There was no strength left even to resist. This black evil spirit was reaching out to her. They said that they will always be with her and they will never leave Choa. Hundreds of red eyes gathered around the girl. The girl took one step towards them. Their hands were getting closer to her. The evil spirits said that she was very cute and should come closer. They praised her for every step. One of the evil spirits opened its mouth wide and spoke. She voiced her plans, said that she would rip the meat off the girl, but then someone else interrupted her monologue. She didn't have time to finish. Her body was thrown far away by the strong blow. Purple aura seemed to appear around. Her protector appeared behind the girl. The tiger asked how an empty soul dared to covet what belonged to him. The beast's eyes lit up angrily while the girl looked at her husband in bewilderment. The tiger opened its mouth wide. He growled heartrendingly. From his roar, terrifying energy began to emanate around him, knocking the ground out from under the feet of all the empty souls in the area. The girl looked with blue eyes at the tiger in front of her with hope. The tears stopped flowing and snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. The girl opened her eyes even more in surprise. She clearly did not even expect that the tiger would come to her aid, but now she also heard a strange question from him. The tiger towered angrily over the little one. His eyes shone with an evil fire. He asked threateningly who dared to do this to Cho. The girl just looked at the beast in confusion. The girl with snow-white hair looked in surprise at the tiger who towered over her. The tiger's eyes glowed with an unkind red light. His voice was more like a growl. He ordered Choa to say who dared to do this to her. The girl awkwardly grabbed the tiger. She couldn't reach his head, so she could only touch his leg. My hand trembled slightly from the approaching tears. Tears flowed from blue eyes. The girl could not understand her condition herself, but the tears flowed like a river and did not even intend to stop. It was definitely not from fear of the tiger. Drop by drop fell to the ground. The owner of the mountain could only look indifferently at the children's tears. At the same time, but in a different place, the sounds of coins sounded. Someone threw a small bag of gold coins onto the floor. The rich man was sitting in a black hat. He praised the man with long collected hair. He said that he was great and did a good job. In front of them lay roots and a bag of coins. Smiling slyly, the long-haired man picked up the bag from the floor. He told his master not to worry because he had put the guys on guard. And also, if suddenly someone comes, he will not be able to enter. The rich man, as if enchanted, looked at the glowing roots. He told his servant that he could go, and he himself thought how beautiful this product was. Quickly leaving the house, the servant clutched the bag tightly in his hands. He realized that with this money he could rest for several months. And then he thought about going to the girls' restaurant. The servant grinned in thought. But suddenly a strange sound was heard from somewhere to the right. The man turned in that direction and saw something strange. A strange blue glow emanated from the gate. It was as if someone had cut the door with their divine powers. The man asked in surprise what was happening. The sound began to intensify, and then everything around was plunged into blue light. The man was thrown back a couple of meters along with other unnecessary things or doors. People have already arrived. Someone from behind asked what happened, while others did not understand who could dare to break into their owner's house. In front of the guy with long hair there were only clots of blue energy. One of the warriors behind shouted, asking if the guest wanted to die. The boy took a fighting stance, already preparing for battle. But in front of them stood only a little beaten girl. But her gaze became more determined. The guy asked in surprise if it was really her, not believing his own eyes. Frowning his eyebrows, one of the men aggressively called the girl in front of him a little one and then asked how she dared to come back. The guy said that they didn't beat her enough and that's why she finally wanted to die. A voice in the fog of blue energy mockingly said that he would still see who would die here. A tiger jumped out of the darkness with glowing eyes. The girl remained standing in place looking at the guy indifferently. All the warriors looked at the sky in surprise and fear. The tiger greatly surpassed them in both size and strength. Staring at the beast, some could not even hold their own weapons. Hearing strange sounds, the rich man decided to resolve the situation. He opened the front door with a sharp movement and then rushed out, loudly, and asked in a threatening tone. He said, not understanding who was making noise under his house at night. He called them disobedient fools. The body of a man and broken boards from the gate flew over the rich man's head. The man's hat was almost blown off by a gust of wind, but at first he didn't even understand what happened. Finally, the realization of what had happened came. He turned his amazed gaze to where it seemed that the corpse should already be lying. Behind the rich man lay a body. It was still making some sounds, and therefore the man was not dead, but his head almost broke through the wall. Slowly, with a slow step, the tiger came closer to the house to the rich man. He addressed them and called them dirty bastards. The owner of the mountain asked if they touched the blonde next to him. Out of fear, the rich man's pupils shrank to phenomenal sizes. He looked at the tiger in front of him with animal fear. Coming closer to the trembling soldiers, the beast exhaled in disappointment and said that they had gathered in one group and were threatening the little girl. And then he asked if that was all they were capable of. It seemed as if death itself was looking through the tiger's eyes. At this moment, everyone understood that the chances of survival of the soldiers were extremely unlikely. The beast said that they are worse than trash. Looking at the long-haired guy, the tiger bared his fangs. His gaze went crazy. It was as if he had become different, cruel and bloodthirsty. The way the girl with blue tear-stained eyes had never seen him before. The tiger approached the man with long hair. The man only managed to pray to God when he tried to run away from the beast. Raising his paw up, the tiger said that he would gratefully return to them what they had done to this girl. He showed his long and sharp claws, but suddenly a child's hand began to reach out to the merciless tiger. The girl screamed, asking her husband to stop. The blue-eyed girl stood between the angry beast and the long-haired man. In a couple of moments, the tiger should have killed either the servant or her. The blue-eyed girl said that she didn't want the tiger to kill anyone. She suggested that he simply return the ginseng and leave. The blonde looked pitifully at the tiger. The tiger looked angrily at the girl in front of him. His eyes seemed to glow in the darkness of the night. The girl suddenly turned to the tiger. She called him husband quietly, almost inaudibly. The tiger suddenly calmed down. He cursed quietly under his breath and then sat down, rubbing his muzzle with his paw. He looked away thoughtfully. The tiger turned to the first servant he found. It was a man who was shaking very violently. When answering the tiger, he stuttered. But in the blink of an eye, the tiger again became dangerous and unpredictable. He ordered ginseng to be brought, but suddenly a rich man with roots ran out. He approached the tiger and shouted that he would get there now and that the hornet was already here. Falling to his knees, the man began to lament that he was watching the roots so that nothing would happen to them, and waited for the owner to come. The owner of the mountain only looked aggressively at the bowed figure, and a few moments later the tiger attacked the rich man who was sitting on his knees. He loudly ordered the man to shut up and then asked how he dared lie to the owner of the mountain. The man was sweating profusely from nerves. The rich man first asks for mercy, apologizes, and asks the tiger not to kill him. The tiger replied that if he had his way, he would have collected this dirty face from him. And then he said that he should thank this child. The rich man only opened his eyes in amazement. The tiger's eyes lit up more than usual. It seemed as if fire was blazing within them. He said that in return a man must offer all his wealth, and if he leaves even a grain of rice for himself, it will come back to bite him. Opening his mouth wide, the tiger roared and then told him to remember this. The man immediately began to agree to the tiger's terms. He believed that anything was better than death. The rich man turned to the servants and ordered to call everyone. He said that let all his wealth be delivered to Mount Back. His eyes darted from side to side and his whole body trembled. That same moment, in the same place where the tiger had stood with that girl before, a blue portal formed. He circled the earth in circles and flew up to the very sky. From the fright he experienced, the rich man turned all gray. He was still trembling, but he understood one thing for sure. The husband to whom that girl spoke was San Gug, the guardian owner of the mountain. And she is the bride of the keeper of the mountain. Somewhere in the mountains, the tiger was thinking. He thought, how could this happen? The surprised animal lay on the cold floor of the cave and remembered its cozy nest. He turned his gaze to the bags of gold fabrics, livestock, and chests. Now they were all kept in his cave. He recalled his quiet routine life. Suddenly, such a peaceful picture was broken by the clear voice of a girl. She told her husband that she had found a wild berry. Choa then twirled the berry right above his head. And then the girl stuffed a whole branch of these wild berries into the tiger's face. She told him to try them. The beast did not particularly resist. He had rather come to terms with his situation. Then the girl smiled tenderly and crossed her arms. She said it was very tasty and then asked him what he thought. The tiger turned away from the blonde in disappointment. He remembered that he had brought her back, but nothing had changed. The girl asked with curiosity where her husband was going to go. The tiger quickly turned away from the blonde and thoughtfully said that he was going to drink some water. The girl ran after him, saying that she also wanted to drink water. Slowly following the tiger, the girl proudly raised her head, and the beast glanced at her from time to time. The girl awkwardly pulled the tiger's fur. She told him that she was very tired and then asked how long they would have to walk. The tiger immediately answered her that they had already arrived. The girl saw a huge lake in front of her. Slopes and trees towered above him. Somewhere in the distance, green lights were seen on the trees. A golden fish appeared in front of them. She rose above the water and turned to the tiger. She said that the guardian of the mountain had not visited for a long time. The beast agreed and then cheerfully asked how the fish were doing. The fish replied that as soon as the guardian came, his life improved. The girl tried with all her might to hide her smile. She thought that this fish was talking but did not understand why it was so funny. The tiger ordered to give himself what he left with the fish. In response, his interlocutor asked in surprise whether he wanted to give it to his bride. The beast simply said that they should stop talking. At the same moment, a strange wooden box fell out of the yellow fish's mouth. The tiger asked the girl to try to open the box. The blonde asked again in confusion. She looked at the box the fish was holding. Having received the keeper's permission again, the girl immediately opened the box. A strange pink glow emanated from it. The blonde was greatly amazed at what lay inside, and then she took out a pink hair clip from the box. She immediately said admiringly that she was very beautiful. It had one neat curl that made it look like it was a magic wand. Tiger said it was carved from Persian wood that was over 1,000 years old. Walking around Choa, he said that it has the ability to ward off evil spirits, so she should keep the hairpin nearby. The girl pressed the hairpin closer to her chest and carefully, as if not believing, asked if her husband was giving her this hairpin. The tiger asked irritably that maybe he should put this hairpin on himself. The girl, still not believing, looked at him with eyes full of hope. Her cheeks turned slightly red. At that moment, the girl's eyes filled with tears. She looked at the tiger, enchanted, unable to look away. The tiger looked at Choa in fear. He asked her what happened, and he thought to himself why she scares him so much all the time. The girl, with tears in her eyes, quietly said that this was the first time someone had given her something for nothing. She smiled faintly, still clutching the gift. She looked at the hairpin that was in her hands. She thought again that this was her first gift. Pressing the hairpin closer to her chest, the girl, with tear-stained eyes and a slight smile, thought that she would definitely keep this gift. The girl looked at her hairpin again. The decoration still glowed with a soft pink light. A moment later, the girl clung to the tiger's chest. She clutched the gift tighter in her hands and then fell asleep peacefully. When the blonde began to mutter unrelated words and sounds in her sleep, the beast looked at the girl in surprise. Without thinking twice, the owner of the mountain decided to change his position and therefore stood up and then sat down. The tiger thought wearily when the girl managed to lie down next to him. The girl looked at the beast in surprise. Yawning, the blue-eyed blonde asked if her hubby had already woken up. The owner of the mountain moved away from the girl. Choa asked where they were going to go. The tiger said that even if he told her, the girl still wouldn't know, and advised her to take as much jewelry as possible. Coming closer to the treasures and riches, the girl began to carefully look for the jewelry she liked. A voice in the tiger's head asked if he had to do this. The girl, not suspecting anything, was thinking about what else she could take. The tiger, looking at the girl, replied that he did not want to get involved in the fate of little Choa. But a logical argument immediately sounded. He asked if the tiger didn't think that becoming a bride was her destiny. Then he asked if he was afraid to create connections with other people. The tiger thought that a person should have a human destiny. and she is very different from an animal. Besides, one vote is enough for him. The voice did not calm down. He said that the tiger used to hate the word fate, but now he often uses this word. Licking his muzzle, the owner replied that the ghost remained grumpy despite the years. Laughing, the man replied that they say the older you get, the wiser you become. But apparently all this is nonsense because age can make you stupid. The tiger asked again, and his eyes sparkled with anger. The ghost said uncertainly that she didn't specifically talk about the tiger. Then why was he so angry? He began to look around looking for a silhouette. But in front of him stood a fragile girl. When the girl said that she was ready, the tiger awkwardly replied that in that case they should go. The blonde smiled tenderly and blushed slightly. Somewhere on the rocks stood someone's black paw. His nails were sharp and long ones could be easily killed in a matter of seconds. A black panther stood on a rock. She towered against the background of trees. The eyes were yellow and one of them had 2 noticeable scars. The predator's eye lit up with yellow fire. She looked sternly at her much-desired target, which was now in front of him. Next to him stood a tall girl in a long skirt and red shirt. They were looking in the same direction, straight into a deep cave from which blue energy was emanating. Entering the cave, the panther realized that there was no one inside at all. Only treasures gathered dust in the far corner. The predator asked his companion if she didn't say that this was where they needed to go. The girl only emotionlessly agreed that she was saying this. The panther asked incomprehensibly why in this case Sangug is nowhere to be seen. The girl replied that most likely he ran away because he was afraid of the Black Panther. A semblance of a smile appeared on the predator's face, and he asked her if she really thought so. Clearly wanting to reassure the predator, the girl with black hair braided in a disheveled braid said that if this is not so, then why is he not in his own house? Loudly, the panther agreed. He kept repeating under his breath that he definitely ran away because he was afraid of him. The girl behind sighed tiredly and then invited the predator to return. And then he settled down right on the floor of the cave. He told his companion that he wanted to stay here because it was warm and cozy. He also suggested that someday he would definitely show up. Covering his muzzle with his paw from laughter, the predator said that he wanted to look at the tiger's face when he saw him. Hourly forehead, the girl asked not to laugh like that. Somewhere in the edges of the forest and rocks, a little boy walked arm in arm with his teacher. They walked along a long-trodden road and unprecedented landscapes spread out before them. Some trees were still completely green. A strong wind blew, but the harmony was disrupted by a tiger who stood in the middle of the road, not allowing people to pass by. Having noticed the predator, the boy began to mutter something plaintively, and the old man covered him with himself. He exclaimed to him to move away from here. The tiger looked at the old man behind him in surprise. There was a threat in his silent gaze. The old man responded in kind. He looked sternly at the tiger, mentally already preparing for battle. But suddenly the teacher noticed one significant detail. A little girl was sitting on his back. She held the great creature by the ears while the tiger just looked at them in fear. Both the man and the boy simultaneously asked what was going on here. Nobody understood what was happening. Smiling cordially, the girl with blonde hair began to actively wave her hand. The boy with long black hair and violet eyes blushed deeply. He looked admiringly at the girl who was sitting on the tiger. The boy whispered quietly, turning to the teacher, that there was a girl sitting on the tiger's neck. The old man suggested they watch. The girl, not suspecting anything, smiled joyfully at everyone. In the silence of the night, deer lived among the forest. They were surrounded by grass and dozens of trees. The branches were supposed to hide them from prying eyes. Suddenly, hearing the sound, the deer was distracted from its meal and looked around. On the right, a tiger attacked the deer. His eyes burned scarlet, and the deer itself, not expecting such a high speed from the predator, as well as its presence, only managed to open its mouth in horror. The deer had no chance of survival. The tiger clutched the lifeless carcass in its teeth. The second deer ran with all the strength it had. Streams of blood flowed from the predator's muzzle. He thought why he had to share his prey all the time. This action infuriated him. But then he asked himself to be patient. There was not much left to the village of Wajang. Then the tiger already brought the dead deer into the cave to Choya, saying that it was dinner. The girl, waving her arms, just exclaimed in admiration about how quickly he hunts. Smiling cordially, the girl said that she thought that among the tigers he had the most excellent hunting skills. From such frankness, her cheeks blushed barely noticeably. Awkwardly looking away, the tiger said that it was a piece of cake. He didn't expect such pleasantries from Cho. But then, taking advantage of his moment of glory, the owner of the mountain smiled proudly, saying that she could say anything and the tiger could get everything. He touched his claws to the muzzle. Then the tiger pressed a piece of severed meat into her hands. He said she should eat it. The girl looked in confusion at the raw meat in front of her. Then the girl said plaintively, turning to her husband. She said almost in a whisper that she does not eat raw meat. She looked at him confused, as if she was to blame for something. The tiger opened his eyes wide and then sarcastically asked, "Is this true? And doesn't Cho know how to light a fire?" The girl, clutching the meat tighter, said, even more confused, that she didn't know. Not far from them sat a boy and a teacher. The old man offered to help them, saying that he could share the fire. The girl looked gratefully at her grandfather. Her blue eyes seemed to reflect the light of the moon. Hospitable voices were heard behind the tiger. He ate the meat alone while Cho offered to share the meat with them, to which Grandpa laughed thoughtfully and expressed his gratitude. Looking menacingly at the fire, the tiger thought that the girl only had to bring the fire here, so what had she been doing for so long, he thought irritably. The boy with long hair smiled brightly as he held a huge piece of meat. Cho was standing nearby laughing and Grandpa was watching them. The tiger thought irritably that the boy had a smile from ear to ear. The boy was already all flushed and the girl was laughing radiantly. The tiger thought that they were just little people. Meat was roasting on the fire. It looked quite appetizing, at least definitely better than raw. Looking at her dinner, the girl almost began to salivate. She was very hungry and therefore she could not wait to start the meal. When the girl finally returned to the tiger, he asked her a question about what they had been discussing there for so long. The girl was amazed at such an unexpected question. Wiping her own drool, the girl with blue eyes said that the boy was the same age as her, so they decided to be friends. "And his name is Bichong." A strange feeling appeared in my chest. The tiger repeated the name of this friend again in his thoughts. The girl's stomach growled loudly. The tiger said that she was very hungry. Cho blushed deeply with shame. Then the girl shyly looked away and said that if he was also hungry, then she could share. The tiger looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about, because she herself was hungry. He said he could hear the wail in her stomach. Then the girl blushed even more. At first she exclaimed in denial and then said that it was a wail in the tiger's stomach. Licking her paw, the tiger said emotionlessly that apparently hunger had hit her head. "What's so shameful about that?" the girl exclaimed loudly. She clenched her fists out of anger and then reminded her that she had already said no. The tiger looked at her tiredly and then said that he was not deaf. And then he reminded that it was just the two of them, and did Cho really think that he couldn't distinguish the sound from his stomach? Out of anger, the girl with blue eyes puffed out her cheeks greatly. She was overcome by anger towards the tiger and his words. The girl with one sloppy and sharp movement removed her portion of meat from the fire. Cho shouted that the tiger was a fool and then ran away with her portion of meat. The owner of the mountain could not say anything from shock. He only thought that this had happened to her. The girl with meat in her hand moved further and further into the depths of the forest. The voice in the tiger laughed and then asked if he really couldn't understand the girl's feelings. The tiger, looking into the distance, only wondered what he had done wrong. The voice said that the tiger would not listen to her. "But it's dark and dangerous there." But the tiger reminded her that the hairpin would protect her. The owner began to lick his hand and the voice continued the dialogue again. He said that evil spirits would not touch her, but there were worse creatures in the forest and maybe she would get lost. The tiger replied that this was her fate. The voice said that apparently fate did the same to her then. And then she touched the tiger where it hurt. The tiger looked into the distance in surprise but could not find a worthy answer. Narrowing his eyes, the tiger asked why she was so concerned about the girl. But the voice only answered that the owner could not be honest with himself. The tiger waved it off, saying not to talk nonsense. But suddenly the air was cut by someone's old male voice. He said that it turns out that he is not a sacred animal but a creature that kills people. Grandpa was going at the tiger with a saber. Raising his head, the tiger irritably asked what he was talking about. An old man with a long gray beard said that he was from Mount Conrion. He looked at him as his sworn enemy. And then he asked if the tiger thought that he did not know about the ghost who was always with him. Looking at the old man more hostilely, the tiger thought that he had heard that the Conrion warriors were sensitive to the topic of ghosts. And then he realized that it annoyed him. The tiger ordered her to come out. At the same moment, different bursts of purple and black energy appeared. and then the image of a girl with long hair appeared above whom a tiger towered. The old man pointed a knife at his two opponents and then exclaimed that he put his honor on the warrior Conryan and promised to rip out the tiger's throat. Then the tiger turned around and lazily said a few words to Haravan. The owner said that this all happened because of her, so she will cope on her own. The old man shouted after the tiger. He asked where he had gone and ordered him to go back. The girl's long purple hair almost glowed from the moonlight. She stood and looked emotionlessly. Warang raised her hand and said that she would be his opponent. The pendant on her chest glowed with a bright green light. A strange green aura appeared around the amulets. It was as if a saber began to sprout from it. At the same instant, the girl's eyes turned bright purple, and from this aura of the amulet she took out her saber. Looking in surprise at the ghost in front of him, the old man clarified whether it was really a necklace. He thought that this was the very decoration in which you could put absolutely everything regardless of size. The girl looked coldly at her grandfather in front of her. Her hair fluttered in the wind, as did the purple cuffs on her sleeves. The man was surprised to realize that she could control the artifact. The man frowned deeply and then, in a not very kind tone, asked permission to one of his questions. The old man asked what kind of thing the girl was wearing. Her eyes lit up unkindly. She looked at him for a long time in response and only then deigned to tell him at least something. Smiling tenderly, the girl said that they say that after learning martial arts people become too self-confident. She then said in a colder tone that since he pulled out the sword the talking was over. And then the man used the dragon art technique. The girl was surrounded by 3 people just like him, only instead of legs they had huge tails sprouting from their bodies. The man thought that she had lost her human essence anyway. That's why 3 other clones attacked the girl. The old man decided that he would help the ghost go to the next world. White lines of energy swirled around the girl. The girl looked at her opponent with a distraught look. The man tried to hit the girl with a saber, but she was immediately able to give him an equal rebuff. The weapons touched and sparks seemed to fly from them. The man was clearly surprised by the girl's great strength. He cursed loudly under his breath. His pupils opened wide and the situation was already unfolding not in his favor. The girl mockingly asked how the old man could treat women so rudely, but in this case she must pay him a worthy blow. It seemed as if lightning was darting from her eyes. The eyes shone even brighter. They especially stood out against the background of the black starry sky. The man recoiled in fear from the girl. In his eyes one could see the animalistic fear of the unknown, of pain and death. The girl sent a beam of her violet energy at the man. She spun around the man. The old man tried to fight back with sabers and hands, but nothing helped. And finally, with a trembling weak hand, the old man managed to strike with a saber. But the man immediately regretted it. The girl became even more distraught, directing all her strength at the old man. The man watched in surprise at the flows of energy, not daring to guess where the ghost got this power from. But by taking the saber, the old man was able to repel Warang's blow. The girl tried to hit him again. The man groaned pitifully in pain. It was difficult to withstand the saber and the strong energy. He looked fearfully at his opponent's weapon. The old man then used the dragon art. It was able to save him because the girl was no longer aiming at him. The brunette turned to someone asking where he had been running all this time. The girl was almost ready for battle with a gentle smile. The girl waved her hand. Grandfather was thrown back by a stream of energy, the power of which was phenomenal. He tried to resist, but it did not bring results. The boy with long hair screamed heartrendingly. He called his teacher, not understanding how he could help him. Grandfather stood up. His hands were shaking greatly, nevertheless, he tried to grip the saber as tightly as possible. Grandfather fearfully wondered how this could be possible. How can he lose to some ghost? His pupils shrank from fear, and he looked at the girl's face. The man was sweating. He managed to get up and looked wearily at his rival. Warang looked at him with violet eyes and then swung her shining saber. For a moment, Grandfather wondered if she really was a ghost. The girl sat alone on the slope. There were many trees around her, silence and darkness of the night. The Choas slowly enjoyed the taste of the still hot meat. The girl flinched from a loud voice behind her. The tiger asked if it tasted good. She tensed and stopped eating for a moment. Choa turned sharply to her husband and looked at him menacingly. She had not yet had time to eat the meat, and therefore all her cheeks were puffed up from eating. The tiger looked at her in surprise and thought that the girl had an appetite as good as his. But in the end, he only invited Choa to sit by the fire because it was cold here. The girl pouted her lips offendedly. There were a couple of crumbs of food left on the blue-eyed face. And then, with a chuckle, Choa turned away from her husband. The tiger stood in bewilderment as to how she could answer him so brazenly. The tiger turned around and lazily said that in that case he should go and Choa should live happily. He said that he was not very pleased and would quickly forget about her. The girl turned around in fear. The little blonde, who did not expect such a rude reaction, could not even find words. She just looked in fear at the departing silhouette of the tiger. The girl jumped out of her seat and ran after the tiger. She asked her husband to go along. The tiger looked back at Choa and sarcastically wondered how it could have been otherwise. He remembered that she was still just a child. And then the tiger saw something strange in front of him. He opened his eyes wide from fear, and it seemed as if he had turned completely pale. Due to the fact that the tiger stopped abruptly, the girl, who had seen enough around, crashed into him. The tiger told the girl to be quiet and then slowly, leisurely walked forward, leaving Choa in bewilderment. The beast bent down. His eyes seemed to shine. He ordered the one who was hiding in the darkness of the night to come out. There was a large field in front of them. There was a slight blue mist over the grass. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Out of fear, the girl clung to the tiger. She didn't understand what was happening, and that only made it worse. A voice came out of nowhere. He said that he would not say unnecessary words and therefore ordered him to leave Choa and leave himself. If the tiger does this, he will spare him. The girl pressed herself closer to her husband. The tiger looked sternly at the field from where the voice came. He realized that this was a black soul, and it seemed that this was his territory. Choa looked at the night sky with horror in her eyes. The tiger thought that he knew that this would happen, but not so quickly. The beast clenched his jaw. He was unhappy with how the situation was unfolding and therefore thought about how to get out of it. The tiger looked away from the girl, who was still clinging to him. The beast asked if the soul promised not to touch him if he gave Choa. The blonde realized that today she just needed to survive. A voice laughed in the silence of the night. He said that the tiger knows his place very well. And then he agreed and said that he always keeps his promises. He told the tiger to leave the girl and disappear. Choa looked at the beast in fear. She called out to him, stuttering, doubting what decision he would choose. The tiger threw an irritated look with red eyes at the girl and then ordered her to let him go. The girl looked in fear, asking the owner of the mountain why he was doing this. She assumed it was because she was angry, but then said she would never do that again. The tiger, looking at Choa clinging to him, ordered him to be quieter and then asked if she wanted him to die after her. He said that he became attached to her, but not enough to die together. And then the tiger pushed her away from him. The girl tried to reach out to him again, but the beast told her to accept her fate. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. She didn't want to believe that he abandoned her so easily. And then the tiger hurried away. The girl looked after him in confusion, realizing that she could not do anything. Choa was overwhelmed with resentment. She understood and realized the tragedy of the situation and therefore only looked into the distance with an empty gaze. Out of the darkness of the night, a strange black and green something began to materialize. It smiled its poisonous green smile. The soul enveloped the space around the girl. Warang at the same time leaned her saber against the old man's face. She asked if everything was clear to him. The girl looked sternly at the man on his knees. She said that she would not ask him to believe Warang, but the old man should know that they do not want to harm this girl. The purple-haired girl then slowly removed the saber from his face. The man breathed a sigh of relief. Closing his eyes from fatigue, Grandpa said in confusion that even if he didn't believe he could do something, he had to check. Warang smiled cordially. The girl said that since Grandpa understood everything, then everything is fine, because there is nothing more stupid than not knowing your place. But then Grandpa looked sternly at his rival. The girl asked what they were planning to do here with this child. The old man said that he and his student were training spiritually. The purple-haired girl opened her eyes wide in amazement. She said with fascination that here you can find something that you can't find anywhere else. Grandpa, rising from his knees, said that that's why he and his student came here, to believe the rumors. The girl asked again in surprise. Looking menacingly at Warang, the man said that many people have been dying in these places since ancient times. The girl enthusiastically told the man that this was interesting and he could continue. Grandpa said that the corpses were without limbs because they cut the skin of their abdomen as if they wanted to find something. Like dogs tearing out organs. He imagined bones hanging from the mutilated something. The girl looked at the narrator indifferently. She repeated his words in her thoughts that it was as if they wanted to find something. For a moment the girl looked down in fear. Realization seemed to wash over her. Following her grandfather did the same. He looked forward in fear, not daring to look away. The entire sky was painted with a bright green light. Warang and the teacher tightened their grip on their sabers. They looked up in fear where gradually more and more space was painted green. Looking up indifferently, the girl made the doomed conclusion that something seemed to have happened, but somewhere there were still gaps of blue night sky. The black spirit whispered tirelessly to the girl, calling her a white blood. In front of Choa. He was very tall and his proportions were not those of an ordinary person. He said that she was a white blood about which they said that they had been gone for more than 200 years. The old man's eyes, full of green, sparkled brightly. He grinned gorgeously. His teeth were also green. He said enthusiastically that there was no one luckier than him in this world. The black soul's skin was gray and its claws were black. He reached out to Choya and invited her to come with him. A strange black haze emanated from his body. The girl looked at the man with her blue eyes in disappointment. Gradually the space around became blacker. The man dragging his weapon behind him went somewhere. The grass next to him, which was illuminated by the color of the moon, and the terrifying aura from the creature was scattered to the sides due to the wind. He carried her on his shoulder. In size he was like a giant that he decided to take a little white-haired girl with him. There was a terrifying aura next to him with a hint of blue. Choa hung quietly from her shoulder. Her white hair gleamed softly against the blue that came from him. She was deep in thought. She remembered how she stood in the yard listening to insults directed at her. They tried to kick her out of the village. But she didn't say anything in response, just silently listening, taking in the stones flying at her. There was no sparkle in her blue eyes. Apparently she had lost all hope of being treated well. Her white hair, which people didn't like, was all dirty. She looked one boy in the eyes, which he didn't like, so he shouted out that the little one had dirtied him with just one look. Another suggested that he run away from her. Afterwards, she went to the counter to the man who worked there to ask her for food, of course apologizing for it. Her small hands held out a battered bowl. However, she was refused, doused with dirty used water, to which Choa quietly shouted. A loud splash was heard throughout the yard. After this action, the man said in a menacing voice, "How dare she approach him," adding that she brings bad luck to their village. The girl, who was damp from head to toe, hung her head. There were several abrasions on her face. And under the blue eyes, which had lost their sparkle, there were bruises. She stood with a bowl in her hands, remembering all the insults directed at her, like loser, monster, ghost, and the like. One winter she was sitting near the fence. Choa was completely frozen because she was wearing thin, torn clothes. It was also snowing that it fell on her fragile shoulders. She sat on a drift of snow, hugging her knees to her chest. Steam came out of her mouth from the cold. The bare feet of the white-haired girl rubbed against each other from the frozen ground. The skin was very pale, like fragile porcelain that could break with just one touch. Suddenly, a human shadow fell over her. She looked up with blue eyes reminiscent of the sea or the universe, which frightened with its unknown depth. It was the man who was the young master. He was dressed warmly, unlike the little girl. The young man wanted to take her. It is unknown what attracted him. Unusual appearance, or it was a pity. Soon Choa found herself in a small house with other people. She was given new clothes. It was tattered but not torn, so that was good. She also received a warm blanket. She only saw this in her dreams. After all, even in winter, she had to spend the night on the street, on snow. So she was very grateful. However, not far from her lay another man who was dissatisfied with her presence. Therefore, he threatened the girl so that she would not approach him. She also had to work at home carrying a heavy load while people shouted after her why she was dragging along for so long. They didn't care that she was just a little girl. One day, a man told her that if she didn't finish the task within the allotted time, then she wouldn't see food that day. So she immediately went to carry the box. And that man switched to another dialogue. Carrying a heavy box, she was all out of breath. But the blonde girl was ready to work hard, because if she didn't, she would simply be kicked out of this place. She was well aware that because of her unusual appearance, she was treated more harshly than others. Only because of the white long hair. Only because of the bright blue eyes. Choa was attracted by a woman's laughter coming from the neighboring yard, causing her unusually beautiful eye, which is striking in its depth, to turn towards the source of the sound. There the girls were chatting something about marriage. The two were happy for their friend who had finally acquired her own family, although at first they did not completely believe it. But they were happy for her. The girl let her friend look at her new engagement ring, and the second was surprised at the unusual color which beautifully harmonized with the bride's appearance. A white-haired girl looked out from behind the fence. Her blue eyes sparkled a little as she looked at the girls discussing family. She was clearly interested in this, but her viewing was interrupted by the menacing voice of a man who did not understand what Choa was doing, which made him angry. After all, no one did the work. The girl sat on the porch and remembered the words of the girls who compared the stars that shone brightly and were dazzling with their husbands. The blonde bride, whose blue eyes sparkled in the moonlight like pure sapphires, did not understand everything in their words, but she thought that they were very beautiful. What inspired this? She thought in her head, asking the stars and the moon if she could get married too. Will he be the only one who will protect her and scold others for scolding me or hitting me? She really wanted to find a husband, the one who will love her and do everything for her. Only her and no one else. With these thoughts, she continued to look at the night sky, which was covered with sparkling stars. Her blue eyes sparkled with thoughts of her future husband. Her spirits lifted and she began to giggle cheerfully, swinging her legs back and forth. And the moonlight softly enveloped her small face. After some time, a young gentleman approached the blonde girl. The man said in a serious voice that she should marry Sangun. Her blue eyes, reminiscent of lapis lazuli, which sparkled in the rays of bright light, suddenly acquired a sparkle. It was as if Choa had found the meaning of life. After this news, she decided not to loiter around and began to wash the dirty clothes. Her small hands rinsed the fabric, making a squelching sound. Just the thought that she needs to marry someone makes her feel embarrassed. She stopped washing because she froze with a red face. She immediately became interested in what her future husband would look like. Choa sat with a gentle smile on her pale face, and the nose and cheeks acquired a pinkish tint. The blonde girl insisted that she was not waiting for some angel in the flesh who lacked a cool character. The main thing for her is that she also has a family. She felt happy knowing that she would no longer be alone, and she will also have a family. Choa's tender cheeks became more red due to joy. Soon one of the girls told the white-haired girl in a shocked voice that her husband would be a tiger. Choa froze in place. The aunt was worried about her future daughter-in-law. This was evident from her face, distorted in sympathy. She said it was only a matter of time before he ate Choa, his daughter-in-law. The sparkle that was not so long ago in the bright blue eyes was gone again. All her hopes for her beloved family were gone. Choa didn't understand why she was the one. The silence lasted a long time. All that was heard was the beating of the heart and the quiet pulse of the white-haired girl. It soon dawned on her that they had taken her home and cared for her only because of this. She was dressed in clean clothes and fed. All for this, that's all. And the blonde girl only wanted a happy, ordinary family. In the end, she, in her opinion, could not become a full-fledged person. Choa believed that she was just a ghost in human form. She was pulled out of her thoughts by the sharp, loud sound of a machete hitting a tree stump. He dug the corner of the blade into the wood with a ringing sound. Therefore, the unexpected sound made the girl flinch. The man picked up another knife which was covered in blood. He said in his hoarse voice that the body and blood of the white-haired girl would belong to him. Approaching the quietly sitting white-haired girl, he said that he would not give up how that tiger would do it. Scattered around them were bones belonging to various animals. Taking the blue-eyed girl by the head with his huge hand and bringing her closer to him, he began to bring his bloody knife. There was no sparkle in her deep blue eyes. They were looking incomprehensibly probably somewhere into the distance. Her skin became even paler, perhaps due to internal anxiety. The knife was already next to her throat. She remembers standing in front of the tiger, walking away from her. The wind in the mountains was strong, so her blonde hair fluttered around him, as did her dress. She didn't hate him at all. She remembered the first meeting with her. His angry eyes, from which came out a special aura with a hint of red. His fur was very soft and smooth. She remembered how they slept together. The tiger carefully put his paw on the girl, hugging her in this way. And air came out and in evenly from his nostrils. She remembered his warm embrace. The tiger's paw was heavy but very soft, and the wool resembled fluff. Its orange color was white towards the bottom, and there were black patterns in places. The white-haired girl was grateful for what he did for her. Absolutely everything. She enjoyed the time spent next to him. She liked the tiger. She remembers all his gifts. even the very hairpin of delicate flowers that lay in her small palms. It suited the girl's white hair very well. After all, he gave it all to her and no one else. Her fragile neck and the bloody blade were separated by only a centimeter. Just a little more and the little girl will no longer be there. She was completely calm and not afraid to die. Her eyes closed, not wanting to see everything that would happen during her death. She just waited carefree. She suddenly opened her blue eyes at the unexpected sound of flesh being torn. Someone's blood scattered in front of her. But it wasn't hers because she didn't feel pain. It was the tiger that attacked the man, tearing off his bony arm. The tiger's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Therefore, all this was accompanied by a predatory roar. The man didn't like it, so a cry of both pain and anger was heard throughout the cave. He, wanting to offend the tiger, called him a cat. The tiger's eyes were serious and ready for battle. And out of anger, he sank his teeth tighter and tighter into the man's severed hand. Choa watched it all with a shocked face. The cheeks and nights returned their rosy color and the eyes sparkled. Suddenly, behind the white-haired girl, some rustling sounds began to take off. A gentle hand emerged from the wall, its knuckles slightly pinkish. A sleeve with green and red colors was also prominent. Soon the hand came out completely along with the man. She was a dark-haired girl whose violet eyes sparkled brightly in the light. She wondered if Choa was okay. The white-haired girl was scared of the stranger, so she immediately asked who she was and what was happening here. This all scared her because Choa was ready to die. She smiled tenderly and introduced herself as Warang. The girl also explained that she is a ghost who does not leave Sanggun. Choa said that her husband hates her, but Warang said the opposite. After all, this creature is very strong and it was probably a strategic move by the tiger. The girl claimed that her husband values her very much, but the white-haired girl still said otherwise. She remembered what he told her then, but Warang did not allow her to continue but decided to move her gaze to the fighting creatures. Sanggun is seen trying hard for his wife's safety. It was a fight for life and death. The enemy is many times stronger than him, but he does not give up for the safety of his wife. The little girl seemed to have an epiphany. She sharply remembered her words spoken to the stars long ago. Will he be the only one who will scold others for scolding her or beating her? Tears began to flow from her brilliant blue eyes. Tears of joy and love. She remembered these words. The desire to find a family. Find a husband. The one who will love her and do everything for her. The one who will be her husband. Only her. Tears did not stop flowing from the eye sockets and the face became redder. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She, sobbing pitifully, said that she did not know this and from now on she will obey more. Warang leaned towards the little girl. She looked at her in fascination as if at some kind of jewel. Taking a certain cloth in her hands, the girl with purple hair said that it was dangerous here and therefore they should leave from here. The girl, looking pitifully at Warang, decided to object, reminding her of her husband. The girl replied that he could not fight at full strength because Choa might get hurt. In front of them, a black soul with bright green eyes pounced on a tiger who was already ready to hit her. Peeking out from behind the tree, the girl quietly addressed her hubby. When the girl and Warang left, the tiger felt that he could fight at full strength. Everything glowed with green light before my eyes. The tiger opened its mouth wide, looking angrily at its enemy. A strange flying ball flew out of his mouth. It was all ablaze with blue fire, encircling with its light everything that was nearby. And then the tiger directed all that energy from the ball to the black soul. The light of the ball made the enemy recoil, and the energy had a sobering effect because it made her almost fly several meters away. The man's entire face seemed to distort. He looked with fear at such a destructive and powerful force. His blonde long hair was growing, and then the tiger ran up to the man. A fiery, destructive flame seemed to be darkening from his eyes. He hit his enemy with all his might, causing him to become even more deformed. Drops of fresh blood appeared on the tiger's face. He looked at the black soul in bewilderment, not realizing what had happened. The tiger opened his eyes wide from the unexpected horror that he saw in front of him instead of his defeated opponent. The tiger rushed away from the black soul. For a moment, the bright flame in his eyes faded. He felt too afraid to attack. The rival of the owner of the mountain only chuckled slyly. His eyes lit up with an even stronger green poisonous light. His body seemed to have turned purple, but some parts were not visible at all in the darkness of the night. Smiling widely, the soul said that the tiger was still good but still remained a pitiful animal. The greenied soul had his hand torn off. He smiled slyly and said that he would tear out all the tiger's limbs and take out all its bones. He became much larger and towered menacingly over the beast. The tiger realized that a fight could not be avoided again. He looked sternly at his opponent and called him a rat without hair, and also remembered the blood that turned into poison. A green haze gathered around the rat's muzzle. He looked at the tiger like a madman. The beast called him a bloodthirsty creature. A few drops of blood dripped from the hand of the rat-faced monster. All this time he laughed madly, watching the fear in the tiger's eyes. The owner of the mountain, still not over the transformation of his opponent, turned his gaze in amazement at the new drops of poison flowing from the wound of the black soul. The enemy extended his hand to him. Under the palm, in the places where drops of blood had previously been red, rats with green eyes appeared. A red haze hovered above them. The soul said that the tiger did not take into account his strength. A whole army of mice has already gathered on the floor. The rats drove him into a trap, and therefore the beast could only slowly retreat and prepare for a retaliatory attack. The soul said that he would not leave alive. The rats ran towards the tiger as if maddened. They attacked him with their little claws. Their eyes glowed more and more brightly in the darkness. The tiger also rushed to attack. Fresh blood appeared on the floor again. The only question was whether a new army would emerge from it. The tiger exclaimed loudly in pain that it was burning. He looked at his paw. In places where there was someone else's blood, a red liquid seemed to burn through the fur and skin, forming a red haze around. Venomously, as if spitting poison, laughing, the black soul said that it was all useless. He smiled widely and like crazy, watching the carnage with excitement. The rat-faced monster said that such a pathetic creature like a tiger could not stop him. The rats ran even closer to the beast. They almost overtook his muzzle. The tiger looked forward in fear. The voice said that the beast could not escape from the rats made from his blood. But at that same moment, the bloody rat was pierced by a beam of blue energy. The rat almost disintegrated in half. The black soul told the tiger to die a miserable death, as he was destined to do. The beast was not at all happy about the small victory. He looked in fear at what was happening right in front of him. Then the owner of the mountain managed to get up. He glanced wearily at the cleaner rats in front of him. All of them were hostilely drawn towards him, looking with their green eyes. And then the tiger made a pleasant attempt to escape, but the rats immediately attacked him from behind. His entire back was covered in blood, and the rats behind him only added new splashes. The tiger, cursing, thought about what to do because he was already beginning to be paralyzed. He held out his bloody paw. His eyes filled with dangerous fire again. The rats began to bite his legs. Several of them attacked each leg at once. The beast thought that if Warang were here it would be easier. The tiger loudly exclaimed that he was in pain. He made a couple of attempts to snatch his leg from their clutches, but they were unsuccessful. He could only look in fear at the horde of bloody rats. The rat-faced monster opened its bright green eyes wide. He was unable to even say anything, but the hitch did not last long. A few moments later, the black soul was smiling widely as he struck the tiger with his paws. He mockingly said that he had finally caught the tiger and then called him a dirty face. Such a strong blow threw the tiger against the walls. The monster sat down contentedly. A huge bloody army flickered next to him. The black soul ordered the tiger to die slowly and painlessly. New splashes of blood from rats formed. The tiger's eyes were losing their red shine. More and more drops of bloody poison poured onto him. He calmed his pain only by the fact that he only had to endure a little longer. But a few moments later, the tiger roared menacingly. His strength was able to push away a senseless amount of blood that should have killed him altogether. Then the tiger stood up wearily and looked around at the hordes of battle. A snow-white haze hovered around him. The beast was covered in blood. The rat-faced monster said that the tiger was surprising. He went so bravely against his attacks. The black soul looked almost kindly at his enemy, and then the black soul said that the tiger swims like a dog in water. It seemed that the eyes of the beast had completely darkened. There was no light or flame left in them. It was as if he was looking at his enemy with quiet anger. The mountain master's rival raised his hand and looked at his long red nails. He said that he would honor the tiger and kill him himself. The tiger looked menacingly at the rat-faced monster. He called him a dirty rat and then asked him why he was talking so long. A fragile figure of a girl with purple hair appeared behind the black soul. She loudly wished him death and swung her saber at him. The monster didn't even have time to react. The girl pierced his neck. The monster let out a heartrending scream. He opened his eyes wide as if in pain they were about to fall out. Poisonous blood sprayed out. The purple-eyed girl said that the black soul was too rash. She looked at the bloody monster indifferently. The monster with a rat's face began to quickly shake its head, as if trying to get rid of all the blood that was on its neck and chest. At first the tiger tried to turn to Hwoarang, but then looked with disgust at the black soul and asked her to die faster. The monster tried to cover her wound with her hands. He screamed loudly, calling them small creatures that dared to touch his body. And then the tiger realized that there would be no second chance. He channeled all his strength into his paw. A blue aura began to appear near him. The beast swung a furious fist at him. The tiger jumped high to get to the monster's face. He firmly decided that he would kill the black soul. She, still not perceiving what was happening, became even more frightened. Then the tiger struck with his tiger strike. From his power, everything around sparkled with blue light. The monster tried to fight back, but it was not at all successful. The rat-faced monster cursed loudly, called the beast a damn tiger. His eyes opened even more, expecting the blow. From the force of the tiger's blow, the body of the black soul seemed to completely crumble into small pieces. The beast's eyes shone brightly and the air around became increasingly blue. Then the monster was left without a rat's muzzle. In its place there was a blue flame. Along with the head, the force of the blow also took a small part of the body with it. And then the body of the black soul turned black and fell lifelessly onto the cold floor. Everything around lit up with a blue flame. The whole body began to burn with a bright flame. It seemed that it was about to begin to devour absolutely everything around it. And then the girl with purple eyes stuck her weapon next to the place where the monster's lifeless body was burning. It was already dawn. The wind rustled the grass. This idyll was broken only by the unemployed voice of a tiger. He said that he almost threw off his skates in that place. The tiger and the girl walked at the same time and in the same direction. They were both still in shock from everything that happened in the cave. The tiger asked in surprise, looking at the sky in bewilderment. He didn't understand how it could be so dark already. The girl indifferently looked at her weapon standing on a small slope. Hwoarang's weapon. One was blue and the second was brown. Looking at the tiger with enthusiasm, the girl said that they received interesting things and they would be very useful in the future. After a short pause, the beast looked at Hwoarang and asked where Choa was. The girl replied indifferently that she took him to the old man and told him to go to the village of Hwoajang. The tiger looked at the girl with purple hair in bewilderment. He still had questions, but he wondered how appropriate it was to ask them. Hwoarang smiled tenderly and said that if the tiger suddenly died, she would lose her strength. And if this happens, then all those creatures will attack her. The tiger looked tiredly at the serenely smiling girl with violet eyes. And then he disagreed with her. The girl turned to the tiger, still holding the weapon. She suggested that they go to Choi's. The beast thought for a moment. The tiger looked wearily at the ground in front of him. He thought that as soon as he left Back Mountain, this whole situation immediately happened. This time the tiger looked forward more confidently. He was sure that this would happen again more than once, but with such strength he was clearly not sure that he would be able to protect Cho. He looked forward, thinking that by killing the monster he had received an eye with the ability to transform. Is this a coincidence? If he transforms into a human, he will be able to fight strong enemies with that sword. Then the tiger changed that he would be able to use a technique that he had not been able to master for so many years. It was a fiery blue flower. During it, it was as if a bird was burning everything around it with hellish blue fire. The tiger said there was something he had to deal with. He made a decision and looked at the field in front of him with a bloody muzzle. He has already imagined the image of a person. He had long black hair. The tiger thought that first he should be reincarnated as a human. Everyone walked along a wide path around which there was only yellowed grass. Choa started complaining because she was afraid that her husband would not catch up with them. She asked the others how much longer they had to go. The old man turned to the girl and said that the village was not far away behind the mountain. They will come there, and for greater safety they will wait for the tiger there. Choa was happy with the old man's answer. The black-haired boy walked closer to Choa, calling her name. He said that the tiger could not be her husband. Choa turned to him, listening once again to the words that she was not the tiger's wife. Choa became very angry. She grabbed the black-haired boy by his hair and started screaming that if she said he was her husband, then he really was her husband. Choa thought he was talking nonsense. The girl lagged behind the guy, taking a few steps back. Putting her hands to her side, she said that if he pointed her out again, he wouldn't show it enough. The guy squatted down, straightening his hair. While the old man walked on, not noticing the children's mischief, one person noticed him. A man in a wide headdress resembling a hat called out to the old man, who was serenely walking forward. The stranger came closer to the old man, simultaneously asking if he was the same Jong Dosun from Gongrian. The old man looked around, noticing a familiar face. He asked the name, guessing that the other person's name was Sa-hyun. Jong Dosun struck a welcoming pose, clasping his hands together, one hand covering the other. The old man said that he respected him as a senior teacher. Sa-hyuk replied that there was no need for such formalities. The man showed his face, raising his headdress so that the sun illuminated his snow-white face. Sa-hyun told the old man that it had been 10 years since he left Gongrian. The old man smiled welcomingly at the man. His eyes said everything for him, but at the same time he loudly and clearly told Sa-hyun that the people from there would forever remain family to him. Sa-hyun laughed at the old man's words. The man said that so be it, if Jong Dosun is in the same direction, then he wants to go together. The old man agreed to the offer and told him to join. While Choa and 3 more of her companions continued their journey to the village, which was no longer so far away, the animals were indignant on Mount Yudong. A boar with sharp, huge side teeth shouted that the leader must make a decision because there are more and more people and it is worth doing something to stop it. Another boar with the same sharp fangs interrupted his comrade and began to say that all animals become just food for people. This is really a problem. All this stood and listened to the old boar leader, who was most likely living out his last years. His subordinates were very afraid that the leader would be gone, and then who would take care of Mount Yudin? The leader listened to their words but thought only that he would like to leave this place in peace, but there is no one who could protect these helpless ones. The boar felt it was too selfish to abandon them. Then his thoughts were interrupted by a bird, which called out to the animal and then flew closer. This bird was close to the leader's ear to tell him something important. She spoke quietly so that only he could hear. The leader was surprised by the news that the bird brought. He glanced around the area around him to find the one the assistant had reported about. The boar ordered all his subordinates to leave immediately. A tiger entered the territory of the wild boars. He was the same unexpected guest the bird was talking about. He visited the chief of the boars. The tiger and the chief of the boars locked eyes. The tiger advanced slowly, getting closer and closer to the leader. The boar looked down on the tiger, expecting further actions from him. As soon as the tiger was close enough, he stopped. The beast said they met again for the first time in 30 years. He asked this interrogatively to ensure the accuracy of the calculations. Boar did not answer this rhetorical question. He told the tiger that he was suggesting that he was unlikely to come to get even for the past, addressing him as the guardian of Mount Bak. The tiger grinned and asked why he was nostalgic, thinking to himself that he was very petty. But this is not what he needed at all, because the tiger came to find the flower of flame. The leader was surprised, repeating the tiger's words to himself to make sure he heard everything correctly. When the boar realized that he had heard everything correctly, he did not understand why he needed such a valuable medicinal herb. Leaving thoughts for later, the leader of the boars said that he had the very flower that the tiger was looking for. The tiger thought to himself that he initially doubted whether he had the necessary medicinal herb. The boar chief agreed to give the flower, but he had one condition. The boar asked the tiger to do him a favor, and if he refused, he would not take even a pebble from his mountain. The tiger looked questioningly at the leader. Of course, he didn't expect this petty boar to give him the flower he needed just like that. So the tiger clarified what favor he wanted to ask to be performed. The leader of the boars began to claim that this service was easy for the tiger. The boar said that if the tiger was the one who defeated that bloodthirsty rat, then this would not be difficult for him. The tiger was tired of waiting for him to say what he needed. The beast loudly told the leader of the boars to quickly tell him what the tiger would have to do in order to get the flower he needed. The boar leader smiled evilly and squinted his eyes slyly, as if his request was a little unusual. He said that it was not difficult and that the tiger would just have to follow his son to help him. The chief of the boars came to the highest ledge. He stood up proudly and began to look around the area, thinking about whether everything was ready for the execution of his plan. When the chief of the boars was satisfied that everything was ready, he gave a signal to his subordinates. A flock of wild boars accompanied by loud pig squeals rushed down from the same mountain where their leader was located. Dozens, maybe hundreds of wild boars began to quickly descend down the mountain. Sometimes they grunted, urging each other on. While all the boars were racing, the tiger and the girl in black were walking, increasing their pace as time went on. They walked side by side, looking ahead at the road ahead. Warang looked away from the road and looked at the tiger. She incredulously asked the tiger if they had fooled him. There were so many boars that it raised doubts that it was all a hoax. The tiger understood that nothing could be done about it because he could not fight alone with all these pigs. The beast turned his head towards his interlocutor and explained that the main thing was that he would receive this flower. Turning his head back onto the path, he saw a whole flock of wild boars running forward. The tiger told the girl that they would see what was there, and if something happened, they would simply run away. The boar who stood at the head of this detachment hit the ground with his hoof. He stepped onto a separate piece of land to discuss their future plan with the tiger. The tiger and the girl followed the boar. The boar turned around and announced that everyone had arrived. The beast told them that there would be a signal soon and ordered them to wait for it. The tiger, looking at the boar, guessed that it was the son of Yudanuji. But so far they did not understand what was happening, so the tiger asked if he wanted to tell them what it was all about. Turning towards the tiger and the girl, he told them that they would be with them, so there was no reason to worry. He warned that they were putting their lives on the line. As soon as the boar finished his sentence, a black bird flew in. This was the same bird that brought the news to the leader. All three looked up. The bird gave a signal. The signal was received. If the bird gave a signal, it only meant one thing: that they had appeared. The tiger approached the edge of the cliff to see who he was talking about. The tiger peered and squinted for a long time to understand who was walking there. He saw carts of people. The tiger tried to take a closer look to make sure that he had not mistaken himself. He tried to understand what they wanted to do. Squinting for a long time, he realized that these were not just ordinary people but real Taoists. Now their motives were clear to the tiger. He guessed why he was asked for this service. The tiger looked sharply at the boar. He said that he understood their idea. It was obvious that they wanted to rob the things that the Taoists were protecting. The tiger asserted that they were fools not only by rumors. The boar replied that this is why they put their lives on the line. He warned the tiger about this. The boar changed his tone to a more serious one and spoke more calmly. He said their main target was the magnification ball. The boar clarified that the Taoists transport him in their carts. The tiger was surprised. He thought he heard it. Does the boar really mean that very ball of magnification? The tiger thought about what he wanted to do with this. The magnification ball is a valuable potion that can be used to expand your territory. And this potion is exactly what many people dream of. Of course, the leader and his son are no exception. The tiger got angry because he thought their idea was nonsense. He furrowed his eyebrows and told the boar that they were simply foolish for deciding to rob the Taoists for the sake of this enlargement ball. The tiger did not hesitate. Turning around, he walked in the opposite direction, telling the boar that he was leaving. The boar tried to stop him, reminding him that they had made a deal. Tiger said he didn't want to put his life on the line for this. He thought it was too stupid. But the boar dissuaded him, saying that it was too late to remove his hands. While the chief's son was convincing the tiger that it was not time to retreat, the chief himself was closely watching what was happening. He went to the top of the mountain to see if it had started. The leader of the boars realized that yes, it had already begun. He looked around with a menacing gaze and became lost in his thoughts. The leader understood that this matter would determine whether they could cope with the consequences. He tried to protect his people from people who brought only chaos into their lives. The boar thought to himself that regardless of whether they took the enlargement ball or not, it was unlikely that people would just sit back quietly. This was too dangerous for them. He knew that these little people would tramp there not only for this but for their entire territory. The boar was worried that their clan would be defeated and simply disappear. The boar shouted loudly that this would have been the case. His fears would have turned into reality if Sanggun had not come from Beck Mountain. The rest of the boars that were advancing on the Taoists took up his words. All the boars began to squeal loudly that they were for Sanggun from Beck Mountain. The boar clan surrounded the people on all sides. They advanced and shouted Sanggun's name. As soon as the Taoists noticed the animals, they immediately stopped the horses and carts in order to protect what was inside. One of the Taoists shouted that they were being attacked. He immediately pulled out a heavy sword with a carved hilt from his sheath for defense and attack on opponents. The tiger understood that the Taoists should be warned about the purpose of the wild boar's attack. He ran closer to the people and shouted to them to protect the carts. But people did not believe the tiger's words. They thought that he, like the Boer clan, was their enemy. One of the Taoists shouted that the tiger was the head of the wild boars because he was the same Sangong from Beck Mountain. The Taoists began to shout that they should kill this tiger because this would destroy their leader. The tiger got angry. His eyes glowed red. He said out loud that he considered that old man disgusting. The leader thus directed all the attention of the Taoists to him, giving the Boers the opportunity to carry out the plan. He chuckled evilly and told the tiger to try to dodge their attacks. The man in the hat struck. It seemed as if a yellow sunny ray of power appeared from him. Standing on the corpses, the man exhaled heavily. He still held his sword tightly and looked forward as if waiting for a new enemy. He said there is no end to them at all. There were two more guys standing on either side of the man. A whole flock of wild boars was rushing towards them. One of the warriors had already begun to fight when the other only looked at them in fear. Warang looked at the tiger. She said that old man set them up. And then she asked what he was going to do. She suggested the option of immediately going to mount back. The beast just looked down indifferently. After a couple of moments of reflection, the owner of the mountain replied that this is exactly what they were trying to achieve. He said he wouldn't give them what they wanted. Disgust appeared in his gaze. Then the tiger turned around and decided to quickly get away from the girl. He told her that this time their opponents were Taoists. And then he ordered to be careful. Elsewhere, a man held a small cup of strange white liquid in his hands tightly. Closing his eyes, a man with long dark hair said that people could not calm down. Then the man stood up and looked with gray eyes at his interlocutor. He said that he was going alone, but he needed to stay with his students. The old man was sitting next to two children. He looked indifferently at the man who had already left the house. Choa and the boy happily ate various foods and treats. The man was wearing light purple clothing. He looked sternly at the scene that was unfolding right in front of him, but a boy immediately ran up to the man. He said that he could rest because they could handle it themselves. The gentleman just clicked his tongue displeasedly. One of the guys who fought with the Boers shouted out in order to kill their enemies. The gentleman asked in confusion what was happening. The other one was chopping off the heads of wild boars all this time. The man picked up the small bell that he had been holding in his hands all this time. He looked around the battlefield with disgust. Raising the bell high in the sky, it became clear how pale and thin his male hand was. The man looked around again, and then the bell rang. The sound echoed throughout the battlefield. A terrifying power emanated from the bell. All the boars flew away several meters at once. They died from several calls. Everything around seemed to be overwhelmed by a wave of solar energy. The tiger looked in fear at the corpses of the boars that flew over him. Some of them were decapitated or without other body parts. The tiger tried to remember the sound of the bells. At that moment, the owner of Back Mountain was overwhelmed with realization. He opened his eyes wide in horror. He glanced at the man towering over them. His eyes seemed to glow with a bright light. In his hands was a glowing bell. The tiger realized that this was their leader. The gentleman looked with her gray eyes at the battlefield in bewilderment. Something was bothering him. He caught his eye on the predatory beast. The tiger slowly walked towards him over the corpses. The gentleman said that they have a big animal here. Smiling slyly, the man with dark hair showed a receipt with the name of the price. He said that a tiger would make a good skin. With the same check, the long-haired man decided to launch his attack. Whole rays of solar energy immediately poured out of it. The farther she flew, the darker it became. All these rays tried to hit the beast. But the attack did not work as a targeted attack, and therefore the tiger only ran faster towards its enemy. The man looked irritably at the little animal and realized with admiration that the owner of the mountain was able to dodge. But then he swore at him, calling him a dirty animal. The tiger looked at the beam, which hit a couple of centimeters from him. And the thought flashed through my head that if it had been hit, the animal would have died. But the tiger only looked wearily at the master's attempts to kill him. But he thought doomedly that this was, without exaggeration, a powerful spiritual force. And also a strong blow. The tiger thought that he was a skilled fighter. The gentleman raised his hand higher in the air. He created dozens more of these checks, looking sternly at the last living enemy. His eyes glowed bright orange. Raising his finger up, he thoughtfully asked if the tiger could dodge this attack. Is mockingly shouted that this was the force of 1,000th blow. From all the checks that he created, a bright ray of sunlight began to appear. They have already started aiming at the tiger. The tiger, not expecting such an attack, looked in bewilderment at all those rays that were supposed to kill him in a matter of minutes. The tiger couldn't even resist such force. Around him, several dozen rays simultaneously hit the ground, trying to identify him. The gentleman laughed loudly, telling the little animals to run, because if he stopped for a second, the tiger's life would end. He mockingly watched the beast's attempts to survive in this trap. And then he froze in bewilderment. The tiger cleverly promised all the traps. All rays and boar corpses. Some live boars still tried to attack the beast, but it was moving closer and closer to the master. His eyes sparkled with a scarlet flame. Clenching his jaw, the man called the tiger a sneaky cat. He looked forward with fear to the battlefield. The gentleman's eyes lit up with bright sunlight. He shouted aggressively that he didn't care about his skin, he would stuff the tiger. The bell in his hands glowed brightly. The tiger was surrounded by several dozen rays. There was nowhere to go. He looked up doomedly, looking for a way out. Stones from the road flew at the beast, and then the rays came even closer. Now the owner of the mountain could not take a single step. Everything around him became the same color. He looked up in fear, but there was still one gap left. The tiger looked at it and decided that the master's errands had come to an end. And then the predatory beast swung its paw. Everything around him began to burn with a blue flame, but his eyes began to burn with a bright red fire. It was a fierce claw. It destroyed everything in its path. The blue flame was so large that it was visible from afar. It burned out all the rays. One of the warriors watched in fear what was happening. The rays became less and less. The warriors looked forward in fear, not knowing what could be done. One of them closed his eyes in fear, and the second was ready to fight at any moment. Boars with excitement and fun go straight to the fire. There were only a few of them left, but they were all angry and strong, and therefore they wanted blood. A strange something came out of the fire, the silhouette resembling a tiger. But he was more. All of his fur turned completely black. They seemed to be filled with blood. The gentleman wondered what it was. Looking at the beast in front of him in fear, the gentleman wondered how he could survive his strongest attack. One of the beast's eyes became completely sky blue, and the other was black with a bright red pupil. The gentleman fearfully wondered how such an animal could have such impressive strength. The tiger's entire face was covered in blood. The beast thought doomedly that she really didn't want to use this technique. Warang stood next to the tiger. The tiger asked if she had found what they needed. The girl quickly agreed. They both walked across the burned battlefield. The girl looked at the tiger with concern. She asked when he got hurt so bad and if he was okay. The tiger, looking indifferently at Warang, said that he was dying. His voice sounded completely calm. The gentleman's voice was heard. He mocked that the tiger's strength was running out and now he was at the very bottom. The girl looked pitifully at the beast. The man continued to mock and say that he was in great pain, and then throwing a blue robe over them and the tiger, the girl said that they got what they wanted and therefore they should go. The tiger looked doomedly at Warang. The gentleman tensed up at that very second. He asked if this was the power of invisibility. There was no one else at the scene of the hordes of fire. The gentleman asked in fear where they had gone. A boy ran up to the irritated man. He turned to the teacher and said that they had problems. The boy screamed that the ball had disappeared. The teacher turned sharply towards him. He was filled with anger at them for daring to come to him and attack him and now also steal the ball. The man wanted to ask what his student was talking about but did not have time. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. An unacceptable amount of blood. The boy ran up to the teacher asking if he was okay. Kneeling down, the man said that there was no need to worry about him and the teacher was only weak. He couldn't get up from the pain. Blood dripped from his mouth, but despite the pain, the man thought soberly. He realized that if he lost the ball, he would be expelled from the community. Suddenly, the teacher remembered about that girl, the one who used the power of invisibility. He glanced around with fear and hatred in his eyes. Raising a crazy look at the boy, the man ordered to look for the thief to find the one who took the ball. The student answered in confusion that there were only 3 of them left and they could not cope with Sang Gun alone. The man shouted and called them fools. He said that they saw how weak he was because he survived his strongest attack. While he is recovering, one will remain with the master and the others will follow the thief. Still on his knees, the man shouted for them not to let him out of sight. The student agreed fearfully. At this time, Choa slowly opened the front door. The girl whispered in fear, asking if they were talking about her husband now. She looked out from behind the door in fear. It was already getting dark. The sky was turning orange, but because of the fog around it, it seemed like a pale pink. A forest and slopes were visible ahead. Tiger and Warang walked slowly through the flower field. The girl enthusiastically suggested that they were probably panicking there. The beast next to her is bleeding. Those same petrified swords were stuck in his chest. The tiger raised his head and said mockingly that it was interesting to see his expression. And after imagining it, he said that his soul felt lighter. But then he coughed up blood again. And then the girl said worriedly that there was no time for laughter now. Warang asked the tiger to think about himself. But the tiger only looked with disgust at the light flowers in front of her. The girl clenched her jaw and looked away. She realized that the tiger was getting worse and worse. And then I thought what happened, and then the tiger fell to the ground. The girl called him in fear. The tender buds were sprinkled with blood for the first time. Sangong was lying on the ground coughing up blood. He looked at the flowers in front of him with disgust. They contrasted very strangely with his imminent death. The tiger's entire face was covered in blood. Warang said worriedly that this wouldn't work, she needed to pull out those stakes. The beast, wheezing pitifully, agreed. The girl looked warily at the spears in his back. Blood was flowing from them. She thought about how she could do this more painlessly. And then the eyes of the owner of the mountain opened wide in pain. His eyes were already filled with blood, and he himself had no idea that it would hurt so much. Everything became blurry before the beast's eyes. The silhouettes of the trees were distorted, the mountain slopes became completely low, and the colors became monotonous. The girl was overwhelmed by the horror of anticipation. She looked at the spear in fear. Warang whispered in fear that it was necessary to warn about this. There were strange twists on the branches of the spear. The girl said that they had taken root in his body. All the branches were covered in blood. The tiger looked up at the girl. He buried his muzzle in the soft flowers. The girl tried to object, saying that the animal was bleeding heavily. The tiger looked at Warang in fear. He said that if you hesitate, then these branches will bleed from his height. He also said that it was better than dying slowly and painfully. The girl tried to object, but the tiger interrupted her. He said that he would endure it because Warang knows him very well. The girl with violet eyes silently listened to his speech. It was difficult for her to make decisions because she knew about the pain that he would have to experience. The girl extended her fragile pale hand to one spear. Grabbing the rod with her hands, Warang warned that it would be very painful. She was already preparing to pull him out of the tiger. The girl pressed her lips tightly together. It was unpleasant for her to cause pain to the tiger, even though it was instead of death. At dawn, even more blood spilled onto the flowers. The girl freed him from the branches stuck in his chest. Two boys stood next to the body. One of them exclaimed excitedly that they had found a tiger. The second one said that the animal was very badly wounded. The second guy said to be careful. There was a slight difference in height between them, and now when one of them leaned down to look at the body, the first towered over him like a predator. Another boy, looking up with a stern look, replied that he knew what the tiger's strength was. He said that now he was sure that the beast was dying. Leaning mockingly towards the body, the man said that that ghost is next to him. The power she uses is priceless. If they take this power away from Warang, they will return the ball and get a promotion. Near the body stood the very spears that Warang had pulled out of the lion's body. They were all covered in blood. There was a girl next to the tiger. She carefully tried to stroke his face. All the snow-white flowers near them were already dirty. The girl looked at the tiger's body with regret. She thought about pulling out all the branches, but he lost consciousness. The tiger has lost a lot of blood, we need to wake him up. A man's voice came from behind. The girl turned around in fear when she heard someone ask in surprise who was standing there. Two guys came out from behind a tree. One said that although the tiger was breathing, he was sure that these were his last breaths. He smiled mockingly. The girl screamed in fear as they found her covering the tiger with her back. But then the girl took out her saber from the green collar around her neck. She stood up and glared at her rivals. The same boy asked if Warang wanted to protect his master. At that very second, he and his partner attacked her. The boy mockingly said that this was very funny. Rays formed from the saber in the hands of the men. The girl immediately tried to fight them off. The man thought that he had restored his strength to the 3rd level. Now a haze hovered near his face. It encircled his entire body. Turning around, the man thought it was wonderful. His eyes were filled with blue bright fire. The gentleman looked at the battlefield, which was filled with corpses of wild boars, people broken asphalt. He said they were attacked not by bandits but by animals. It's not even funny. Behind the man a couple of minutes ago there was a small part of the cart. It exploded and burned with blue flame. In surprise, the gentleman almost shouted. The man immediately ran further away from the explosion. He thought that despite the fact that he had not yet fully recovered, there would be helpers with him. He remembered that pebble and decided that it was priceless. Smiling widely, the man said that he had a lot of values. Something stirred in the bushes. This was the only sound that broke the silence in the entire forest. The man seemed to be transported to where that tiger was. It was like taking a huge leap through the forest. He thought about a strong tiger and a ghost who controlled the stone. Smiling slyly, the gentleman looked at the forest with his gray eyes. He realized that if he caught them, he would become the richest man. Then the gentleman noticed a certain silhouette of a tiger. From such a distant angle, it might have looked like he had simply fallen asleep. Having flown closer, the man was able to verify this. There really was an animal lying among the flowers. The man looked at the owner of the mountain as if distraught. He thought that the tiger was lying right in front of his eyes. A little boy ran up to the teacher and said that Chow had disappeared. She talked about going behind the bushes to pee, but the boy didn't see her after that. He turned his gaze to the forest full of danger. The old man cursed tiredly. He said that it was very dangerous in the mountains. The boy almost screamed in fright. Behind them, near the burnt part of the cart, stood one of the master's disciples. Meanwhile, a girl with blue eyes walked alone through the forest. Choa relied only on her intuition. She walked further and further into the forest, believing that this was where her husband would be. She fearfully recalled the dialogue between the gentleman and that man. She was filled with confidence that they were talking about her tiger. The girl thought that she didn't know why they were fighting, but her husband came for her. So she will now go to him. From her thoughts, Choa smiled tenderly and walked on. In the silence of the night, among snow-white flowers sprinkled with blood, lay the body of a tiger. She practically couldn't breathe anymore. The silence of the night made it completely black. And then the gentleman stabbed the tiger's neck with his saber a couple of times. At first he was afraid, but then plucking up courage, he began to do it almost with pleasure. The man smiled slyly and thought that the tiger had died while pulling out his branches. He reflected that it was obvious and very boring. The man looked once again with his dark eyes at the tiger's body. He realized that since the tiger died, the ghost also evaporated. Then he should find their thing. The man began to walk around the tiger, which was bleeding. He poked the flowers with a saber, tried to look for them himself, but there was nothing. The man imagined how his first student stole that precious stone from him. His eyes filled with blood from anger. He swore loudly, calling him a pathetic freak. The man was trying to take his anger out on someone. But in front of him, there was only a tiger. At that same second, the gentleman cut off his head with one wave of his hand. Blood gushed onto the flowers again. The head of the predatory beast flew several meters away. A few drops of blood fell on the check the man was holding in his hands. The man looked at the tiger's corpse with distraught eyes. He could only think about one thing: how dare he take his thing? And then the gentleman disappeared from the field of flowers. Once again it seemed as if he simply jumped up and evaporated high in the sky. In a field of delicate flowers lay the corpse of a tiger. He was bleeding all over, staining everything around him. His eyes were closed and they would never open again. And the girl, silently, as if afraid to frighten him away, approached her husband's head. The wind blew Choa's snow-white locks. She couldn't find the words to describe her own emotions. The girl extended her snow-white little hand to him. She was covered with several wounds. The girl doomedly raised her husband's bloody head from the grass. She stood covered in blood, but did not feel any disgust or fear. The girl stood there for a few more seconds, not knowing where to go next, how to do something next. She looked in disappointment at his head, which had closed its eyes and would not open again. Gradually, petals began to fall around. A few more moments passed, and then a little more, and so on ad infinitum. It was already getting cold. but Choa did not have the strength to move in the other direction. The girl still looked at her husband's head with devastated blue eyes. Then a slight smirk appeared on her lips, as if she just misunderstood something and everything was actually fine. Looking at the bloody head, Choa called out to him tenderly. She sighed heavily, and then the girl walked closer to the body of the beast. She displeasedly asked him whether he was joking with her again or not. The girl with white hair smiled widely and cheerfully said that now she would not allow herself to be deceived. She stood with her husband's head above his torso. The girl laid her husband's head on the flowers. Choa gently began to stroke the tiger, asking him to stop mocking him and get up quickly. All this time she did not stop smiling hysterically. The girl removed her bloody fingers from the fur of the owner of the mountain. In some places there were wounds on them, but in some places it was her husband's blood. The girl looked at the body and realized that the head lay too far from it. Where she stood, the entire path of flowers was covered in blood. It's already starting to get brighter. The girl opened her eyes wide and looked in horror at the mutilated body of her husband. She peered into the animal's face for a couple of moments, trying to find at least some hint that he was really alive. The girl pursed her lips tightly. She didn't want to admit the bad thoughts that were popping into her head. She looked resentfully at the piece of body in front of her, and then the girl raised the head of the beast. She tried to talk to her. Choa said she already told her to stop making fun of her. The girl moved the tiger's head closer to his body. She stroked it slowly, saying that the beast had tried very hard. The girl, sitting on her knees, plaintively asked the tiger to get up. At first, there was devastation in the girl's chest, but then a new feeling began to grow strong, and one that made her want to die. Tears flowed from the girl's blue eyes. Drop by drop, they framed Cho's face. She pressed her lips together tightly, almost to the point of bleeding. Taking a deep breath into her chest, Cho screamed heartrendingly. She clutched her clothes with her hands. The drops still ran down the child's face. The girl's scream was very long and loud. She sat over the lifeless body of the tiger, not knowing what she would do next. How will she live on? The girl met the dawn with the corpse of her husband. The scream faded away, leaving only a strange emptiness. White angelic flowers shone around them, and today they were watered with blood. Somewhere in other parts it was still night. There were high mountain slopes and dense forests. In those places on the rocks lay a tiger's paw. There wasn't a drop of blood on her. The girl, using her strength, tried to bring the tiger to a safe place. She asked in bewilderment why the beast was so heavy. Warang leaned her hand against the tiger fur. Her hand was pale and cold like a corpse's. There was violet energy floating around her. And then the girl pitifully squeezed the fur on his face. There was more purple haze around her. Warang accidentally dropped the beast. He immediately sighed hysterically and tried to growl in surprise. The tiger, looking up, thought when he had already passed out. He looked ahead in fear. Warang cordially replied that he had finally woken up. The beast wanted to answer that he was woken up, but he was interrupted. Warang's body seemed to begin to disappear. The tiger turned to her in fear. There was more and more purple haze around the girl, but she just smiled carefree. The man had previously wrestled with her. Every now and then he brought his saber into battle, hoping that he could at least hit the girl. The second guy also hoped for at least a minor victory. But Warang's strength had already forced him to run away several meters. A huge magic circle formed around Warang. He had to protect her and not let anyone outside into him. The warriors nearby just waved their sabers in fear, not knowing how to deal with it. One of the guys wondered how a ghost could have such power. Then he realized that if this continued, they would lose altogether. The tiger lay unconscious in the magic circle all this time. Warang, on the other hand, tried her best to hold back her defense. Her eyes glowed bright purple. Strange gray knives appeared from the sleeves of one of the guys. They were very sharp and small, slightly larger than a palm. The boy released these knives with a stream of force directly at the tiger. He was able to break through Warang's magic circle. The girl's rival shouted that if that tiger died, then Warang would disappear. Warang was unable to hold the knives with her strength. They were already very close to the unconscious tiger. The girl understood that if they hit him, he would die immediately. And then the girl threw herself under the knives. She wanted the tiger to live, and the girl would somehow get out. 2 knives plunged deep into her back. Blood flowed out of her. The guy played enough and pitifully talked about saving his master. The girl sacrifices herself. He looked at her mockingly and said that this was the only way for her to survive. Near Warang's wounds, Without turning to them, the girl said that she had been shouting with them for too long and it was time for them to finish. And the girl then slowly turned to Sang-gun and said that it would hurt a little. She seemed to apologize for this, speaking in a quiet whisper. The girl seemed to rise up in a black silhouette. Purple smoke hovered around her, but when it got closer to the guys it turned black. The two opponents were perplexed and therefore only squeezed their sabers tighter. One of the warriors looked up in fear. His face contorted in horror. He wondered what it was. The second one attacked the girl with a saber. He countered aggressively, asking if Raven was now creating illusions to distract them. The second one attacked the girl with a saber. He countered aggressively, asking if Raven was now creating illusions to distract them. He, looking at her, said that this pathetic girl was no match for him. His accomplice tried to stop him. He casually called him and asked him to wait. The guy opened his mouth wide in bewilderment at such drastic actions of his friend. The purple-haired girl's eyes glowed brightly. It seemed like they could burn like the sun, or like a gorgon jellyfish that could turn you into stone with just one glance. The man tried to resist, but he failed. Warang literally incinerated him with her gaze because the guy disappeared piece by piece. His friend extended his hand to him, trying to help in some way. His accomplice opened his eyes wide in horror. He could not imagine such power from an ordinary ghost. The man screamed heartrendingly, trying to throw off the shackles of magic. Purple pieces scatter around him. Finally, the trembling man fell to his knees. The girl slowly walked up to him. Havaram towered over the guy. It seemed that it should have already fallen into pieces, but this did not happen at all. Warang said that she had exhausted her strength, but not enough to lose to such midges. The man, looking at her from bottom to top, realized that this girl was completely invincible. Then the guy plaintively begged for mercy. He swore that he was only following orders. The girl looked emotionlessly at the man who just a minute ago had called her a complaining girl. The girl's eye glowed even more intensely with a bright purple light. After a short pause, Warang irritably asked if the man was now praying for mercy. Her gaze was full of anger. The man bowed even more. He plaintively screamed words of apology and pleas for mercy again. Then the guy said that if the girl left him alive, he would do whatever she wanted. Then Warang asked if he had a talent for magic. The man's eyes widened at such an unexpected question. A stream of blood flowed from the guy's forehead. But the man enthusiastically agreed and said that he would do everything. He raised his head from his knees and looked at the girl. The girl, as if distraught, looking at the guy's face, said that this was great. Then the girl took out her eye. From it appeared hieroglyphs. Warang said to take a look at this spell and start right away. She said that she would provide the necessary raw materials and therefore he should start. But then the girl again looked up at the man with a look of disgust. She said what he would do, the man would have to eat himself, and that everything should be done carefully. The tiger said that Warang let him eat what he made and turned him into a copy of the beast. The girl only smiled gently and tiredly in response. The tiger said thoughtfully that the girl had suffered a lot because of him. He lowered his head guiltily, but Warang immediately reached out to him to console him. She said that when the tiger lost consciousness, the girl gave him that ball. Apparently it is really effective since the beast survived with such wounds. For a moment the tiger realized. He looked at the cold floor in surprise. The girl reached out with her hands to the green pendant on the tiger's neck. She said that all he had to do was write down all its beneficial effects. The tiger's voice trembled. He, looking at the grass, said in a half-whisper that the girl just needed to rest a little. So why did she speak as if she was saying goodbye to him? A violet-black haze woke up from the girl's hands. She reached out to the animal with her hand, wanting to touch the tiger for the last time. The girl pressed the tiger's nose to her forehead. Standing in such an embrace, they both closed their eyes, wanting to hide from all the troubles in this world. The girl asked the tiger for something in a whisper, but did not have time to finish her request. She literally dissolved before his eyes. She became that purple haze, and then the tiger was left alone. There was absolutely no one next to him. For a moment it seemed as if the world around had ceased to exist. He could only look at the floor where Warang used to stand. The tiger said quietly, looking into the distance. He asked her to come back quickly and promised that he would wait for her. The tiger turned around and hurried away from this dark place. He couldn't expect anything good, and Choa was still sitting in the flowers over the corpse of her husband. She mourned him bitterly and loudly. She stroked his neck, but there was no longer any hope that he was alive. A boar with 6 horns and sparkling eyes of green light answered someone that he understood. He smiled slightly. The wild boars around him narrowed their eyes and then smiled. Excitement sparkled in their eyes, and it was visible even in the impenetrable darkness of the night. One of the boars thought that despite the chaos, the tiger ran away with the Dabong Bal Huang. Realizing that he had underestimated him, and as soon as he regained his strength and healed his wounds, he would come for his head. His eyes lit up. The same boar with a sprouting tree on his back ordered to look for the tiger because they cannot allow the sacrifices to be in vain, but he was wounded and could not run far. Everyone immediately picked up his mood. Then the boar shouted even more loudly that it was imperative to find the tiger and kill it because if this was not done now he would rip their heads off. It seemed as if his eyes were about to pop out of anger. The tiger stood on a high slope. A dense forest was visible below, and in front of it was a thick, impenetrable fog. All his fur was covered in blood again. The tiger looked down sternly. His eyes became the same color as some places on his snow-white chest. The tiger looked forward again. Bright green moths and fireflies flew in those places. They resembled the color of the pendant given to the tiger from Warang. The owner of Mountback stepped on a wet stone, no longer even afraid of falling into the water because it's easy to slip on such pebbles. The tiger was absolutely indifferent to what was happening around. The tiger immersed in apathy called Yonghua. He ordered her to go out looking at his reflection in the water. Something brightly golden in color immediately surfaced in the depths of the water. It was difficult not to notice her because she was like a star and stood out among all the water. The golden fish swam tiredly out of the lake. She looked at the tiger indifferently but tried to enthusiastically greet the unexpected guest. But when she looked at the tiger's body, the fish really became worried. She asked what happened to the tiger. The fish rose up and then the tiger began a dialogue with it. He said that there was no time and that he would explain everything later, but they needed to leave here. The beast ordered Yonghua to get ready. The beast immediately received a response. The fish said that since the tiger said so, he would naturally follow his order. Then the fish wearily pointed its gaze at the one who was behind. He asked if that bastard Dansha would go with them. Dansha literally grew up in the ground, but after those words he climbed out of there. The earth almost shook from Dansha's head. He looked at the tiger and began to complain, saying that the fish 100% wanted to leave without him, and that it was better not to take such heartless people with him. Yonghua clicked and said that he was just a scary plant. In response, he received ridicule as well as being called a stinking fish. The tiger sighed heavily and just waited for them to finish. Even at the bottom of the lake, a swearing voice could be heard asking if his interlocutor had said everything. And at the other end of the lake too. Unwittingly, all freshwater inhabitants became yet another witness to a quarrel between a plant and a fish. The black paw was reaching for something. The Black Panther had the same snow-white tights. The Black Panther just yawned from boredom. She could no longer wait so long for the owner of this same cave. And then the panther heard some sound. She perked up her ears, ready to listen or eavesdrop. The Black Panther looked at the exit in surprise and then exclaimed that it was Sangong. He looked with his bright yellow eyes, which were almost filled with joy, and that very second the Black Panther rushed towards the exit. He said it was his scent, so he was sure. The ghost nearby only timidly called out to him. Accelerating his run, the Black Panther exclaimed that this impudent man had finally shown up. He quietly muttered to himself that today he would definitely tear the tiger to pieces. He ran faster and faster towards the source of the smell. Excitement ran through his blood, but suddenly the Black Panther stopped. He saw the much-awaited guest in front of him. The tiger, who was walking through the empty forest covered in blood, clearly did not expect to see a Black Panther here. He just cast an interested glance. And the panther also did not want to see the tiger in blood. The predator looked in fear at what was happening in front. He awkwardly turned to Sangoon, and then the Black Panther almost screamed in anger. He asked who dared to do this, what creature dared to touch the tiger. The tiger looked wearily at the panther in front of him. He irritably asked why it mattered to him who touched the owner of the mountain. Black Panther clearly did not expect such a question. He looked at him in surprise, and he himself wanted to ask the question what the tiger even meant. At first, the black predator was confused by the question, but then he realized that, because of it, he could not fight the tiger in a fair fight. The beast turned around and replied that only the panther was missing for its head. The panther, laughing, asked where the tiger was going. To which I received the answer that the animal is a little busy now and the predator should come later, then he will play with it. The panther asked enthusiastically when exactly they could play. He cordially said that he had been waiting for this meeting for a very long time. Hope settled in the predator's eyes. Then finally the tiger decided to look at his interlocutor. He asked how long he had waited and then exclaimed that the panther was a fool. He said that since the panther wanted to fight so much, then soon those with whom he could fight would come here. The predator asked who it was, and the tiger said that he didn't even know. Maybe Taoist or stupid pigs from Mount Wudong. The ghost of the Black Panther asked in surprise. She had long black hair and dark eyes, and she was dressed in a red dress. She fearfully asked if the tiger had fought with Taoist. Then the girl smiled tenderly and said that it was amazing. Stay alive after the battle with Taoist. The tiger turned around and walked away from them in the opposite direction. He said he had a lot to do, so he'd better have fun on his own. The ghost and the predator looked after him in confusion. And then the Black Panther rushed after the tiger. He asked to wait for him. The girl extended a helping hand to him when the panther was already showing his fist. She asked Sangun to listen to her and said that the tiger was being pursued by his enemies. The girl reminded that the tiger has a lot of wounds, and even more so he is alone. The tiger turned around for a second and asked the question, "So what?" The girl asked if the tiger would like to unite with her owner. At first he was skeptical about this idea, not even believing her words. The panther was glad that he would be with Sangun. The girl still continued to talk about the advantages of the deal with them. She said that the owner wanted to compete with the tiger, but of course after he had healed his wounds. She smiled tenderly at the tiger. The tiger began to think. He thought that there was no guarantee that he would reach the cover point before he was found. And this proposal is more relevant than ever. He looked warily at his two allies. Proudly raising the collection, the girl asked how the tiger was offered. The panther looked at Sangun with hope. Tiger thought it was a very good proposal, but there were too many contradictions. The tiger hastened to refuse because he could not trust them. The tiger said that he did not want to continue on his way, fearing that someone would bite him in the ass from behind. The panther flared up and began to say that he was not such a rat. The ghost hastened to block his path to the tiger with her hand. The girl closed her eyes and said in a calm voice that they should do this. She pulled out a sign from her sleeve. She asked if they were familiar with this little thing. The tiger exclaimed in bewilderment that this was a magic tablet. It was a table with a wooden frame and a small roof. The girl held her tightly, showing Sanguno. The panther was surprised and with inspired eyes asked what it was. The girl politely asked him to shut up. The tiger remembered that this is a sign that directly connects the life of the person whose name is written there. The tiger looked at the ghost more warily and asked what she would do. The girl began to bite her nail as she thought, looking at the sign in her hands. And then the girl wrote a name with her finger blood. The ghost said that she would write her name and the name of her owner on the tablet. Everything around the panther glowed with a strange red outline. The predator looked at his paw in fear and asked what was happening. And then the girl gave the tiger a sign with their names written in blood. In the back sat a panther who looked at his paw in surprise. The tiger was perplexedly aware of the situation. He thought that the ghost had written his name with his own hand. And then I realized that she was crazy. The tiger looked at the girl in horror. The girl, smiling tenderly, asked what the tiger was thinking about. The ghost said that the tiger understands that if he has this sign, they will not be able to harm him. The beast, looking sternly at the girl, said that she wrote their names in it means that the ghost gives life into the hands of the tiger. I asked where she had such courage because she knows what can be done with the sign. Black Panther said hesitantly that Sangong is not so cowardly as to threaten with this sign. And then he asked the ghost for approval. She cordially agreed with him, and then the tiger smiled softly. After a whole series of tragedies, such trust became a small outlet. Then the tiger turned around and walked in the opposite direction from his two partners. He said he didn't need it and such a thing would only burden him. The ghost and the panther stood in anticipation. And then when the tiger had gone too far, the Black Panther awkwardly called to him. At first, the owner of the mountain didn't even move. He continued on his way alone, and after a couple of moments the beast turned around and asked why they were standing. He said that a difficult path lay ahead. The panther looked sharply at the tiger with eyes full of hope. The predator and the ghost looked at each other happily. The girl, as usual, smiled tenderly and modestly, but the panther did not hide his joy. The panther immediately ran to Sanguno and laughingly said that since he was not able to cope alone, the predator would serve as a support for him. The tiger looked at him in bewilderment. The tiger asked what he was carrying. The panther said that there was a fascinating reed field nearby. But the beast interrupted him and said that they were not going on a picnic. The three of them walked in the silence of the night. It was dark in the forest, only the dim light of the moon illuminated everything around, breaking through the leaves of the trees. Sang-gun was lying on the ground, and in front of him was sleeping the one who until recently had been his sworn enemy. The tiger still couldn't sleep. The events of the past day kept reminding us of themselves. He put together fragments of memories of that bloody battle in his head, and to some extent worried about the white-haired girl. But the ghost girl accompanying the Black Panther raised more questions in his mind. Sang-gun thought about the fact that they had been walking for several days without rest. But this girl doesn't look tired at all. He watched her so much, but it brought almost no results. In his mind, her level was much higher than he could have imagined. But even despite her superiority, she without hesitation gave Sang-gun a sign with her name and the name of her master. This seemed a little strange to him. The tiger addressed the girl by name. He intended to find answers to the questions that interested him. Hong Yong answered him instantly. The girl did not close her eyes and did not seem to need sleep at all after a long journey. Sang-gong asked if the girl could teach him how to hide his spiritual power. He had long realized that she herself uses this technique and therefore in theory could help him master the spell. Hong Yun replied that it was not difficult for her to teach the tiger this technique. After a short silence, she asked him a question about what she could get in return for training. The tiger hesitated for a moment and then asked what the girl wanted. Now he had almost nothing except the newly acquired expansion bell. He had almost nothing to offer. The girl continued to stroke her owner's fur. She said that she had long noticed that the tiger guessed a lot about her, and also said that it was difficult to lure her with anything. She also added that Sang-gun was far superior to her master in his guesses. While the Black Panther slept peacefully like a baby, the tiger continued to build theories. The girl pinched the panther's cheek. The tiger did not quite understand what she was driving at, but thought that Hong Yong had chosen her master and accompanies him all his life. He could not understand why the girl chose this particular fool. While the tiger was thinking, the girl sharply asked if Sang-gun had a dabong ball. Wanna? The question about this subject abruptly brought the tiger out of his thoughts. He jumped on the spot. The tiger did not understand how the girl could find out about this relic. He really just got the ball recently. He had a hunch that the girl might know what was inside the relic. Noticing the tiger's reaction, the girl clapped her hands and looked very happy. She said she sat and wondered, but apparently she hit the nail on the head. She added that she has a developed nose for such things. The tiger mumbled a few words that everything was clear to him now. Sang-gun felt sorry to give away this ball obtained with such difficulty in exchange for some kind of knowledge. The tiger sacrificed himself for the sake of the ball. The girl decided to strike while the iron was hot, and also added that if Sang-gun gave her the relic, she would receive a sacred book in return. She pulled out an old tract from her sleeve. According to her, this book was very ancient and powerful forces were hidden in it. The girl said that she was difficult to understand, but the tiger had the opportunity to master it. Hong Yun added that if the tiger manages to master the knowledge described in this sacred book, then with unprecedented ease he will be able to raise his level to Shinsu. Sang-gong was delighted. The tiger did not understand where the girl could have this book. He was perplexed by the realization that the ghost girl owned such a jewel. People like him had 6 levels of strength. They were arranged in sequence from lowest to highest. Yangmul, Yanghua, Yanjiao, Yangmian, Yanggap, and Yangwan. But all magical beings dreamed of Shinsu level. Shinsu was the ultimate level better than which nothing existed. No matter how much someone tried to raise their level, not everyone was given it. Raising even 1 level was already an achievement. And then the tiger thought about what if he suddenly managed to get this book. Then he can become many times stronger even without raising his level. The girl continued to praise her book. She said that traces of the previous owner were even visible in it, and he was clearly at the highest level. The girl looked intently at the book she was holding in her hands, and then she added that the previous owner of the book could not fully master it. The tiger rose to its paws. His fur was still stained with his own blood, and he had an amulet tied around his neck. Sang-gong was not a fool, so he decided to think about it a few more times. He asked the girl if she would definitely be satisfied with this exchange. He understood that she was losing a lot by giving such an important book to him. Hong Yong said everything was fine, but in addition she wanted to ask the tiger to be more friendly with her master. Apparently the girl was already tired of their eternal fights and bickering. Song Gung thought that he would have to be more friendly with the panther. This condition seemed so simple that suspicions arose from this simplicity. But the tiger still agreed. The tiger did not understand what the girl was trying to achieve. She and the panther had the same levels, but she wanted Song Gun to help him. It was a little stupid. He pricked up his ears and was ready to make this deal. The conditions seemed fair enough to him, so nothing aroused his suspicions. Strange sounds were coming from the forest. The tiger said that he heard the pigs coming. He would not want to intersect with them now because he had in his hands the very relic that they wanted to get. The girl said that since they had already discussed everything, Song Gun could go ahead. She was going to stay and fight the pigs. The tiger asked whether the girl could definitely cope with a crowd of enemies. He, of course, did not doubt her abilities, but something made him worry. There were many pigs, but she was alone. Hong Yun said that the tiger must have big plans if he was heading to that place. She also added that she trusted him with her master. There was no time to think. The decision had to be made instantly. The tiger also understood that time was not in their favor. He said that he understood everything and was ready to take the panther with him. Song Gun thought that the girl was very worried about her master. The tiger tried to wake up the black panther. He touched his ex with his paw and loudly told him to get up quickly. The panther apparently did not want to go anywhere. He just continued to lie on the ground. After a few more seconds of trying to wake him up, the panther finally woke up. He said he had a very good dream. There was drool flowing from the corner of his mouth and his muzzle looked sleepy. Song Gun commanded him to get up quickly. They already had to leave. The panther still couldn't get rid of the remnants of sleep, and so he lazily mumbled something in response and didn't want to get up. The tiger walked forward. He began to move away from the black panther in the hope that he would not resist and would follow him. The panther turned towards Hong Yong. He asked why the girl froze in place. She replied that he would soon catch up with them and the panther should move forward, otherwise he would lose sight of the tiger. The panther rushed forward. He told the girl to quickly catch up with them. Still, the animal was worried about the ghost girl. He obediently followed Song Gong as Hong promised. The girl stood calmly in place, waiting for the enemy to approach. She was ready for a life-or-death battle and definitely didn't plan to die. Now that she had gotten the ball, she didn't want to die. The area became too quiet. This suspicious silence made the girl's gaze dart around. She assessed her surroundings and expected an attack from the quiet. Soon she saw a flock of wild pigs approaching her. Their eyes sparkled in the darkness between the trees. The girl maintained a calm expression as if they were no match for her. A tiger and a panther were walking along some steppe. It was dark all around, and in open areas it was easiest to spot the enemy, so they chose this path. The panther asked if what he just ate was dabong huan. The tiger replied that everything was exactly as the panther understood. Now he could increase his level by several units. He asked why Song Gun decided to give him such a thing, to which he received the answer that he received something valuable in return. The animals were approaching a lonely tree standing in the middle of this wasteland. There was not a single leaf on the tree. The panther still couldn't believe that Song Gun would just give him such a powerful relic. When they reached the tree, Song Gun stopped. The panther asked if they had arrived. He couldn't understand what they had forgotten in such a place. There was nothing at all here. The tiger heard his partner shouting that there was nothing here. He touched the tree trunk with his paw and told him to look carefully. Something spectacular was about to happen. He sent a stream of magical energy into the tree trunk. A white haze immediately spread across it. This meant that what Song Gung was trying to do worked, and at that very moment leaves blossomed on the branches of the old tree, which seemed dead and withered. It was akin to some kind of magic of nature. An unimaginable transformation took place right before the eyes of the animals. And then the green leaves turned yellow. They turned yellow but did not fall off. This color was somewhat reminiscent of the color of gold. It seemed that this tree had awakened from sleep. The mighty tree now towered in the middle of the endless wasteland. It grew high and the branches now covered the sky. The panther was very surprised. He asked if this was a magic tree. Then the ground began to shake. A secret passage opened right under their feet. The panther's surprise became immeasurable. He never expected that a tiger would ever lead him to such a place. Several dozen stone steps led down. The panther looked around and stopped his gaze on the stairs, peering somewhere into the darkness. He wondered what was down there. The tiger turned around and looked at his new friend. He said he discovered this place by accident. Song Gongyi was about to start explaining something but realized that the panther was too busy looking at the unknown. Then he decided to tell us a little about this place. The tiger said that if the panther entered there, he would be able to fully master the power of the ball and no one would be able to stop him. After that, Song Gong headed down the stone steps. He told the panther to keep up with him. The animals descended lower and deeper into this strange magical tree. The tiger walked forward, lost in his thoughts. The only thing in his head was that from the moment he mastered new knowledge, no one else would be able to encroach on his life, and no one will suffer because of him. Speaking about the victims, he remembered Warang. The tiger clearly remembered how the girl sacrificed herself for his safety and then scattered to the wind. The road down was too long. There seemed to be no end to these stone steps. The tiger remained calm and walked forward. Trailing behind him was the panther, who was still not sure that his old friend was not leading him into a trap. A few days later, a rather interesting crowd formed in front of the tree. At the very trunk stood a girl whose red clothes fluttered in the wind. She was the very strong ghost protecting the panther. Hong Yong looked at the blossoming tree and thought about something. It was quiet around her, but the girl knew for sure that she was not alone in this place. A piercing scream was heard behind her, filled with anger. Someone asked how long they would have to wait. The girl turned around and looked at the pigs surrounding her. They all muttered in unison that they were tired of waiting. Hong Yong asked what they could do. Indifference and aloofness were heard in the girl's voice. Her motives were still unclear. She could defeat them, so why did she send the pigs on the trail of her master? And the horde, hungry for profit, seemed to have taken up arms against the whole world. They dug their hooves into the ground and looked as if they were about to attack. One shouted louder than the other that they would open this place. But before the crowd could finish speaking, the earth began to shake. The girl standing closest to the tree almost lost her balance. She jumped from foot to foot and took a fighting stance. The powerful plant was tearing itself out of the ground. Its roots were coming out. This meant only one thing. This sacred place was beginning to open up. A horde of pigs was preparing to attack. Pieces of ridges and stones began to fly in the air, which had been hidden underground for several centuries. All this fell on those who dared to get close to the plant and attack the animals that were hiding there. The silhouette of a man appeared from the tree. He was quite tall and slender. Such terrifying energy emanated from him that it seemed that this man was an unsurpassed martial artist. All the animals burst into angry cries that a man had been hiding in the tree all this time. Hong Yong also turned around to look at the one who came out of the tree. The boars became alarmed again. One of them growled that he could smell Sang-gun. They bulged their eyes and were ready to attack at any moment. But Sang-gong did not appear before their eyes. The haze began to clear. The mysterious master was getting closer. The boars howled about the smell of Sang-gun coming from him. They said that if they caught him, they would find out where the tiger was. The man's long black hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and his face was obscured by fog. He walked slowly towards the wild boars. The man called them all stupid. The man's voice seemed incredibly familiar to them. The young man was silent for a while, and then gave his face the most menacing look and said that he was Sang-gun. His eyes were as red as the eyes of a tiger. This was the only thing they had in common. The boars were horrified to find out who was standing in front of them. They repeated the same question about, how can this person be Sang-gun? The animals still could not understand how the tiger turned into a man. They continued to evaluate the appearance of the young man standing in front of them. His robes were somewhat reminiscent of the clothes of warriors, and on his feet were black high boots. He had 5 fingers and a human face. The red eyes of this young man sparkled even in daylight. He stared at the boars and was about to use some kind of technique. There was a cold air about him, although it was quite warm outside. A moment later, his silhouette began to gradually dissolve into the air. He moved somewhere to the side, but due to the incredible speed, no one could follow where exactly the young man was going. And then one of the boars screamed in pain. A huge heavy sword was thrust into his body. Sang-gong was now strong enough to fight back against these small fry. None of the boars even had time to react. Almost their entire horde simultaneously headed straight towards the young man. No one understood how and when he managed to strike. Someone shouted to run forward and someone commanded everyone to dodge. Whatever it was, the same outcome awaited them all. Sang-gun is also not yet fully accustomed to his new body. He was surprised that his physical abilities had also improved. Now he could move so fast. It would not have been difficult for him to fight back the boars. He cut down his enemies one by one. The sword he held in his hands was the same sword that he had received from the one cursed with leukemia. The former tiger understood that this was not a simple weapon, but his surprise knew no bounds when he noticed how his weapon absorbed the blood of the enemy. The sword began to drain all of the life force from the dead boar. Song Gong felt his combat power increase several times. He stared at his sword, which was now glowing red, and then turned his gaze to one of the dead boars. Noticing that something was very wrong, the boars began to move back. They all suddenly slowed down and began to whisper that the young man had in his hands the very sword of justice. Sucking the victim's blood, Song Gun looked at his weapon and mentally asked him how he tasted blood. He assessed the condition of his sword and realized that the weapon not only had not lost its combat power but had also become stronger. The young man thought that his weapon really looked scary, but even in this he saw its advantages. The guy's eyes filled with anger. The boars did not dare to come closer to the master. They talked about how they didn't understand what they should do. They knew full well that Song Gun had just upgraded his weapon and they would not be able to defeat him. The head of the boars told them all not to be afraid. He recalled that they had once managed to defeat a creature that was many times stronger than this young man. He widened his eyes and rushed into battle, calling on his brothers to do the same. He also reinforced his confidence in victory by the fact that the young man was alone. He was outnumbered by them, and all the other boars saw it too. The leader shouted that together they could do anything and rushed into battle. Others supported him and said that he was right and they were all strong too. The morale rose and the boars decided to take a risky step. They stopped running away. Now they were ready to fight. They surrounded the young man in a circle and shouted that it was time for them to attack. All these boars now intended to kill this tiger cub, and Sung Gun stood calmly. It seemed that all these enemies were of no use to him at all. He said through gritted teeth that this was to be expected of them. The young man directed his gaze forward, assessing each opponent individually. He understood that the battle could not be avoided, but he was also confident that he could win. He raised his sword up to strike. Dark energy immediately began to emanate from the weapon. The blade illuminated everyone present with a red light and was ready for bloodshed. The sharp blade of the sword looked more like a hook. It seemed that the young man's sword was so powerful that it could kill everyone at once in one fell swoop. This instilled fear in the opponents, but they did not retreat. Song Gun plunged his sword into the ground and streams of dark energy began to emanate from it. A strong wind arose, almost blowing the opponents off their feet. Purple streams of magic attacked everyone who approached. The boars froze in their places. Now no one again dared to go against this young man who had incredible strength. They asked each other what kind of tricks the young man was using. The leader of all the attacking animals did not plan to retreat. Even though everyone gathered was engulfed in the black fog and did not know what else to expect, this boar barked at everyone, saying not to hesitate. His voice was heard again after some time. He ordered all the boars to gather together and not scatter. But the fog covered the entire valley. There was no hiding from this black fog, and the wild boars lost their sight. None of the opponents could understand where he was. Everyone was so disoriented that some crashed into each other as they tried to move away from the battle. The leader was advancing. His steadfastness was commendable. He commanded all his troops to follow his voice. He sincerely hoped that they could not get lost in this black fog. Now even the main boar was not sure of their victory. Their numbers played a cruel trick on them. The boar shouted and asked if others could hear him, but there was no answer. He bulged his eyes even more. It seemed as if his eyeballs were about to fly out of their sockets from tension. But instead of answering his question, he heard only pleas for help and the heartrending cries of his brothers. It seemed that the young man had dealt with them a long time ago. The boars howled and ran away, and the leader approached the source of the purple glow. He came into the light. It wasn't as foggy there as before. Now the boar could see the sword, which sparkled every now and then, cutting through the foggy streams. His black silhouette appeared from the haze. The boar was about to attack, but then he came closer and was even more surprised. Something happened that could not have been expected. He stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Someone was moving towards him. The steps of the approaching man were heavy. The approaching boar moaned in pain and begged for help. Scarlet blood flowed from his eyes, ears, and nose in streams. He looked scared because he understood that these were the last moments of his life. The leader of the boars staggered, not believing his eyes. And then right before the eyes of the leader of the boars, his subordinate began to be enveloped by evil spirits. They reached out with black claws towards the poor fellow who could barely stand on his feet anyway. This was his end. The leader only managed to shout that it was impossible to do this. But it was too late. He wanted to rush to the aid of his brother, but those dark forces had already dragged the poor fellow into the abyss of the fog. There was no way to save him. The boar noticed how dozens or even hundreds of eyes were looking at him from all sides. They sparkled red and thirsted for blood. He couldn't understand how simply chasing a tiger could turn into something like this. A second later, several monsters dug their claws into the boar. They scratched and tore his flesh, leaving no living space on him. The last thing he managed to say was a curse towards Sanggun. At the same time, Sangong was standing somewhere with his sword. Dark energy emanated from the sword, which caused that black fog. On the young man's belt could be seen the same amulet received from Warang. The black fog cleared. The young man lowered his sword and looked around. He was shocked, not noticing a single enemy around. Song Gun thought that the sword wanted blood so badly that it left no one alive. If he had been distracted for a second, he too would have fallen victim to his own weapon. He waved his weapon and asked what kind of sword this was. An idea appeared in his head to throw him to hell in order to save his life. Hong appeared next to him. Yong. She said it was extremely impressive. Hearing a familiar voice, the young man turned around and looked at the girl. Sung Gun said he agreed with her. At the same time, he hid the sword back in the amulet he received from Warang. His face looked as if gaining new powers did not bring him any pleasure. Hong Yun congratulated him on his increase in power level. The girl immediately noticed that the former tiger's powers were far superior to his previous ones. She didn't even immediately recognize him in his new human form. Then the girl asked how he managed to turn into a human. Song Gun replied that it was too long a story. The girl approached him to take a closer look. Still, it's not every day that you see such miracles. She asked if it had something to do with his fiancé. Look, Hong Yong immediately became gloomy as soon as she mentioned it. The girl never expected that this tiger would go so crazy that he would change his appearance for the sake of some little thing. He pursed his lips and thought for a long time about his answer. The girl did not leave such a strong mark on him that he began to worry about her, but at the same time something did not give him peace. And then he answered honestly and easily that it had nothing to do with it. Deep down, he didn't understand what this woman was talking about and how he could change so much for the sake of someone else. Hong Yun fixed her sleepy gaze on him. She did not believe his words, as notes of suspicion were clearly visible in her eyes. The girl was not so easy to fool. If Sung Gun could deceive himself, he would not deceive her. Then the young man said that he was going to Mount Yuden and asked if the girl would join him. Still, it was a little boring alone, but in company, even if it was a ghost, it was better. The girl closed her eyelids and exhaled. She said with a slight smile that her turtle owner was late as always, so she couldn't answer Sung Gun right now. And then she added that as soon as the owner wakes up, he will definitely look for Song Gun. After that, the girl handed him the box and wanted to say something else. The young man looked at the box and saw that it contained 2 bracelets that looked like snakes. He immediately recognized this decoration. It was a love bracelet. Song Gun remembered that these were worn by lovers. The girl apparently read his thoughts about lovers and said that this had nothing to do with the matter. One of the bracelets unraveled and jumped to the side. A few seconds later, it was wrapped around Sung Gung's wrist. The second paired bracelet remained in the girl's hand. She said that she would give the other half to her master. The boy who received the bracelet looked like he had just been handed a bad deal. He was clearly not happy that he now had such a trinket on his wrist. The girl hid the other half in her sleeve. Hong Yun said that the tiger probably wouldn't be reincarnated for a long time and therefore asked for one thing for reincarnation. Song Gun didn't quite understand what was being said, and then the realization came to him of what exactly the girl wanted to get. He asked if she meant the transformation ball, and then he said that in his opinion she wouldn't need it. And the girl in turn, having heard the correct answer, immediately said that she needed this ball. Since Song Kung no longer needed it, it was no problem for him to borrow this trinket. He passed the transformation ball into Hong's hands. Yong was completely calm. The girl thanked him for the service rendered and hid the ball in her sleeve. The young man said that if she didn't need anything else then he should go too. He slowly walked away and then turned around adding that he did not know when they would meet again and asked the girl to take care of herself. And so the ghost in red clothes was left all alone under the tree where her master was resting. She followed the retreating figure of the reincarnated tiger with her gaze and turned in the other direction. The girl quietly said that she didn't know when either, but they would definitely meet. She turned again looking at Song-gun and then continued her path towards the tree. There were notes of sadness in her words, and after that, already looking at the tree, she said that she couldn't wait to see them again. Hong-yun chuckled and looked quite happy. She was planning something, but her plan was still known only to her. The night was coming into its own. It was getting darker above the forest and the stars were lighting up in the sky. Fog swirled over the mountain peaks. Various animals went hunting. An unknown man stood on one of the mountain slopes and looked out for something in the distance. He looked exhausted, as if he had traveled a long way to get here. An old man stood behind the man and a beam of orange-red energy flashed before his gaze. The man was beside himself with anger. He asked why the hell he should be so stressed out about someone he was following. Then he turned around and looked at the old man. The man asked if Sang-gun lived here. There was anger in his eyes. His whole face expressed impatience and a desire to quickly get even with the tiger. The old man said that there was no mistake and that this was the place where Sang-gun lived. Every resident of the village of Beck knew this place. Apparently the old man was pulled out so that he could show the way, but he couldn't cope with that either. Someone approached the young man from behind and said that there was no one inside. The old man replied that the tiger probably found out about their arrival and ran away from here. Then another man appeared. He was dressed in armor similar to knight's armor. On his chest was the sign of yin and yang. The man took out a compass and took a tiger hair from somewhere. He put the hair into the device. The compass began to glow, and the man explained everything by saying that if you put a tiger's hair in the compass, then no matter where it is, they will be able to find it. There was only a minus in this method. The compass was inactive for the next 2 days. A beam of light erupted from the device. It stretched in a southeast direction. The man holding the compass in his hands coldly concluded that the journey would take 3 days and they needed to go in that direction. The young man with red hair who had been standing on the edge of the slope earlier said that they should hurry up. The faster they get rid of the tiger, the faster they can return. He loudly commanded that they were heading to the southeast. This command was heard by the army standing behind him. They all agreed and were ready to set out. The next morning, when the sun was just beginning to rise above the horizon, life was in full swing in one of the villages near the forest. Children played in the small streets and adults worked tirelessly. A voice full of irritation was heard from somewhere. The voice was thin and not very loud, as if its owner was small. He was indignant that someone dared to snatch his shamrock from his territory. The girl was to blame. Someone told her that this shamrock belonged to him and she might not even dream of taking even a leaf. The girl had tears in her eyes. She said her chickens were starving. She also added that if the chickens are hungry, they will not lay eggs. But the one who defended his shamrocks didn't care about the girl and her problems. He asked how dare she argue with him. Then the one who had been talking to the girl all this time appeared from behind the bush. He said that the little people raise chickens to eat them later. He called it vile. The one who was outraged about the theft was none other than the white hair. He said that as long as Sang-gun is alive, no one will dare to go against him. The animal was banging its paw and looked aggressive. The girl did not give up trying to beg the animal for at least some food for the chickens. She asked if she could take just a little. The girl really needed these plants. The hare lost his temper. He began to threaten the girl with his claws. The animal asked if the girl wanted to feel the sharpness of its claws on her own skin. The girl thought that she had once heard that Sang-gun was a big and angry tiger, but he turned out to be such an unremarkable hare. The girl realized that the rumors were false. The hare released his claws. They were as small as those of a cat or dog. They weren't threatening at all, but even despite this, the girl was seriously scared. She clasped her hands together and prayed to the heavens. It seemed to her that these claws were cutting the air and everything around. The hare was extremely pleased with himself having frightened the little girl. He folded his paws over his chest and grinned, mocking her. And then an unknown person appeared. He grabbed the hare by the ears and asked what kind of pseudo-Sang-gun it was. The hare was shaking its paws trying to get out. He didn't understand how his lies could be discovered. The person who so unceremoniously neutralized the hare turned out to be the real Sangong, who now looked like an ordinary person. The hare began to curse, asking if the man wanted to test the sharpness of his claws. The girl decided to warn the stranger. She screamed at him to take care of himself. The girl said that it was none other than Sangong from Beck Mountain. The animal continued to scream and kick, but looking at the human reaction, it lost its fighting spirit a little. The hare said that the pathetic little man had no right to hold him by the ears, but Sangun was in no hurry to let go. The young man made the most innocent expression on his face that he could. He said he had no idea what was going on here. There was no fear in his voice at all. It was then that the hare realized that he was caught, and then Sangun decided to show the hare his true strength. For a moment his face took on the color of a tiger again. The hare got scared and started kicking even more. His eyes tensed so much that it seemed like they were about to fly out of their sockets. The animal will definitely remember this day forever. He begged the young man for mercy as he fully understood the threat that a real tiger from the mountain carried. Sangun said that everything is fine and the girl can take everything she put in the basket. She couldn't believe her luck, so she asked again a few more times. Meanwhile, the hare unconsciously hung in the young man's hands. Not only did Sangun protect the girl, but he also helped her lift her basket. He said that Sangung from Mount Beck is not that petty. The girl thanked him and took the basket. She ran cheerfully towards the village, scattering shamrocks as she went. Sangun looked after her and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Just now some petty little hare hid under his name. Where has such a thing been seen? Meanwhile, the hare regained consciousness. He began to break out in cold sweat because he did not know what he should do in similar situations. No one had ever scared him so much before. He tried to say something, but his speech was interrupted. The young man said that he needed to talk to this animal. There was a coldness in Sangun's voice. He treated everyone who ever crossed his path this way, so it was the norm. He pulled the hare's ears and said that he really hoped that they were glued on for more than just decoration. If the hare had not answered him, he should have cut off his ears since they were of no use. The young man sharply asked if anyone was in his cave. There was righteous anger in his gaze. He was only interested in truthful information, and he did not intend to listen to lies now. The hare immediately started chattering. He said that 3 days ago some Taoists were looking for something and then went in an east-south direction. The poor frightened animal immediately laid out all the information. Sangun thought about the fact that 3 days ago he had just reached the tree. It was just in the east-south direction of the cave. They were definitely following him, there was no doubt about it. He also came to the realization that wherever he went those annoying Taoists would follow him. He thought that he should go to Mount Yuden and rip everyone's throats out there. But before carrying out this plan, he should have known the level of those Taoists. It would be even better to have an idea of their number. He couldn't act rashly. The young man also had to find out what their strength was. And then something abruptly pulled him out of his thoughts. A completely new idea came to his mind. She was so good that the young man smiled. He turned to the poor white hare whom he still held by the ears. The hare immediately reacted as he was scared that his ears might be torn off. Sangong's eyes filled with anger again. He said that if the hare did as he said, he would let him go. Such a strong aura emanated from him that the hare's refusal could immediately be equated to death on the spot. Everything was quite simple. The hare just needed to talk to a few acquaintances. First of all, he went to his brothers and with a smile on his face told them that the Taoists had caught a tiger. Then this rumor about Taoists and Mount Wudong spread throughout the area. The hares told everything to the foxes to the deer, and further along the chain. The white hare's task was to spread false rumors. Soon all the animals in the forest were firmly convinced that Sangong had been captured, and now the Taoists were taking the poor fellow to Mount Wudong to carry out the last judgment on him. Of course, these rumors did not immediately lead to the expected result. One day this was heard by an eagle who was just scouting out the situation in the forest. The bird stared in disbelief at those who were spreading the rumors, and then something occurred to him. It seemed that now, having learned something important from Sangun, he had a new task. He took off from a tree branch, leaving a trail of fallen leaves in his wake. Now he was in a hurry to tell these rumors to someone. The bird was hiding behind the clouds, flying at a very high speed. It seemed that delivering this rumor was an urgent task for him. Now he hurried to the recipient because he knew that this would greatly interest him. The eagle brought this news to the lair of wild boars. The boar elder still hasn't forgotten how that tiger killed half of his tribe. All the boars were surprised that the Taoists were so strong that they were able to catch the tiger. But what they didn't like most of all was that, judging by rumors, this entire delegation of Taoists and the tiger was going straight to Mount Wudong. Straight to them. The boars did not understand why the Taoists did not kill Sangong. Now they feared for their lives. The leader said that apparently the tiger did not want to die alone. This situation was somewhat comical. Those wild boars who had not been afraid to live at all before were now afraid of almost every rustle. One of the boars asked what they should do now, since such a delegation of Taoists and a tiger was coming right to their mountain. This rabble posed a great danger to them. The elder suggested that the tiger cub could say that he hid the Dabongwan ball here. This made him furious. The boar stared at her brothers with a look full of anger. His other tribesmen also burst into abuse. They couldn't believe that this tiger would do this to them. They thought that they could defeat the minions, but the Taoists posed a danger to them. The boars said that if they continued to just sit still, it would cost them all their lives. No one was a supporter of the idea of protection. Everyone was going to run away somewhere, especially after the tiger killed half of their brothers. One of the animals rested its hoof on the ground. From this powerful blow, noticeable cracks appeared on the ground. This boar was so beside himself with anger that he decided to throw out his emotions on the ground. All the boars immediately bowed their heads. It turned out that it was none other than the leader of their tribe who struck the ground. The elder wanted to protect them and their lands, and therefore attracted everyone's attention and decided to scold everyone. He said that they were all idiots and this place was their homeland. They couldn't just run away from this place. Thus, the mood of the team changed dramatically. The leader had sparkles of anger in his eyes which inspired fear. He shouted that the land here was ideal for them. They will use the terrain and take them in numbers. Only the leader did not take into account the fact that they had already tried to take the tiger in quantity, and it turned out somehow rather badly. He shouted that they needed to slaughter all the people and get the Dabongwan ball. The leader ordered to call everyone. Now his plan has entered the development stage. The boars did not plan to surrender their positions to the non-existent Taoists. After several unsuccessful attempts to track the tiger, the Real Taoists who were still on the road finally despaired. They walked somewhere along a path and still could not find the animal. They threw stones in front of them so as not to stumble upon any ferocious monster. All the men from the delegation no longer believed that they would find this tiger at all. Moreover, they were not sure that it even existed. The guy with red hair threw insults in all directions. He was angry that they had lost track of the tiger. There was only one theory spinning in his head about how the tiger could escape surveillance so quickly. He asked his partner, couldn't the tiger attach wings to itself and fly away? But his interlocutor sharply replied that now their target was not moving but was standing in one place. The men ran forward, trying to keep up with the animal. The man added that his compass now points straight to Mount Wudong. These two did not yet know that there were boars there which had long been prepared for their visit. The boars were ready to meet the unfortunate ones with all honors. The men sped up and shouted that they would be there soon. They discussed how they would kill the tiger and accelerated more and more. They could no longer put off the moment when they would finally kill the animal. The ground shook under their feet. They barely touched the surface, and on those rare occasions when their feet did set foot on the ground, they left indentations. Behind those two there were also several people who were apparently called for help. It was something that resembled a small army. The men could not keep up with the masters who had rushed forward. Meanwhile, the tiger in human form was enjoying the scenery on Mount Wudong. He knew that the Taoists would arrive here very soon, and he also knew that the boars were preparing something grandiose. He could only watch. The man said that he had prepared everything, and all that was left was to wait for all the characters to take the stage. Everything worked out in the best possible way. Song Gun also threatened that he would return to Wudong everything that he had done to him. So much resentment had accumulated in this man that it could not be simply forgotten. Early in the morning there was a thick gray fog over Mount Wudong. All surrounding areas were shrouded in haze and visibility became almost zero. This played into the hands of the wild boars and the tiger who were trying to deceive the Taoists. The army stopped at the foot of the mountain for some time. The Taoists needed a break after a long journey. They understood that they would soon enter into a fierce battle and therefore decided to restore their strength. The man with red hair did not stop his indignation. He was clearly not happy that the tiger had to be tracked for so long. The man thought that none of those present knew how to track down Sung Gun. But then the man got an idea. He remembered that the tiger had previously been severely injured by the Taoist. This meant that if they only split up, they could find the violent owner of the forest. As soon as he scrolled this thought in his head, he noticed the silhouette of a man. This man had long hair and was clearly not a member of the tiger capture group. He walked serenely, and this aroused suspicion. The red-haired man turned to this man. He casually called out to him in such a tone as if he did not take him into account at all. The young man heard this address to himself and pursed his lips. He turned his head sharply. Then Song Gun asked if the strange gentleman wanted to call him. The young man pointed his finger at himself and pretended that he did not understand what was happening here. There were no visible similarities between him and that tiger now. After some time, it turned out that the Taoists were quite stupid. They invited Song Gun to join their team and placed him at a rest stop. The men began to talk about a plan to capture the tiger. The man who had previously tried to calculate the location of the animal using a compass was now blabbering about the fact that the tiger devours people and therefore urgently needs to be caught and neutralized. The young man quickly got used to the role. He pretended to be a fool and said that he now finally understood what he had recently seen. Song Gong told the Taoists that he had recently met a huge tiger in this forest. The Taoists became alarmed. The men never expected to stumble upon such a valuable witness. They were confident that victory over the animal was almost in their pocket. Song Gung grinned again. He understood that he was able to mislead all these men who at first glance seemed educated. The young man was jubilant and understood that his plan would work after all. Now all that remained was to guide these people. He said he found it quite difficult to explain exactly where he saw the giant animal. Therefore, the young man suggested taking the Taoists straight to that place. Song Gun already knew exactly where the boars were preparing a trap. The road to that place turned out to be quite long. The man led the Taoists who did not suspect anything. They blindly believed that this young man was simply walking among the mountains and accidentally saw a tiger. Song Gun led the people and talked about how even in a dense forest animals pave the way. Large and formidable animals often walked along this road, so there was a possibility that a tiger was among them. He also added that if they follow this path, they will go straight to the place where Song Kung saw the tiger. This brought joy to the hearts of the Taoists. Now they had hope. Meanwhile, the Real tiger has already managed to appreciate everyone present and those who want to catch it. In total, there were 2 Taoists and 6 servants. The squad was not that big, which means the wild boars could have managed on their own. The young man understood that even if these people had a high level of strength, the boars were much more numerous. He would be very interested in watching this battle. Sung Gung's eyes filled with excitement. While the Taoists walked forward, the young man decided to talk a little with them in order to find out at least something about their level of training. He asked if they knew anything about Mount Yuden. The man, the owner of the miracle compass, replied that they were a little familiar with this area. He began to plunge into distant memories of how they walked to this mountain for the first time. This Song Gun said that wherever they go, there is always a story that has taken root in a certain area. Apparently, he decided to entertain the lost people with his stories, and that's why he started talking. The young man said that this mountain is not called the Mountain of Dominance for nothing. All creatures, from people to animals who love to dominate everything, have gathered here. For example, boars now dominated. Song Gong decided to prepare the Taoists. The servants who were peacefully trailing behind the Taoists and the strange youth suddenly became alarmed. They understood what he was getting at. Most likely on the way they could meet one of the wild boars. Meanwhile, Song Gun picked up something from the ground. It turned out to be a piece of wild boar hair. He anointed them with the find and said that their traces in the form of wool were left everywhere here. This is how wild boars marked their territory. The man with red hair asked his partner what he thought about pigs being dominant. He thought it was funny, so he was interested to know his friend's opinion. The man coldly replied that he had heard that their people had recently been attacked by wild boars. He assumed that the tiger had lured them here on purpose. This man clearly had a different mentality. The red-haired man did not attach any importance to this and simply asked, "So what?" He said that these are just animals, which means they pose no danger to them. After all, they were Taoists. The man who was walking with the red-haired man decided that now was the time to express all his suspicions. He told him to listen to those around him. It's not just animals here, you couldn't even hear insects here. Their henchmen, who had been trailing behind them all this time, immediately began to frantically look around. Although the men were trained, they were still afraid of magical animals. One of them heard strange sounds and sharply turned his gaze somewhere to the side. His surprise knew no bounds. The Taoists certainly did not expect such a turn. Now everyone was terrified. From the bushes, a horde of wild boars ran straight towards this group of men. Their sharp horns sparkled in the light, which gave them even more impressive power. The men immediately reached for their spears and were ready to defend themselves. One of them shouted to the others to quickly dodge. He was the first to understand that they had no chance of forgiving the boars. Now the Taoists realized that they had simply found themselves in a trap. This tiger wasn't that stupid. One of the Taoist minions was still trying to pull his sword out of its sheath. He jumped back a couple of steps as a wild boar almost hit him. The battle really promised to be intense. But then one of the boars suddenly began to move in the other direction. He was moving away from the Taoists, and no one present understood what this could mean. Everyone was horrified after the first wave of attacks. The man realized that the boar had just passed him, but he still did not understand why exactly the animal avoided this collision. The man stood in a stupor, drawing his sword, when suddenly the voice of his partner was heard. He was warned that the next blow could catch him from behind. A scream pierced the silence, and the man turned around sharply, but his attack speed was too slow. While he had not yet taken his sword out of its sheath, a terrible boar appeared right behind him. His eyes sparkled with malice and his fangs inspired fear. Its size was many times greater than that of ordinary boars. The poor fellow's cap flew to the ground. This meant only one thing: he could not avoid his death. This man could be alive now if he were at least a little smarter, but unfortunately, the poor fellow's body now lay lifeless on the boar's snout. He was pierced by deadly horns, which led to sudden death. Now one of the Taoists was defeated. There were still 5 and 2 leaders left. One of the men noticed that Yugong was now dead. He didn't have time to mourn his friend, so he immediately decided to move on to revenge on the boars. He couldn't believe that human life was so unpredictable. In the meantime, that man could not take his eyes off the body of his partner, which was now located on the muzzle of one of the boars. He himself was attacked. The boar appeared out of nowhere and howled, attacking the poor guy. The red-haired Taoist didn't even have time to understand what was happening. He only heard the heartrending screams of his subordinates, whose lives were now in the balance of death. The man gathered magical power in his palm, and his fingers glowed with an orange-yellow light. The man thought that these boars were too smart for animals. They even thought of attacking from behind, and now he considered it his duty to answer them properly. Flames raged around the Taoist. This illuminated the area around. Now so much power came from him that it seemed that this man was comparable to gods. And as soon as he said that he would burn everyone he disliked to the ground, one of the boars began to attack another member of his squad. A simple warrior could not do anything. His strength was not enough to defeat the animal. The boar pressed on the man, pushing him further and further, and he held the sword right in front of his muzzle in the hope that it would somehow help. But unfortunately, swords were not afraid of boars. And then the boar's face lit up with flame. He opened his eyes wider and didn't quite understand what had just happened. The fire came out of nowhere and began to blind his eyes. The animal understood that it should run away quickly, but it was too late. The man who owned this flame immediately touched the boar's body and set it on fire, causing it to struggle in agony. The poor guy who had been attacked was now lying somewhere to the side in shock. The man burst into words of gratitude. He couldn't find the right words to express how grateful he was to Apyong. The man with the flame on his palm continued to fight. Then he turned around and looked at the man who could not get up from the ground. He called him a fool and asked him to pull himself together. Thus the man abruptly shut up and did not say another word. Apyong also added that if his colleague is distracted, he will immediately slam him with his own hands. The entire ensuing battle was watched by wild boars. They sat behind the bushes and reaped when the Taoists ran away in tears. The boar, which had recently been attacked by the Taoists, returned to its hiding place. He greeted his brother Wu Myung. Wu Myung was glad that the boar was in good health, but he saw how badly he was shaken. Wu Myung said that these little men immediately began to use their abilities. Everything turned out exactly as the leader predicted. Apparently, the leader of the boars still knew some sense of planning. The boar said that he would try to change the place. He wanted to add something else, but then abruptly fell silent. His speech was interrupted by a painfully familiar voice. It was Sang-gun. He said that no one would go anywhere and they all had to cut their own throats. The boars rushed away because they heard human talk. They couldn't understand how a person could sneak up on them so quietly and end up behind them. The poor animals began to fear the new arrival, and after that, having moved a sufficient distance, the boar still realized who he had just managed to see. He widened his eyes and stared at the young man who was hiding in the shadow of a tree, but it was too late to say anything. As soon as he moved away from cover, several attacks immediately struck him. The humans attacked the wild boars on their own territory. Where has this ever been seen? The attacker mastered the element of water. He directed the drops towards the boars and attacked them with his ability. It was the same man who adjusted the compass to the tiger. After he dealt with the last two, the man turned to Apion, a man who mastered the element of fire, and said that boars were not as stupid as they thought. Now it seemed to him that they had killed everyone. Other minions of the Taoists said that they lost sight of the boy who led them here. Kim Yong called back all his drops and said that apparently the poor fellow was taken by animals. He told everyone to ignore him and kill the pigs. Other boars from another ambush looked out at the Taoists. They also assessed the situation while talking among themselves. One of them said that they were all stupid. He told everyone to retreat after the first attack, but did not understand why no one listened to him. No one else crept up behind the boars, like a tiger in human form. His movements were barely audible, but the rustling of leaves under his feet immediately gave him away. And now the foliage began to rustle treacherously, and the wild boars pricked up their ears. The young man screamed at the top of his lungs. He called his father. The boars clearly did not expect that someone would start shouting something behind them. They flew into the air out of fear. The poor fellows were shaking from horror and the surprise they experienced. The poor thing didn't even look back, they just ran away. This young man frightened them so much that they were now clearly not happy that they had arranged this ambush at all. The pigs' plan failed miserably. Song-gun, standing behind them and watching their quick escape, laughed. In this situation, he couldn't help but laugh. He planned everything so well that neither the boars nor the Taoists realized that they had been set against each other. He removed his hand from his mouth and continued to chuckle from time to time, thinking that all animals have a hard time suppressing their instincts. He once again called the boars stupid pigs. This kind of treatment made him happy. Then the features of a tiger began to appear on the young man's face again. He thought that they should continue to fight until they kill each other. This plan was reliable and correct. One of the boars noticed that everyone was clearly busy with something else. Someone ran away, someone was eager to fight ahead of time. Some of the animals wanted to avenge their friends, while others on the contrary fell into horror. One of the boars shouted that the plan must be followed. He widened his eyes when he realized that no one was listening to him. Nobody cared that stupid pigs didn't follow any plan. No one except this perfectionist. Now he's lost his temper. Realizing that no one was following the instructions and was not going to fight further, the leader of the boars came out. He said that he would sort everything out himself and went straight to the battlefield. All he could think about was that these stupid little people weren't following the plan. This upset him greatly, but the elder also understood that the boars had suffered too many losses lately. But still, he didn't like the fact that no one listened to his words. He understood that all his subordinates were a little stupid, but not that much. The fire of discord flared in the leader's eyes. He was ready to kill all the Taoists. The leader entered the battlefield and found himself in an open area. In front of him, he saw how these little people easily scattered his brothers. Half were already lying dead on the cold ground while the others were fighting. He never expected that everyone would get together so easily. It seemed that these little people were much stronger than them, so it was not at all difficult for them to kill several boars. The leader only bulged his eyes even more. The leader realized that there were only 10 of them left. The entire army of boars died a heavy death. One of the Taoists said Kim Yong that a big pig came out there. The big pig was the head of all these animals. This realization came to the Lord of the element of water like a bolt from the blue. He realized that if the leader himself entered the field, then everyone had already died. One of the small boars asked the leader if he should call all the remaining ones. The leader barked at him for only now beginning to act. This slowness drove him crazy. Song-gun watched everything from the side. He said that it was expected that the leader began to act only when all his subordinates had folded their hooves. But even those who survived looked tired. And then the former tiger grinned. He was extremely interested in seeing what the outcome of this battle would be. He understood that the boars would most likely lose. The leader of the boars shouted to all his subordinates to go on the offensive and attack with all their might. His voice sounded as if he was about to explode from the anger overwhelming him. Truly a terrible sight. The leader shouted that he would fight with the rest of the wild boars and together they would be able to protect Mount Yuden. They went on the offensive and headed straight for the Taoists. The Taoists were ready for this battle. They were just waiting for the attack. The red-haired man stood with a burning fire in his hands, rejoicing that their boss came out noticing his impressive size. Apion understood that, with his current attacks, he would not even scratch him, but perhaps he could emerge victorious in the battle if he revealed his full potential. Even more fire appeared around him, brightly illuminating everything around him. The flames did not harm him at all times since he belonged to him. He is ready to put an end to their battle today. Using even more force, he sent the fire phoenix straight towards the pig. The bird was terrifying, but if you didn't see it as a murder weapon, it even seemed beautiful. The man's opponent got angry because he didn't like that he was underestimated. For him, the fire phoenix was only a slight obstacle. He hit the ground with his hoof, making a dull thud. The claws on the hooves were large but not sharp, so they did little harm. He began to run at the red-headed one, wanting to take his life in return for the ones he had taken. The pig's eyes glowed green, showing his power. He ran straight at the fiery phoenix, feeling almost no pain. Letting out a loud roar, Apion's power was reflected directly at him. This greatly shocked the red-haired man, so sweat began to flow profusely from his tender face and his mouth opened wide in great surprise. Soon the creature was right in front of his face. The scary and wrinkled face could scare anyone, and the brightly glowing eyes and huge fangs even added to the horror. It seemed that death could no longer be avoided. However, an unknown force opposed the pig. A bright blue light appeared right in front of his face, blinding many. Other pigs were blinded, and some were even flown long distances by the force. An incomprehensible sound was heard from magic and the screams of creatures. Even the red-haired Taoists' assistants themselves almost suffered from this. Many closed their eyes from the blinding light, and some were thrown back due to the power. Many began to worry whether everything was okay with their Taoist. After all, this power did not belong to him. He only mastered fire. Some began to hurriedly look for Apion. The sleeping Taoist held his hand on his forearm, where the stone was located which released this power. It continued to emit a bright blue light, but not as powerful. Apion thought that he would not survive. He was unhappy that the pig hid its strength until the end. And the rescuer was angry that the man, without thinking, had spent all his strength. Somewhere a little further away, dark drops of blood flowed onto the green grass with a characteristic sound spreading all over the ground. It was a pig with a wounded muzzle. He was surprised that the enemy survived and also managed to reflect the blow that was full of his strength. His green eyes lost their brightness. The creatures made various sounds, while people were asking their Taoist if he was okay. And the pig looked at them with anger. His eyes turned gray, and the pig herself looked at them with the thought that everything was a little more complicated than he thought. So I tried to come up with a plan of action. He, adjusting the weapon on his hand, told Apion to restore his strength, while he himself finished the job the red-haired man had started. Suddenly they were interrupted by a male voice unfamiliar to them, which at first made a clicking sound. The new participant in their conversation was unhappy that it was so uninteresting to fight. Apion and Ahii immediately turned their gazes to him. They didn't recognize him, they were just a little surprised that someone had appeared here. However, the old man was greatly taken aback, as if he recognized someone in him. His pig-like eyes widened slightly, and he tried to recognize someone familiar in him. The man continued to approach them, causing the dull thud of black shoes that were made of leather to his knees. However, he suddenly jumped forward. Because of this, dust rose and some pieces of earth flew up following the direction of the man's jump. He found himself next to Apion and Ahii. With a sharp jump, his dark hair, gathered in a ponytail, began to fly through the air. He grabbed Ahii's wrist, saying that you should not interfere in other people's fights, as this is cheating. So he will take the thing from him that is on his forearm. This greatly shocked him, as he was not prepared for this turn. His eyes widened and his lips parted slightly. The iris, which was gray in color, shrank as it saw the blood splattered in front of his face, which most likely belonged to him. The guy throwing away Akin's severed hand immediately moved a few meters away from him. His cunning face was visible to many. Letting out a laugh, he realized that the thing was still unusual. The man immediately fell to his knees and curled up in pain. Apion, sitting down next to him, began shouting after the stranger, how dare he touch one of them. The red-haired Taoist was ready to kill him on the spot. This was evident from his face, which was distorted in a grimace of anger. The pig, whose eyes narrowed in surprise, asked the guy if he happened to be Sangguang. His aura was very reminiscent of the tiger he had fought not so long ago. From nowhere, he took out a long sword with rings on the side. Calling the pig a nasty old man, Sanggun praised his excellent sense of smell. And then he added that he should return the favor. The Taoist's assistants immediately took up their swords, pointing them at Sangong. They didn't want him to get away with it. Therefore, they wanted to protect Apion and Ihi. Other creatures, the old man's assistants, realizing that the guy was Sanggun, immediately became afraid. It was clear from their faces. Snapping his long, thin fingers, he said that since everyone was aware of the matter, he suggested that they finish it all. His bright red eyes sparkled in the darkness of the night. The pupil was narrow, thereby showing its unusualness. Dark long hair hid part of his pale and tender face. Shaking began under the feet of all the creatures, and then circles of blue magic began to appear. This made them pretty tense and scared. The Taoist's assistants were no exception. The bright light illuminated their faces, which were covered with sweat from the tension in the situation. They were then engulfed in blue flames, which illuminated everything around them, showing that a fierce battle was taking place in this place, burning them to the ground. Apion watched what was happening with a shocked face, supporting his comrade, who was still writhing from the pain of his severed arm. Heartrending screams of both people and animals were heard everywhere. It was so loud that you could go deaf. It was very cruel and painful. Red-haired man's face turned pale with surprise and fear. He knew that he had underestimated this guy. And most likely he will die just like everyone else around him. It will be burned to the ground. But he was more surprised by the power of his strength. After all, this is Shinsu level. The old man slightly escaped his death because the flames only hit his left paws. Apion's gray eyes lost their sparkle. He didn't understand where such power came from because Shinsu's level of magic had been destroyed even before he was born. This greatly shocked the Taoist. He also did not understand how this impudent guy who had already begun to approach them with a sword engulfed in blue flames could have such a level of power. Sanggun's eyeballs darkened, it even seemed like they were black. And the iris became even more red. The sharp pupil stood out even more prominently. Apion needs to tell others about this terrifying power. The red-haired man began to shake violently. His soul was filled with fear of inevitable death. He even began to say out loud that he needed to tell everyone. But the words were constantly cut off by anxiety. Sanggun was already near them. He was not very tall, however, this made it even more scary. Especially his glowing scarlet eyes. They were terrifying. However, the firm steps of the owner of the mountains became calmer. Apion even hoped that he would be spared. This thought was born deep in his heart. However, this hope immediately disappeared after he felt his skin burning. Apion and he, like the others, were engulfed in blue flames. Sanggun had already moved a decent distance away from them. He didn't care about them. He thought they deserved it. They deserved to remain nothing but ashes on this earth. Soon the owner of the mountains reached the old man, who already had a frightened face. He was afraid to feel pain. Still, being burned to the ground was unbearable. He stood there trying to think about it all. He arrived too on time, which was strange in his opinion. So his magic also became stronger. Having thought all this over, the old man closed his wrinkled eyes. With some chuckle, he, having understood his plan of action, said that they had fallen into his trap. Sensing his aura, he praised that Sangong had managed to raise his power level. He was no longer afraid. He understood that he could no longer escape. His dark eyebrows, drawn together to the bridge of his nose, were thin. It looked harmonious with his long eyelashes. He asked if the old man had anything final to say. From a close distance, one could see the pronounced purple bags under the pig's eyes. He thought it was stupid to say anything to Sanggun. Looking at the sword burning with a blue flame on which the rings were ringing due to the fact that they were constantly touching each other, the old man said that he had a request. Before he could finish speaking, he was wounded with a sword, causing the flames from the sword to begin to spread throughout the pig's body. It was too sudden, so the old man's eyes widened. His boldness and impudence angered Sanggun, so he didn't even listen to the end. Finally, he said in a serious tone, "How dare he ask for anything else? The flames from the huge sword flew around the owner of the mountains. But not a single hair on the man's head was harmed. It only added beauty and horror to its image, and he watched the painful death of his enemy, watching it burn to the ground. But the old man did not make a single squeak. Apparently he didn't want to lose face even before his death. The bright sun was shining over the mountain slopes. Its rays penetrated even through the blue clouds. It illuminated the entire surrounding area. Birds were flying somewhere in the distance, and evergreen forests were even further away. The same bright sun shone over the bustling village of Beck. From early morning people were already ready to work. The sunlight sparkled in the reflection of the river water. A male voice was heard saying that although of a low level, he still received 2 necklaces and 1 ball. He raised his hand, which contained 2 amulets and a green ball with white streaks. The man held out his hand with 2 books. One of them was open with yellowed pages, and on top of it lay closed. The guy said that there were also 3 useful spells and 2 natural books. The boy with long dark hair smiled widely. His red eyes seemed to glow, and he said admiringly that this was a good catch. The guy sternly turned his red eyes to the crimson haze above his dark hair. He thought that if he used that power, it would devour absolutely everything. The brunette thought that he also received 2 letters. He took them in his hands and examined them closer. They were packed in dark gray envelopes with red-purple sealing wax. The boy going out into the street thought that something important was probably written in those letters. He was unmistakably sure of this. When the brunette thought about this, his eyes became interested. The guy was carrying envelopes with him, muttering that he didn't know the letters and what should he do. Suddenly the voice of a little girl was heard. She addressed him as a handsome brother. The guy called her the little one from the forest. The girl looked at Sung Gun with her big and hopeful eyes and said that thanks to him her chickens eat well and grow very big and also lay big eggs. She sold them and took reading lessons. The young man was glad that the girl had the opportunity to learn to read. He twirled in his hands 2 opened envelopes with wax seals. The girl thought that the young man needed someone who could read. She snatched the envelopes from the man's hands and asked him to leave this activity to her. Song Gun didn't even have time to understand what happened. The girl unfolded the piece of paper and said that she would read everything here now. She looked confident and knew for sure that all the letters of the alphabet and words were already within her control. The girl began to read. The letter said that the battle with magical creatures was not ending, becoming more and more fierce, and the place by the sea could turn into a battlefield against magical creatures. The realization that things were going so badly and that war was looming hit Sung Gun and his view of the world sharply. He could not understand why he would start meaningless fights. Noticing that the young man was dumbfounded, as soon as he heard about the impending war, the girl stopped. She looked up and asked him what happened, and Sung Gun asked to read further. The girl continued reading. The letter said that the government's actions were very alarming. Di Gong could not understand how she could read all this so calmly. The last line was that all Taoists should be ready. Hearing this, the tiger in human form suddenly changed his face. He understood perfectly well that he was now in much greater danger. The girl stopped and said, "That's all, that she can read." The young man thanked her and said that this was enough for him. In fact, he was grateful that she was able to read anything at all. The young man asked if there was anything that she would like to receive as gratitude. He stroked the girl's head. She said that she didn't need anything and started smiling. The girl still remembered the kindness of this young man. She was grateful to him for saving her last time. She had the principle of paying for service with service. Now she has paid off Sung Gun. The man's eyes widened as soon as he saw the little girl's smile. He never thought that a person could have as much goodness as this little girl showed him. She reminded him of someone. Choa, whom he left at the beginning of his journey, immediately appeared in his head. She smiled at him the same way, and this made his soul feel a little warmer. The man smiled only at the corners of his lips. As soon as he remembered that white-haired girl, he immediately wanted to lay the whole world at her feet. After all, children behaved much better than adults. The young man said that even if the girl does not demand anything in return, he wants to give her a gift. He handed her a bag of silver chopsticks. The girl was surprised that the resulting sparkles were so sparkling and beautiful. She did not know what was in her hands and did not realize the full value of this gift. Song Gung told her not to show anyone what he gave her and to run home to hide them. He also added that she must open it with her mother. The little girl smiled and said that she understood everything. She turned around and was about to leave when her friend forgot something and stopped in place. The girl stood silently thinking about her words. She smiled and waved to the man. The girl said that if his friend needed to read something he could safely find her. She was ready to help Sung-gun at any second. The young man was glad that now he had at least someone who could support him and be on his side. This could not but please me. A smile appeared on his lips. Song-gun exhaled, directing his gaze somewhere to the sky. The man didn't know what he should do next. Now the best idea for him was to just lie low and keep a low profile. He didn't even like the idea of war between humans and magical animals. In his mind, this was not correct. He didn't even understand how this conflict arose in the first place and why he didn't notice it earlier. Over the Bear Yuden again. There was always this haze there, and at night it became completely impossible to see anything. A white veil obscured the eyes, and unlucky travelers could easily get lost. Song Kung walked forward and thought about the contents of that letter. He remembered that the Red Sea was the region west of here. If a war breaks out there, it will quickly reach his village. This did not make me happy. The young man put his hand to the rock that he saw in front of him. This rock was quite high and suspiciously smooth. Inscriptions began to appear on the walls, and a blue light began to glow around the hand of the former tiger, who was now hiding under the mask of a man. It was all some kind of ancient magic. Sun Gun directed his magical powers to move this mountain, and surprisingly he succeeded. Recently this place has become his temporary refuge. There behind this wall of stone a huge space was hidden. The young man liked to come here sometimes. This place was somewhat similar to that hiding place under the tree in which he and the panther learned new techniques. Several dozen stone steps appeared in front of him. Just like then under that withered tree. The young man began to descend lower and lower. As we descended, the cave became increasingly colder. He looked around at the space that was now opening up to him and was ready to take several decisive steps into the unknown. He didn't do it for himself, but for the protection of others. Still, the tiger was not evil. The young man could only think that if a war broke out between people and magical creatures, then all the evil souls would cause chaos in this mortal world. This prospect clearly did not suit anyone. He walked lower and lower into the dark unknown. He had been here several times before, but this was his first time in human form. Now it seemed to him that everything in this place had changed. The staircase has come to an end. Now a long bridge over a black abyss appeared in front of Song Gun. Falling down would be too unfortunate. The young man confidently moved forward, and after all the journey he had made, a huge passage opened in front of him. A blue glow was pouring from there. The young man thought that all the people of this world needed was strength. His body was illuminated by rays of blue magical energy. Song Gun stood with his back to the entrance to this dungeon and was about to walk through these tongues of blue flame. It was a kind of barrier protecting the world from what lay behind it. He saw a dragon in front of him. The dragon itself was black, and this same blue energy swirled around it. The young man thought that people need not just strength but the power of Shinsu. Sung Gong stared at what stood before him and wondered if anyone had assumed that Mount Beck contained what they thought had disappeared centuries ago. He took another confident step forward, as if he didn't care at all about the huge creature that was right in front of him. It seemed that this creature was not a danger to him. He thought about the fact that before, in the guise of a tiger, he could not even come here. And now, when he became 100 people and even raised his level, everything changed so dramatically. And now he was just getting closer and closer to the creature. He was not at all afraid that this something could easily kill him. He hoped that the dragon would help him. Blue clots of energy diverged from the magical animal in different directions. It was that same cold and murderous aura that even the Taoists had no idea about. This was no comparison to normal strength. The dragon was there, the very personification of the power of Shinsu. Song Gung said that he is now ready to completely absorb the power of Shinsu. The young man looked purposeful, and nothing should have interfered with his current plan. The dragon opened its mouth and headed straight for the young man standing at his paws. Now that this man had gotten so close to him, he could truly master Shinsu. Rays of blue light flashed through the silhouette of the young man standing below him. This whole picture was terrifying. It was not known how strong one had to be to withstand something like that, but Song Gun did. His clothes were torn to shreds. The young man began to cough. But now he felt a surge of strength. It seemed to him that something had changed a lot since he first entered this cave. Song Gun thought that he had increased his strength level, but he was still barely holding on. He was no longer confident that his body could withstand all the power that Shinsu would give him. The dragon began to envelop the young man in a cocoon of blue flames. Song Gun didn't even have time to react to this. In an instant, he simply found himself surrounded by magic on all sides. This blue light pierced him again and again. But of course he tried to stay conscious. The young man understood that if he wanted to stop the war, it would not be easy for him. The very idea of preventing conflict was already difficult. A heartrending scream echoed from the walls of this dungeon. No one heard how Song Gun was ready to die from pain. No one heard all the curses that he shouted in his direction. He only consoled himself by saying that this is all for the benefit of others. His body was caught in a whirlwind of blue magical energy. Now he was ready to absorb all the power of this dragon. The young man still wasn't completely sure that his body could handle it. The eyes of the magical animal shone with red lights. It was not anger, it was rather something that helped squeeze all the power from this little man who until recently had been a tiger. Magic overwhelmed him. The young man thought that he could do nothing more. It was as if he was being torn apart, and realizing his hopelessness, he simply stopped resisting. He shouted that he had to endure it. He encouraged himself to stay conscious at least a little longer. He shouted that this would only be the beginning, and without this magic, he would not even be able to go out into the world. And without these powers, it would have been better to die right there on the spot. Song Gun understood that if he did not take possession of the Shinsu now, then nothing else would help him. That would be the end of his story. He said that this power would belong to him forever. In those moments when it was so difficult for him that it seemed that he was about to die, the young man remembered all those people whom he so ardently wanted to protect. After that, he was finally able to somehow control the exorbitant force that was entering his body. He put out his palm and began to gather power through it. Now he wasn't in so much pain. He felt the newly acquired power spreading through his body. He saw the dragon begin to lose its blue color. This could only mean that the transfer process was already coming to an end. Song Gung stared at his hand. The blue energy no longer entered his body, and he instantly felt better. He looked in bewilderment first at his fingers, then at the empty cave, and could not believe it. Everything that was happening seemed so unreal to him, as if it wasn't he who had just absorbed all the power of the Shinsu. But as soon as he opened his mouth and said that he had succeeded, he was seized by a coughing fit. The second stage of absorbing magic began. Now this force began to tear him apart from the inside. The pain was even worse than the one he had faced before. Now no thoughts helped him. He hissed something about how the force was still resisting him. For a moment it seemed to him that everything could end here and now. But he couldn't quit what he started. There was no way he could leave all those innocent people. He thought that he could not let go of this Shinsu power from ancient times. Not here and not now. Song Gun simply could not even admit the thought that nothing could work out for him. He touched his hand to his shoulder in order to somehow reduce the pain. He was so purposeful that now he didn't care at all about what was going on around him. All he could think about was how he could take on all the power. He hissed unintelligible words for the force to try to overcome him. He swore that he would help her adapt to his body. The tiger color appeared on the young man's face again. One of the young man's eyes turned completely red. The other one completely acquired a blue color. This was what revealed significant changes in him. The clothes on his body were torn to shreds. These flames were so scorching that they simply tore all his clothes. He set off somewhere upward following the flow of energy and was still trying to figure out how to pacify it. For years have passed since then. During this time, thousands and thousands more changes took place inside his body. All this was just to master the power of Shinsu. And yet, after going through unbearable pain, suffering, and mortal pain, he was able to achieve absolute perfection. Now he could protect those who were dear to him. Now in this world he had no equal. He was finally able to take possession of this blue flame after 4 long years. In his opinion, it was worth it. He stretched his hand forward, and a blue light lit up in his palm, which grew with every second. But even with all this torment, he was only able to raise a few levels. From the Yonghwa level, he moved to the Yomryok level. Shinsu was still a long way off. It seemed that the reward for such suffering should have been something better. Song Gung clenched his hand into a fist and stopped using the flames on his palm. He was glad that the transition to another level was successful so quickly, but at what cost did it come to him? He stood still in the same clothes, still in the same cave. The guy's appearance hasn't changed at all since he changed his appearance to a human one. This caused some bewilderment for him as well. He thought about how much he had to do but didn't know where to start. In any case, the best option now would be to check the world situation after his long absence. And the first thing he did after coming to his senses was to meet with that same girl. He decided that he needed to meet with the one whom he had so long ago left in the care of the Taoists. The man walked forward, and behind him flew a black dragon which he had tamed during all this time. It was so difficult for him that now he rejoiced in his soul. The sun was rising over the city. The dawn rays were just beginning to illuminate the roofs of houses and dilapidated houses. People were just waking up and opening their doors. There were relatively few people on the streets. Everyone was in a hurry somewhere or going about some business. Well, of course, no one in their right mind would go out this early for a regular walk. Song Gun decided to ask the locals about that girl. He approached the seller of some trinkets and asked about young Ah. The seller looked at him with bewilderment in his eyes, and then asked if Sung Gun was sure of the girl's name. That seller didn't know anything, but the woman standing at the counter nearby was selling sticky rice in plates. She asked if she had heard correctly who they were talking about. She seemed to know something. The girl said that the child from the Yun family and her entire family were sent into slavery. Several drunks who had already been hung over since the morning also joined in the dialogue and confirmed this information. Song Gun asked why they were sent into slavery, and the drunkard started a story. According to him, that family suddenly had a lot of money, and after that they sent their daughter to school. But the nobles could not come to terms with this. The nobles did not want to accept the fact that the girl was studying in the same class as their children, so they accused Seven, the one in theft. Immediately after this, the girl was left as a slave in the Pexi house. Alcoholics clearly crossed the line in their stories. Their story smoothly turned into praise of the girl's beauty. They mentioned what they had heard about how they wanted to make her a concubine. And while they were talking about how the family had eyes on people like that girl, Song Gun abruptly interrupted their conversation. He just asked where the girl was. There was a coldness in his voice. The young man's eyes glowed red, and because of the sun it seemed that he looked more like some kind of embittered demon. He asked again where Pechka's house was. That same night it was dark in Pekchi's house. Only a few rooms had lights on. This meant that the residents were getting ready for bed. Song Gun was planning something, so he was hiding somewhere in the shadows. Women's voices were just heard in that small house. Someone dipped the bag into blush to use as a makeup brush. This girl said that everyone thinks differently. She also added that the girl she was collecting should just accept her fate. According to her, there was nothing wrong with this. She carefully applied blush to the girl's face. She still wouldn't stop talking about how this was the house of the richest man in their village. According to her, the girl simply did not understand how many people were jealous of her. She began combing her hair and telling her to think positively. The girl sitting in front of her was truly beautiful. Her black hair was long and silky, and her makeup only made her face look more feminine. There was no emotion on the girl's face. She looked like she was a soulless doll. There was darkness in the girl's eyes, and only all-encompassing hopelessness froze on her face. This lady was nothing like the girl Song Gun met. The moon came out from behind the clouds, illuminating the area with a light whitish light. This lighting was enough to move quite calmly in the dark. The girl was taken outside. She breathed in fresh air into her full lungs as if it were the last breath of her life. The girl has long forgotten what happiness is. This emotion seemed like some strange dream to her. She stood in the middle of the garden, bathed in the light of the moon. This was the last time she would be able to go out somewhere just like that. Today she had to go to the master's house to become his concubine. There was a sharp sound of footsteps. Someone came out of the arch and said that he had finally found her. The girl did not see the approaching person. She simply froze in place and bulged her eyes, unable to move from surprise. The approaching person turned out to be her old acquaintance. Sanggong was the one who once wanted to help her family and gave them money. From then on, everything went downhill in the poor man's life. She could endlessly blame him for all the troubles. But at this very moment, when she was stuck in such a terrible situation, meeting this man made her feel something good again. She turned around sharply at the familiar voice and called Sang Gun brother. The young man smiled and was surprised that the girl still remembered him. It was flattering for him to hear what she called him. Now that this girl had grown up, she still continued to treat him well. The girl said she remembers how he helped her 4 years ago. She also added that he hasn't changed at all since then. Meeting him now reminded her that all those good memories weren't a dream. The young man said that this time he came to learn writing from her. He was still not afraid to ask for help, but he felt guilty. He looked at the floor while the girl looked at him. She asked if she had heard correctly. Could this man really not know how to write? This realization overwhelmed her and took her back to the times when he asked her to read the letter. Young-ah smiled and said that she could teach him how to write, but she didn't have much time. The girl was already ready to be sent as a concubine. Sang-gun and Young-ah were sitting next to a tree in the garden. The girl tried to explain to the young man the basics of calligraphy and simple writing. He learned surprisingly quickly that if Sang-gun writes the same line a little differently, the meaning of the sentence will change dramatically. The young man asked what this would mean then. The girl turned away sharply and seemed to be thinking about something of her own. Her face immediately took on a tired and sad look. The girl did not want to continue this lesson. Something popped into her head. Sang-gun stared at her with confusion in his eyes. Just now the girl was so enthusiastically telling him about how to write this or that word correctly, and now her face changed so dramatically. She closed the notebook and said that this should be the end of their lesson. Yun-ah was no longer going to continue teaching Sang-gun, but he never understood why. The girl rose from the tree branches and smiled lightly. She said that she was very happy with what the young man was able to master today. Then she wanted to add something else, but abruptly fell silent. Young-ah said that she suddenly remembered how she was discriminated against because she was a girl and was eager for knowledge, but she continued to study. The girl said that it was probably thanks to him that she was brave. The young man asked about what it meant to the girl to be brave. He never received an answer to his question. He just continued to sit in silence. Young-ah said that she taught him how to write and then asked him to do her one favor in return. The lights of hope finally shone in her eyes. She no longer looked so lifeless. That same night, the gentleman returned to the estate. He was clearly not in a sober state of mind, which caused disgust just by the sight of him. He had a tall hat on his head. He moved towards his house along the road, taking off his shoes. This man could use some sleep, but now he had slightly different plans. Today, a new concubine was supposed to be delivered to him. Barely able to stand on his feet, he still found the strength to open the front door. The man literally hung on the door panels trying to get inside. He was staggering in different directions. Having opened the doors with quite a lot of effort, he saw that a girl was sitting there. It was Young-ah. She was dressed in beautiful clothes and makeup. In general, it was specially collected for this moment. The vile man chuckled. It is unknown how people could call him the most wonderful gentleman in the entire region. He said he drank a little to cheer himself up. His eyes were bulging and the smile did not leave his lips. He hovered over the girl and said that she was even more beautiful in this dress. At some point his face began to express such a strange emotion that it seemed that he was not a person at all. The girl continued to sit. His voice became quieter and louder. Everything indicated that he had clearly had too much alcohol. He said that today he and this girl would go to heaven. She needed to calmly obey him. The man was about to take off his robe and had already unfastened his belt when something happened that he certainly could not have expected. As soon as he leaned towards the girl, she screamed and hit him with all her might. She clearly did not want to spend this night with this man. The girl beat him like that, as if her whole life depended on it. Yun-ah started throwing her jewelry at him. The fishing line that held the beads on the necklace cut the gentleman's cheek. He looked pitiful. The girl screamed that she did not want to live in such a house with such a person and that she would rather die. That spark of hope appeared in her eyes again. She saw her only way out here and now. The girl shouted that it would be better for her to die and the scoundrel had to die with her. The man apparently did not like the idea of going to the next world, so he shouted at the girl and was going to hit her. A blow from some blunt object hit her on the back of the head. The hum in her ears became louder, and she could barely hear what this crazy person was trying to convey to her. He shouted that he was spoiling her with compliments and she dared to cut him. This was something out of the ordinary. The girl did not ask to speak flattering words about her, but this man knew no bounds in his vileness. He started kicking her. He hit so hard that after some time blood began to flow from the corners of the girl's lips. She didn't cry, although she was in unbearable pain. The girl sat under the wall and seemed to no longer breathe. It would probably be better for her. Most likely this was part of her plan. After everything that had happened to her, her desire to die was normal. The man caught his breath and looked at her angrily. He said she was too stubborn and didn't make a sound. And then he still added that it was great. His face again began to resemble the snout of some fierce monster. The man said that he didn't mind this look. His wide open mouth began to drool and his eyes were bulging too much. He asked if this was what she wanted. He was just about to take some action when someone grabbed him by the collar. Now the gentleman was clearly no longer laughing. He was sure that there was no one else here. Sang-gong showed up just in time. He threw the annoying gentleman aside and looked at the girl who had just been twisted by this crazy person. The girl was still breathing. Her face was covered with wounds and abrasions. The young man said that because she asked him to find silver and sent him from here, he was worried about her. Hearing the familiar voice, the girl finally opened her eyes. This was a good sign. This meant that she was still alive and still conscious. Sang-gun said that she turned out to be even more unpredictable than he could have expected. Now he stood in the darkness and did not take his eyes off the girl for a second. The gentleman still did not calm down. The only thing that bothered him was that he was being given no rest today. He screamed to just be left alone. The annoying man asked Sang-gun who he was. But the truth is he had never seen this man in their village, but here he just showed up to him in the middle of the night. The young man's eyes glowed red. This meant only one thing. He flew into a rage. Having assessed all the damage that this vile guy had caused to Yong-ah, the young man decided that the master would simply not get out of here alive. Hearing the words of the arrogant official, Sang-gong became furious. He remembered meeting Choa many years ago. The young man exhaled and turned to the man again. Now even more anger came from him. He remembered how that white-haired little girl screamed and cried about how she couldn't leave her husband. Then he was still a tiger. They happened to meet at a very strange period in his life. San Jian remembered how the girl asked not to leave him. He immediately realized who was now in front of him. This was the same man who set the Taoists against him. The young man walked towards him. All that remained in his head were vague memories of the little girl. He had been forced to leave in the care of some stranger because of his inability to protect her. The guy's eyes shone blood red. He stood so close to the official that his murderous aura could have burned him. The gentleman asked who was standing in front of him. He thought that he had never seen this man before. Horror froze on the poor fellow's face. His eyes widened and they no longer had that haze from a drunken stupor. The official instantly sobered up. He was afraid for his life because Sang-gun looked threatening. The young man extended his hand forward and blue energy accumulated in it. He had only recently mastered this magic, so he was not entirely sure that he would not overdo it with the spells. He spoke calmly and his voice was deep. The young man said that he was the same Sang-gun whom the official was so eager to kill. A whirlwind of magical energy raged over the village. Having finished clearing the area of such abnormal people as that vile official, Sang-gong headed to Mount Wudong. This mountain has already become his second home. He was forced to flee from Back Mountain and only here did he feel safe. Sang-gun walked ahead. Following him was the girl he had just saved. Young-ah was glad that at the most critical moment her savior from the past appeared and again extended a helping hand. The girl's face was red with abrasions and wounds left by the vile official. She was finally saved, her eyes shining again. The girl looked into the night sky and looked at the stars. In front of her was Sang-gun, who had not changed at all since then. She realized that he was not an ordinary person because she saw with what ease he destroyed half of the village. The girl did not understand why he was helping her. And Young-ah realized that her savior from the past was Sang-gun. That explained a lot. She wasn't afraid of him. Now the girl understood that Sang-gun, the same tiger from the Pride, was not really a bloodthirsty monster. The young man turned around and said that he had heard what happened to her. He said that he was very guilty of what happened to her, and it was all because of the jewelry that he gave to the girl many years ago. He asked if his girlfriend despised him. When she heard these words, she stared at him in confusion. Yes, she could blame him for all the troubles, but he sincerely wanted to help her. Yana looked down and said that she couldn't hate someone who helped her so much. On the contrary, she was very excited that now she could finally fulfill all her dreams. The girl froze in place and was lost in her thoughts. She said that at that time she did not know how cunning and greedy people could be. The wind blew her hair. The girl looked truly beautiful now, and then tears began to flow from her eyes. She cried not because fate hated her so much, she simply did not understand why she could not do what she liked. The girl did not know why life did not allow her to do this. Sang-gun looked at the crying girl and didn't know how he could support her. She continued to say that she did not know where to go next. Now there was no place in this world for a runaway, and then an idea came to his mind. This idea seemed absurd to him, but it was worth a try. Still, the girl was purposeful enough to suit this role. Sang-gun lowered his sword to the ground and asked Yun-ah to pick it up. It was something of a rite of passage. The young man said that he would become her dear and show her the way. He continued to talk about how the girl could become his follower and learn to protect this mountain using this sword. Young-ah mumbled something about the fact that she was a woman and had never held a sword in her hands. The young man interrupted her mid-sentence and told her to discard all prejudices about the female gender. He said that the confidence when she began to study and the courage when she wanted to live as she wanted was enough. The guy stared at her with his red eyes and said that she was strong. In his eyes, this girl was truly strong enough. She was ideally suited to the role of protector of the mountain. Young-ah certainly did not expect that she would someday meet with none other than Sang-gun himself, and he would invite her to become the protector of Mount Wudong. Her eyes were open so wide that it seemed that she had seen clearly. The girl pursed her lips and realized that the tiger from Mount Back was not joking now. She saw before herself a real opportunity to get out of the conditions in which she had lived all this time. Young-ah extended her hand to the sword. She was absolutely sure that she might not have another chance like this. She grabbed the sword with both hands and realized that it was quite heavy. Lately, of course, she had to carry heavier things because she was a slave. The girl thought that she was scared, but she wanted to try. Yun-ah stood for a while and then swore an oath that she would try to confidently walk the path that Sang-gun had laid out for her. The girl said that she would protect the mountain until he returned. The tears on her cheeks had already begun to dry and a semblance of a smile now even appeared on her face. The girl saw the light of her life again. Sang-gun praised her. The darkness of the night hid the silhouettes of two people who made a deal. The girl stood and looked intently at the sword. She was just like all those warriors. The tiger told her to continue living and set off on a long journey. 3 months later, he arrived in Ilwin. It was a small town at the entrance to which the traveler was immediately greeted by majestic gates. Sang-gun remembered this town as small, but now it has blossomed and expanded into all the surrounding territories. The young man stared at the gate and realized that everything had changed so dramatically. This city was located on a mountain. Sang-gun looked at the mountain and realized that the legends and rumors were true. Now Mount Back seemed so small to him. This gate was built a long time ago and behind it was the Savile treasure. Whatever they put inside him, he doubled it. Many wanted to get Savile. Sang-gun continued to stand in place and think that even though he had come here in the guise of a man, he did not know under what pretext he should go inside. The young man could not come up with any reasonable explanation that the guards could buy. He continued to nervously scratch his cheek when he suddenly heard some exclamations. He turned around and saw a crowd of strange men behind him. They had nothing in common except that they all looked suspicious. Some old man asked Sang-gun if he was a wanderer. The young man immediately realized that this was his chance to get inside, so he replied that it was so. In fact, there was no lie in his words. He really did travel the world. Only now the reason for his wanderings was strikingly different from the others. The old man said that this was a great gift from fate and invited Sang-gun to come with them. According to him, they just needed one thing, otherwise there was no point in standing there without White. The young man didn't even have time to realize at what moment several men dragged him somewhere to the side. They kept repeating that he should go with them but did not say where they were going. It was clear that day. Several clouds floated across the sky, but this did not help in any way to hide from the scorching sun. The men were walking somewhere forward, but Sang-gun still didn't understand where he was being taken. They said that today is the day when Mount N opens once every 100 years. The man with the bandage on his head was happy about such a big event. He hoped that they might be lucky enough to go inside. The men turned around and started taunting Sang-gun. They said that he acted foolishly by standing in front of the gate. One of them said that if he stood there, he would be no better than a pebble at the door. They also said that the young man looked smart but in fact knew nothing. Sang-gun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. One of the travelers burst into accusations. He said that they were helping Ilwin land and should enter through the back entrance, not the main one. The young man thought that these fools did not at all understand the consequences of getting them inside. The young man thought that they still had a chance to defeat the weak pawns, but what would they do next? But in reality, he didn't care. He was glad that he had found a way to get there so easily and simply. After a long time, the entire delegation found itself at the gate. The old man who was walking ahead of everyone pulled a wooden sign from his sleeve and extended his hand forward. He pointed the sign at the lock on the gate. An orange glow began to flow from the wooden key. It looked like a ray of light and went straight into the keyhole. The gates swung open as soon as the old man made a couple of manipulations. A passage to the most hidden corner of this mountain opened before all these people. The silhouette of a man appeared from there. The stranger was holding some kind of weapon in his hands. He turned to the old man and said that he was late. Manhwa began to make excuses about the fact that they had to look for another one, and while they were looking, so much time had passed. The old man did not have time to finish. He was interrupted mid-sentence. The unknown person had a sword in his hand. He simply turned his back to the squad and waved them for them to come in. He said that none of this was important and that they should just follow him. They entered a huge square where by that time many people had already gathered. The leader of all this shouted to everyone to remember their names. He named the units according to their numbers. The men made their way inside and witnessed the man calling out the squads. They realized that there really were a lot of minions here, and there were even Taoists standing in front. As soon as they were inside, someone shouted to them not to stand still and to take their places. It all seemed too rushed. Then the entire delegation moved out in their units. Sang-gun walked along the training ground and simultaneously examined everyone present. He thought about being in the 5th squad. Some official stood on the terrace and shouted that today, on this great day, after 100 years, the doors of the mountain are opening. He greeted all the troops. The man separately greeted all the Taoists who arrived here. There was the Ilwan clan which stood in the forefront. The men from this clan looked fierce. Everyone had a tattoo. Mutant clan also arrived there. They were more versed in ceremonies than in battles. One of those men even said that he would pray that everyone could achieve what they want. In the Yomianjong clan, everyone wore red scarves. This was their distinguishing feature. This meant that these people came from the north. And also in general there were members of the Ami clan. These were exclusively women. They handled swords well and were more skilled in battles than the same mutant. The Pingun clan standing there. These people also came from the northern region. They wore cloaks with white fur. Most of the subordinates also hid their faces. And the last clan that attended this ceremony was the Daesan clan. They did not have a special dress code, only the hair clip was their distinguishing feature. After greeting everyone, the man standing on the terrace folded his hands in a respectful gesture and said to begin teleportation. He shouted to everyone to open the gate. Now some kind of energy ball opened under the casters. An orange glow emanated from this field. Sang-gun still didn't understand how he could be so lucky that he got here officially. He looked at the magic field with excitement in his eyes and couldn't wait for his teleportation. There, in the place where this field led, a man was absorbing the remains of a huge monster. His entire body was covered in dried blood. In general, the picture that unfolded was not pleasant. He suddenly felt some changes in the environment and turned around, abruptly interrupting his meal. 2 white horns were visible on the man's head. He hardly looked like a man. His eyes shone with green lights. He hissed through his teeth words of joy that the rioters had finally arrived. The demon laughed like a madman. He said he welcomes them all. There was something so terrible in this man's voice that immediately made the unprepared traveler tremble. A sudden force moved them. A bright light flashed everywhere, causing many to go blind without having time to close their eyes in time. And some were afraid of this magic. Sang-gong exhaled heavily. His face was a little gloomy, but at the same time many only saw his calm face. A large curtain of dust rose around. One of the people, not understanding where they were, suggested that they were inside Mount Yon. Behind him, the man looked at his hands in surprise, as if he was afraid that they had fallen away from him. Suddenly one of them squeaked heartrendingly. Because of fear, he could not speak normally. The man, who was shaking in horror, looked somewhere into the distance. They noticed a magical beast. Panic arose among them as they were afraid that they could be killed and they would not even have time to blink an eye. Everyone is surprised by its size. One samurai immediately took out his sword, preparing to fight the beast. He wondered why the beast was already so large from the entrance, wondering how they would fight it. The magical beast calmly watched them, rewarding each with a studying look. He didn't look too evil, but almost everyone saw him as a threat to their lives. Suddenly, one mustachioed man ordered everyone to stop calling everyone stupid because they were so mediocre that they could not distinguish a sacred animal from a beast. Therefore, because of their lack of reason, they do not rise anywhere in rank. But some laughed with a sly expression on their faces. One elder immediately calmed down upon learning that it was the sacred guardian of Mount Yangni, and not some magical beast that was about to destroy them all at once. That man immediately confirmed that he was guarding this mountain, having achieved a high level of strength that even other animals could not compete with him. He smiled proudly, saying that that was why he was the one they were all proud of. These words increased the other man's desire to greet him personally. Having calmed down, the commanders began to order their teams to enter carefully because there could be enemies inside, so you should be on your guard. The animal calmly watched them. His ear began to move as if he had detected some strange aura or sound. So the guardian of Mount Yangni became wary, expecting danger. Suddenly he ran in some direction. His amber eyes lit up. Apparently he was using his magic. A golden-hued aura began to emanate from him. He headed towards a group of people. Alone, he saw only one person standing and looking around. His clothes themselves stood out. He ran towards Sang-gun, which, as if sensing something, was a little surprised. This was evident from his sharply opened red eyes. However, he still did not understand what exactly he felt. However, a feeling of anxiety appeared in my heart, as if he was being watched and hunted, from which the azure ones opened up even more and the skin turned pale. Yangni approaching him. There was panic in his bright red eyes, and sweat began to flow down my face. Biting his lower lip, Sang-gun knew that the situation was getting worse. I even wondered if he had revealed his identity. If this is true, then everything will turn out very badly. If it is revealed that he is not a human, then all the Taoists will attack the guardian of the mountain, wanting to kill him. This caused deep anxiety to rise in his soul. The animal looked at him with its amber eyes. They glowed so much it seemed as if all his magic had fallen on him. However, Sang-gun only saw how the guardian of Mount Yangni ignored this and left. The man's face was already too gloomy. But when he realized that they were not going to reveal him in front of a huge crowd of Taoists, he was happy because he remained alive. While he was mentally rejoicing at his squeezing, although his paler face remained too gloomy, a heavy man's hand lay on his shoulder, which made Sang-gun tremble slightly. It turned out to be only a man who did not want the guy to be left behind, as he stood in place as if frozen like an ice statue. But thanks to him, Sang-gun came out of his thoughts. The man saying that everyone was already leaving went after them. Indeed, the majority no longer stood still but moved on in groups of people. Somewhere in the mountains, several people were talking among themselves. The girl asked the other if it was true that he had been here 100 years ago because she could not believe the man. He replied that this was indeed true. After all, he remembered seeing many medicinal herbs that he could not pluck. All this was like yesterday for him. The girl told him that if it was true, then they would share it with him. But she doubted that the path they were taking was the right one. The gray-haired man who was talking with the girl accompanied them. He didn't answer her right away. This silence lasted for several seconds. Afterwards, the old man turned around, looking her straight in the eyes, and said that this was really true since it was not profitable for him to lie to them. Still doubting the veracity of the man's words, she said threateningly that if he lied, the old man would lose his life. Suddenly, there was a crunching sound and some people were splashed with blood. It happened too unexpectedly, so not everyone immediately understood what had just happened. Only 2 girls immediately reacted to the strange sound. There was bewilderment in their gray eyes and their mouths were slightly open. An evil spirit stood a few meters away from them. His skin was very red like fresh blood, and gray hair rose up. A terrifying aura emanated from him. With his terrible and huge palm on which there were sharp claws, he grabbing the head of the girl who had just threatened the old man, dragged her somewhere. She asked for help in a hoarse voice. Her friend's eyes widened in shock and her irises on the contrary shrank. She was very surprised and frightened that there was an evil spirit here which in theory should not be there. He turned around slightly. His green eyes, which sparkled brightly in the darkness, instilled a thrill of anxiety in the souls of people. Many were already in panic. His long and pointed tongue, which he had just licked his lips with, also sparkled with a bright red-orange light. Not far from this place it was calm. There was no feeling of any anxiety or horror. A weak wind made the leaves on the trees rustle gently. It was calm here exactly until the moment when another squad ran past. Their movements were deft and fast. One of the men yelled to the older student that everyone was left behind. However, he only replied that he did not care since they did not come here to study botany, but he didn't want them to die. But the elder didn't care because these miserable lives were not surrendered to anyone. His gaze shifted downward as if noticing something, his tone of voice becoming a little softer as he said that they were pretending to be eaten by their enemies. Soon he shouted for everyone to stop. Since they flew over the ground the whole way, they had to descend from the sky. The senior student, having descended to the ground, immediately took out some kind of artifact in his hands. It resembled a paper crane that was enclosed in a pink circle of power. Suddenly he ran somewhere, which surprised the other man who had already asked him what the elder was doing. He ran towards a pile of stones, doing something incomprehensible. The others were surprised by his behavior, so they stood silently waiting for his explanation. He dug up the ground with his rough hand, causing his palm to get dirty with mud. Nobody knew what the man was digging up there. Soon he took out the skull of some animal, on the top of which there was some kind of small egg, and under it there was something incomprehensible but golden in color, which made it sparkle in the light. His friend, realizing what the older student was looking for, said, in a calm voice, that what his teacher asked for was kumjang. The man began to talk passionately. According to him, this is a rare egg and golden lichen grows under it. It is special. The teacher said that it was not time yet and hid it here. Now the egg is just perfect. His face darkened, but not from fear or anything like that, but from his insidious desires. After all, if he takes it with him, the man will rise in rank and become rich. Suddenly someone shouted at them to stop what they were doing. It was another squad that smelled something when the senior student and the others ran past the healing herbs. Everyone immediately became gloomy, and the eldest was greatly shocked, realizing that it was the Daesan detachment. His eyes were widened in surprise. The face of the leader of the Daesan detachment was distorted in strange anger and cunning. He realized where they were running and that they hid such a valuable thing here. The senior student, having pulled himself together, said in a menacing voice that they were the first to find this special egg, so it belonged to his squad. After this, most likely the older student regretted saying these words. After all, Daesan's entire squad took out weapons for battle. One of them said what he was talking about. The man was scared because he could easily be killed without blinking an eye. He shouted in confusion what he wanted and whether he wanted a battle between them. The head of the squad, Daesan, proudly raised his head, showing who is stronger here. And then he said that if they looked at the same thing, then they had to measure their strength and the winner would take the prize. This is what the older student was afraid of. After all, he will not be able to survive against their squad. Copious sweat began to run down his wrinkled face and his veins bulged out of anxiety. Suddenly there was a loud roar and someone's magic sparkled. Many were blinded by the bright light or deafened. Somewhere in the distance, the bright red eyes of a dark-haired man reminiscent of a ruby widened in great surprise. And his pointed pupil, on the contrary, decreased to a small size. It was Sangong who found a special healing herb. His mouth opened in a wide smile and joy because he finally managed to find her. That's why his eyes sparkled. The long roots, which were beige in color, a little darker at the end, were surprisingly intact and also old. They were definitely over 150 years old. He had a small hoe in his hands with which he took out the healing herbs. He was so surprised by the whole root that he even thought that he had a talent for digging everything up without a single scratch. Realizing that he was playing with all this, he mentally shouted out what he was doing, throwing his hoe somewhere to the side. His eyebrows immediately moved closer to the bridge of his nose. Sweat began to flow down his pale face, which was partially covered by dark silky hair. He almost screwed up his goal. He clenched his jaws, thinking that it was dangerous because Sanggun almost got the taste and forgot why he came here. This is not what the man is here for at all. He was distracted from his thoughts by another voice which simply told him to hurry up because they needed to go the other way. The young man immediately ran to them with healing herbs on his palms. Somewhere in the distance, in a cave, an evil spirit was eating the energy of people. It was too dark. There are corpses everywhere, both men and women. There was an air of anxiety and horror here. His red face came closer to the girl. The monster sucked the strength out of her, which looked like burning streaks of magic. His green eyes sparkled in the darkness of the cave. The old man who was with the girl who was attacked by the monster bowed to him, hitting his forehead on the ground. He turned to Samvi, asking if he was satisfied. A strong shadow fell on the old man's face, making him look more fragile and older. The evil spirit stomped his foot with all his might next to the corpse of the girl whom the old man had brought. Samvi did not understand why he should be satisfied with such poverty. He had no use for such Taoists, he needed stronger ones. He twirled a yellow ball with his long pointed tongue, but it was far from clear what it was. The gray-haired man began to worry greatly. That copious sweat began to flow down his wrinkled face. He said that there are still many strong Taoists. But the old man was worried about the promise that Samvi gave him. He took it with his palm, which was red, but on the outside it was all black. It resembled a shell, a ball from the tongue. And then he crushed it with his long fingers, the fragments scattered to the sides. The monster was greatly annoyed by the old man's doubt that he was right. He is still one of the strongest spirits, and Samvi always keeps his promises, unlike some people. The old man's eyes narrowed with great concern. The man was afraid that, because of his unnecessary actions, he would lose his life. Stuttering, the gray-haired man agreed with the spirit's words. He passed by the old man, who had been bowing strongly even now. In an irritated voice, Samvi told the old man to lead him in the right direction because he did not want to hesitate. It depresses the spirit. The evil spirit smiled widely. His glowing green eyes were frightening. It is unlikely that anyone would want to meet this terrifying creature. From this moment, the real hunt begins. A man with his hair tied up in a bun ran quickly along the road. He was wearing long boots that reached mid-calf, and his pants were tucked into his shoes. The man shouted that the one he was running after was running away. He ran, increasing his speed in order to catch up with the creature. He shouted to the others not to miss him. Later, he ordered to drive him into a corner. His comrade ran up to the man. Side by side, they chased a creature with long claws that resembled a white tiger. The ends of this creature's paws are reddish, its eyes are burgundy, and its fangs are long and sharp. The man shouted as he jumped that he had caught this creature. He swung the weapon that was intended to capture this strange beast. The man hit the white creature with all his might. It made several revolutions around its axis before falling to the ground with a loud roar. But the beast was not going to give up. He stood up and began to attack the man. Seeing this, the guy got scared and swore loudly from the unexpected attack. Without even having time to touch the man, the creature died from a spear that flew into him. Someone threw a spear from afar and hit the target exactly. The creature no longer moved. The man looked at his savior, who with one action knocked the white creature to the ground. He was a sullen guy with a black bandage on his head. He clicked his tongue in displeasure and called them pathetic. The man got angry at them and started shouting. He rants about their lack of attentiveness. The guy believed that they shouldn't think about the fact that the creatures were weaker. Having finished his speech, the guy turned half a turn to the older student. He told him they seemed to be done. The man coldly replied that this was great news. The men have already begun to count how much they will sell it all for. As expected, they got a lot of stuff. Suddenly, an evil spirit comes out of the bushes. He gives off a depressing red aura. The men did not immediately notice him. One of them, as soon as he saw the spirit, shouted to his comrade to turn around because there was something behind him. They did not understand who was standing in front of them. At first, the guys thought it was a man, but a little later they realized that he looked like an evil spirit. They did not understand how an evil spirit could be inside the mountain. The older student noticed that his comrades were nervous. He walked closer to see the cause of their concern. The man addressed Agvan by name, to which he responded with a question about further actions. The man immediately told him to hold it. He rushed to attack the evil spirit first so that the chance of his defeat would increase significantly. With one movement of his weapon, he divided the evil spirit into two parts. He acted quickly and firmly with room for error. His comrades admired him. They oohed and awed as they watched their battle. As expected of a Taoist, he cut the evil spirit into pieces, showing his superiority. But when they looked at the battlefield a few seconds later, they found that the evil spirit was still on his feet. Moreover, he cut off the head of the senior student with one hand. Their comrade died in this battle. The headless senior student fell to the ground. The evil spirit just stood there for a while and looked at his dying body. A few seconds later, after defeating his opponent, he simply disappeared from his place. He moved to a man with a black headband. The evil spirit called the man pitiful and slow. He approached the man, preparing to strike. In one movement, with the help of his sharp claws, he pierced the man right through. The evil spirit smiled and chuckled maliciously. While the man writhed in unbearable pain, the spirit examined the prey. He took out a small golden ball from it, laughing at the fact that he had little strength. The evil spirit realized that the others didn't even have this. He said he was very sorry and warned that he would turn their sand. Seeing what the evil spirit did to his comrade, they all began to run away shouting that he was a real monster and not a simple spirit. But the evil spirit did not like the fact that they were scattering. He asked them a rhetorical question: where are they running? There were paw prints on the path similar to those of a cat or dog. Someone's hand reached out to the ground to grope for something. A girl approached the guy and asked if the older student had found something. The man turned to her and said that he would install a Huanjin in this place. The girl was surprised and asked him again to make sure she heard everything correctly. The man asked the girl to defend the territory while he did this. He took out a green pebble and raised it up. The stone glowed white. Sparks from the stone scattered in all directions. Everyone watched his actions carefully. The girl said that a Huanjin was being installed at this place, so the servants should take their places. She ordered the privates to follow them and be on alert. The girl shouted that besides them, there was someone in the thick fog. The man with long black hair turned around and said he knew him. The man asked if the man in the fog was called Teho. The man told the guy in black not to worry as they would be very close. They also warned him not to go far. The sun was shining, only clouds occasionally appeared in the sky. The man exhaled and said uncertainly that he seemed to be done with everything. He thought that he didn't know what could happen, so he had to be focused. They asked him why he left it there since no creatures were visible nearby. But the man answered the question with a question. He asked if he had ever heard of Yukshohak. The man explained that this is an evil spirit from the time of Manhwa. They didn't know what it was, so we just asked if such animals live there. The man said that he was bored, so he would catch this animal. This animal looks cute despite its wildness and terrifying strength. Then someone sharply called out to Shinban, addressing him by name. The man with the high ponytail was angry because of his temper while working with the soil. He said it pisses him off. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming. The guy clearly heard someone screaming. The guy got up and walked in the direction from where he heard the sounds. A man in a warm cape said that in this place there are evil spirits who do not care about these servants. The guy with the high ponytail was surprised and thought about high-level evil spirits. He realized that evil spirits were very problematic in these places. They will kill people, taking their lives for themselves, sparing no one. But this was not the main problem. It was even more dangerous if they mastered the power of Huanjin. If this happens, then trouble cannot be avoided. It was very dangerous for everyone, because if you fall under their blow, you will be cut into small pieces. And in the end, a person will simply die painfully from their blow. The guy with the high ponytail ended up right in the impact zone of their strike. If this happens to him, then only droplets of blood will remain from him. Sangong used some of his magical techniques and dealt with all the attacking animals at once. In his gaze, there was only darkness and pitch darkness. He didn't feel sorry for the poor creatures at all. The girl from the Pinggong clan hid her face behind a wide hat. She said that she did not know that such spirits existed and asked that they should not leave this place. The eldest disciple of the clan was just sheathing his sword. He said that those who do not take risks do not drink wine. In his opinion, it was possible to fight against these monsters only with the help of Huanjin. He looked menacingly into the distance and thought that as soon as someone showed up here, he would immediately blow his head off. San Gun, meanwhile, stood surrounded by the carcasses of the animals he had just killed. He didn't understand what this little thing was. The young man had just taken so many lives from his own fright, and then he was surprised that they had great power. Usually animals cannot attack people so easily, but these animals were different from everyone else. The young man scratched his head and thought that all the servants had died, but what did he care? He didn't understand whether he should stand here alone. And then something clicked in his head, and he decided that since no one was watching, he should take for himself all the good that was lying on the ground. While he was picking up the carcasses of some animals, strange rustling sounds were heard somewhere in the distance. Someone was approaching. The young man did not turn his head, he simply glanced sideways and asked who came to him. There was a bit of indifference in his eyes and there was coldness in his voice. The dark figure of a man appeared near him. Due to the fog, visibility was greatly reduced. Sangun couldn't make out who was approaching him. He wasn't even sure that it wasn't a monster. The young man stared at the newcomer with his red eyes and did not look away. Something about this monster seemed strange to him, and then this strange man came closer. It turned out to be not a monster, but just a man from the mutant squad covered in blood. His collar said so. The spellcasters continued to exterminate local evil creatures. Blood flowed in rivers. Both they and their opponents were injured. Only the opponents never ended. A man from the Daesan clan whipped up a ball of talismans and could defend himself with it as a weapon. He lifted the ball into the air and spun it around. He brought his squad here. All the men noticed the white haze around and were clearly not happy about it. They went to the place where they installed the Huanjin. Everyone began to blame the Taoists from Pinggong. Deezen's subordinate asked the head of the spellcasters what they should do. The head also did not know what they should do. Because of their colleagues, the path in that direction was now closed. But this man is not used to giving up so quickly and easily. He said they would go ahead. His eyebrows were furrowed and anger was visible in his head. According to him, some minor obstacle appeared, but in a global sense nothing has changed. This should not have greatly interfered with his squad, so he ordered to go. He warned his people about it, that a battle between units could break out. Of course, no one wanted this, but perhaps it was inevitable. The men moved forward and entered the field of action of the other squad's magical device. They walked confidently and no one bothered them yet. And then that same demon appeared from somewhere. He tumbled across the ground, shaking the ground beneath him. His legs were shackled in steel shackles, but he had broken them long ago. The sound of iron followed him with every step. The old man trailed behind the demon. He bowed his head and asked why Samvi let them escape. Those men who recently entered the area of effect of the magical device be good food, and the demon just let them go. The creature grinned and said that this way they would come together and this was better than catching them one by one. The demon had his own plan. The old man said that Huanjin was created by people, and if they hide under it something will happen that none of the inhabitants of the mountain would like. The demon said that even for this case he had a plan. Still, he could have prepared for such an outcome. After all, he had a little over 100 years to develop a plan. He opened his fist and several snakes came out. The old man was surprised that this demon was carrying some caterpillars with him and asked what they were. And he replied that these were his children. The demon's eyes lit up with green lights again. He ordered his kids to leave and find the Huanjin cores. Still, dealing with this Taoist misfortune was easier for him than snapping his fingers. 3 caterpillars crawled off into the distance. They clearly heard the command and intended to disarm the Huanjin so that Samgui could pass through the protective dome. Then he retracted his hand and several more caterpillars appeared from each of his fingers. He sent them all out to look for the dome cores, as this seemed to him the easiest and fastest way to figure it out. The demon smiled and said that Huanjin would soon become a cemetery for these people. There was madness in his voice and his laughter only reinforced these guesses. Meanwhile, somewhere near Huangjin, Sanggun was still talking to a man from a famous clan. They stood in a blue haze, which meant that they were under the influence of a protective dome. The man on whose face the drops of blood were still not frozen said that he did not know what to do. He fled from the attack and rushed to Huanjin, but then he met an ordinary private who knew nothing. The man didn't understand why he was so unlucky today, and Sanggun felt as if he had greatly offended this man standing in front of him. By that time, the Daesen clan had already reached there and was planning to go ahead. They asked the man what if he barely got here. That man began to put psychological pressure on him. He called him a weakling and made jokes about how the caster ran away so desperately. This all really hurt him, and then he asked if he had given up by chance. This also shook the confidence of the poor fellow, who barely got out of the battle, that he could not find the words to answer. Song Gun stared at the man who was trying to somehow strangle the poor guy. He realized that he was from the Daesan unit. The tiger in human form still did not know for what purpose that man would express himself that way. The man from Mutant laughed and said that apparently his time had come. But as a representative of the mutant squad, he wanted to add one more thing. He understood that with such injuries he most likely would not get out alive. The man said that he would not run away and would accept the battle with dignity. He also picked up the necklace and said that the golden lichen was there. Now Deezen's intentions were clear to him, and he was going to simply obey. And he lost the appearance of that innocent young man. His eyes shone with malice. He pulled his sword forward and said that if Daesan wants to attack, now is the time to attack. San Gong immediately understood everything as soon as he heard about the golden lichen. Now the intentions of both sides seemed to him quite open and clear. He glanced at the necklace hanging on the hand of the man of their mutant. He stared at the Daesan attacker and thought that he had finally managed to understand what was happening between them. Now he knew that Daesan was not clean, and while the men turned away, the very caterpillars that the demon had sent were already crawling around the area. They entwined poles and plants. Everything that was happening was watched from some height by those who installed this protective field. Members of the Pingun clan. The White Hat spellcasters didn't quite understand what was happening. The eldest disciple of the clan suddenly sensed something was wrong. He called on some kind of spell and then suddenly changed his face. Noticing these changes, one of his subordinates turned to him and asked what happened. The older student replied that something bad had happened. For a moment, he thought something had changed again. Right now, Pingun's senior disciple didn't even understand what was happening. In his protective dome, he was not in control of the situation. All the spellcasters immediately came to their senses and began calling for the senior student. They said something was wrong with Huanjin. The eldest disciple was not a fool. He immediately realized that someone wanted to take over the Huanjin. He asked loudly what happened to the minions. And while the eldest student thought that the others were doing nothing and not guarding Huanjin, they were just fighting with the caterpillars. These caterpillars were too tenacious. Sang-gun realized that something was wrong here. The fog, which was once blue, was now full of shades of red. A man from Muden who was just about to defend his honor in a fair fight also suspected something was wrong. He also thought that everything was too strange. But the man from the Daesan clan who was attacking him was not worried at all. On the contrary, he was only thinking about how he could get the golden lichen. All clans decided to prepare and at the signal help each other in this battle. They headed straight to the epicenter of events. But then a hand reached out from the red mist towards one of the privates. This hand had huge white claws. It definitely belonged to a demon. Everyone from the Daesan clan turned around sharply as soon as they heard the screams of their subordinate. They did not immediately realize that he had been attacked. A tall figure of a demon appeared from the fog. He had his hands wrapped around that poor guy's neck. The man said that he had finally found the spellcasters. The eyes of everyone present immediately opened wide. They were attacked so shamelessly and they dared to think about some kind of lichen. The head of Daesang finally decided to use his spell ball. He raised his hand to strike and told everyone to disperse. He was subject to the power of fire, but what he definitely did not expect was that his opponent also controlled fire. Sparks from the raging flames were ready to incinerate everything and everyone present at any moment. All the subordinates coughed and did not understand whether they should flee right now. Daesan clan, on the contrary, believed in his power. He once again directed this ball with spells towards the demon and blindly believed that he could win. The Taoists did not understand where this demon came from. They didn't even have time to blink an eye before he disappeared into the fog again. The vortex of magical energy began to swirl more and more. This meant only one thing. The monster was gaining new strength. In the middle of this whirlwind, something was visible that glittered with gold. One could assume that this was the golden core of some unlucky Taoist. The demon came out of the fire so pathetically, as if he was not worried about anything at all. He said he really liked it all. He liked how the head of Daesan collected all the exploding spells and placed them in a ball. When the Taoists realized that this trick did not work, they decided to attack the demon with weapons. There, in the middle of this field, a life-and-death battle flared up. The monster was ready to take blows because it considered itself stronger. None of those present understood what it was or how to defeat it. Everyone was asking the same questions. Sang-gun came to a sharp realization that the monster that appeared in front of him was all red and as if covered in blood. The tiger, having changed its appearance, continued to watch the atrocities of that creature. He saw how that demon easily killed the Taoists. In the end, he dealt with almost all the great masters and did not even need to rest. The strength of this monster was truly enviable. Sang-gun also realized that this monster had 2 horns on its head and 2 protective balls nearby. This all definitely reminded him of someone. He already understood exactly who the Taoists were fighting with now. This creature's protective balls were aimed at killing anyone who could interfere with the demon's plans. This was his vulnerability, but at the same time his strength. It was from those protective balls that he drew his strength. When Sang-gong came out of his thoughts, he realized that the earth was already completely washed with the blood of the poor Taoists. The man from Daesan still did not give up trying to hit the demon with that ball of exploding spells. This apparently was the only ace up his sleeve. He threw this bomb straight at the creature, but no problem, it didn't even react at all. The demon just took a step back and that's it. As a result, because of this trick, the head of the Daesan clan began to feel extremely bad. He was hit by a blast wave, his clothes were burned and abrasions appeared on his body. Although he blew up his largest ball, it did not help defeat that monster at all. The The demon stood next to the man. The man from the mutant clan suddenly opened his eyes and did not understand at all what had just happened. A few minutes ago he was going to fight with Daesan, and now they were all lying on the ground. By that time Sang-gun was more than confident in his guesses. He looked at what was happening and became even more convinced that his eyes had not deceived him. The young man realized that no monk was now committing outrages before him like one of the strongest spirits, Samgvi. This spirit had no equal in the entire Taoist world. Sang-gun realized that he had been staring at the spirit for too long, so he decided to quickly look around. But no problem, it was at that moment that Samgvi turned around and looked straight at the tiger. Both Sang-gun and his new brother in misfortune both stood rooted to the spot and dumbfounded by the fact that the spirit was looking in their direction. They were already mentally saying goodbye to their lives. Samgvi put a very wide smile on his face and slowly approached the two spellcasters. Sang-gun didn't understand what to do. The young man bit his lip and realized that he would not have enough strength and would most likely die like the last dog. He wouldn't want that outcome. The young man also thought that he would not be able to get out of this dome. Now the protective dome became the grave of the spellcasters. And then an idea suddenly came into his head. The plan was risky, but he couldn't think of anything else. The young man reached out with his hand. He sat down on one knee and said that he kneels before the great Samgvi. Maybe it would work. Sang-gun could only pray. The young man did not know what could happen. The origin of the spirit was exactly the same as Sang-gong's origin. The spirit stared at the young man and seemed to be thinking about something. While the tiger in human form was thinking about whether he was dead or gone, Samgvi was weighing the pros and cons. He marveled at the bravery of this young man. Sang-gun stood on his knees in front of Samgvi, who called him an interesting kid. Everywhere there was an eerie atmosphere. The souls of the living trembled because of the many corpses. The man who stood near them shouted to the owner of the mountains that he was stupid because even if he was afraid, he should not kneel before this creature. He was angry with the young man. After all, he, without any remorse, dared to deny his human body. This all irritated him. The man was ready to hit the boy. These words made the evil spirit angry. Therefore he killed the man with his sharp claws. His green pupils stood out against his bright red skin and white hair. Looking at the lifeless corpse, he was perplexed how such a pathetic little man dared to say such a thing. His eyebrows drew down to a wide bridge of his nose. Beads of sweat flowed down Sang-gun's pale face, which was slightly covered by his dark hair. Heavy air silently escaped from the partly open mouth. Samgvi continued speaking in a depressing voice. He was interested in the fact that an animal that hid among people pretended to be a person. A war developed between evil spirits and people, and because of this many Taoists left their places and fled. Samgvi said that Sang-gong is unable to resist these Taoists. The green pupil glowed brightly in the darkness, causing people looking into the eyes of the evil spirit to shudder in alarm. He said that if they suddenly find out that the owner of the mountains is a man, then he will be finished. Samgvi asked the young man that he lowered his head down, from which his face, hidden by long and dark hair, was not visible, why he came here, realizing that if he makes a mistake he will die because of his mistake. Therefore Sang-gun replied in a serious voice that Saul came here for the treasure. The evil spirit's face was serious. His long horns harmoniously combined with white marble-like hair that towered high and bright red skin. Hearing his answer, a smile bloomed on Samgvi's face. His sharp teeth became visible, which could easily tear human flesh to hell. A grin was heard from his mouth, and it was followed by loud, terrifying laughter. The mouth, from the inside of which a bright yellow light emanated, opened wider, making the distant sharper and longer teeth visible. He slightly extended his palm, on which there was an incomprehensible artifact, asking if this was what he was looking for. The thing was blue and sparkled a little in the darkness. This was the very Saul treasure that Sang-gun was looking for. His eyes widened in deep surprise. Therefore it was better to see his red eye. He wondered why he had it. The evil spirit began to argue with mockery. Let's say Sang-gun pretended to be a person and came here. But that's precisely why he came here. Yes, the kid is just crazy. Immediately after these words, the evil spirit invited Sang-gun to become his warrior, making sure to pay for it. He extended his hand to the boy, expecting him to accept the offer and stand up with his help. And the reward will be the treasure of Saville. This made the owner of the mountains even more surprised. But his bright red eyes sparkled from this. Samgvi, he said in a calm voice, that his condition now leaves much to be desired. Although it devours people's strength, it costs nothing. He needs to regain his former power. The evil spirit said that after this, the treasure would become his. Sang-gun thought that it would be better to have someone closer to me in origin than a human. He doesn't need to think about it because if he doesn't agree, he'll die. He sat still kneeling. The corpse of a man was still lying next to him. After a couple of moments, Sang-gun said that he would be honored by this offer, which meant that they agreed to the agreement. Hearing the answer, the evil spirit became a little happy. The old man nearby, who had just taken various things from the man's corpse, did not know that Sang-gong was also a spirit pretending to be a human. This slightly surprised his soul. The face of the owner of the mountains became more serious. Dark eyebrows drew down to the bridge of the nose, forming a crease on the forehead. He seemed to glare at the old man. A bright smile shone on his wrinkled face, which did not inspire confidence. The old man told Sang-gun not to look at him with such a fierce look, since everyone has their own circumstances. He said that for this moment the old man worked continuously for 100 years. Just for this moment. And if there is hope that the man will be able to live a little longer, he will present everything that Mr. Samvi needs for the sake of his survival. Having said this, he turned around slightly, so he gave his gray eyes a look from under his shoulder. The evil spirit, tired of listening to all this meaningless dialogue, told them to go where they needed to go instead of standing in one place. Otherwise, their company will lose the necessary road. Samgui, the old man, and Sang-gun, who had just gotten up, shook their knees from the dust and left the cave, leaving the corpses lying serenely among the dirt. Somewhere nearby stood a girl looking at a dense curtain of red smoke reminiscent of a lake of blood. Her hair and clothes fluttered in the light breeze. She was in deep shock from this, causing drink to start running down her face. The violet eyes widened in surprise and the lips parted slightly. Not far from her, a man asked her not to worry because he was the center of Huanjin, so he would protect him. But to this, the girl replied that she could not hold out for long. The man, creating a spell, said in a calm voice that while he was here, she should go and check the protective pillars and gather all the minions. But at the end, he was interrupted by a menacing voice. It was an evil spirit. There was an intimidating aura about him that made many shudder in alarm. Creating a powerful force in his hands, Samvi said that they were the only ones left alive in this dome. A wide smile shone on his red face, and the green eye became even brighter. Samvi shouted out that this is why they need to die. After these words, he launched a fireball straight at them. The flames burned through all the remaining vegetation along the way. The man was surprised that the center of the dome was destroyed so easily. The girl, jumping out in front of the fireball, shouted out that she would protect him. She tried to resist the powerful force. A strong creaking noise could be heard from the battle between the blade and the ball, and sparks flew in different directions. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The ground near the girl and the fireball collapsed, causing a dense curtain of smoke to rise. The threat was heard from afar. Another student, who was further away from her comrades, covered her nose and mouth with her hand to prevent dust from getting inside. She began to call the senior student and Sister Yun. As the curtain became less dense, her eyes widened in surprise. The lips parted slightly from where, if you approached the girl, you could hear heavy breathing. She saw her wounded comrades. More precisely, their corpses. They had nothing left of the right side of their body. Blood flowed onto the ground, staining it red, causing a huge puddle to form. This made the only girl left look horrified. Placing her tender palms to her face, she screamed heartrendingly. She lost her friends in an instant. This greatly shook her morale. This cry irritated the ears of the evil spirit. So he launched another fireball, wanting to kill her for the sake of his silence. He reached his goal in a couple of moments. This is the end, the girl thought. The girl screamed even more, realizing that she would now become the same as her comrades. However, suddenly a rustling sound was heard nearby. Someone in white robes ran up to her. In the man's dexterous, gentle hands, there was a sharp blade with a small number of patterns, which they began to take out of its sheath. This made a creaking noise that hurt the ears. The unknown girl deftly jumped in front of the fireball's path. From her blade, which she stabbed into the ground, a blue light emanated, illuminating everything around her, creating walls. The fireball did not stop for a moment and flew clearly in the right direction. Even the obstacles created by the unknown girl did not stop him. She did not expect that the fireball would break through her walls and still not lose speed. Therefore, when he approached her tender face, the girl was very surprised. The roar was much weaker than before. Blood began to flow onto the ground, and groans of pain were also heard, which could not be heard when the comrades of the girl she saved died. The stranger stood crouched, holding her wounded hand in her tender palm. Surprisingly, she was alive, and she also managed to repulse a strong attack, although she did not remain completely intact. All the creatures in this place looked at each other, surprised at the stop of the fireball. This could really shock many people since not everyone could do this. Sang-gun is indifferent to all this. He understood that even if he tried to bravely fight off the blow, she and the other girl would ultimately die at the hands of an evil spirit. The evil spirit smiled widely with enthusiasm, saying that he was not a little surprised at how she was able to repel his fireball, which was full of power, calling her soul unusual. The owner of the mountains, looking indifferently at the tired girl in pain, understood that if you are weak, then you will be devoured, leaving only bones, calling it a law of nature. He thought that if you came to hunt at Yong the mountain, then you become the target of a stronger enemy. This is the reality. The weak are killed by the strong without giving them a chance to live. The man's eyes opened wide in deep surprise when he saw the painfully familiar long blonde hair. The proportions of the girl's face also resembled someone. In his thoughts, he remembered a sweetly smiling girl with tears flowing from her eyes. He remembered the pink, tender cheeks and small nose. Looking at the white-haired girl who pressed her hand directly onto her wounded shoulder, which was bleeding quite a bit, biting her lower lip in pain, he remembered her. That sweet girl who bravely entered his dark cave full of dark energy, introducing herself as his wife. The one who was ready to do everything to make her husband happy. The bright blue eyes that were full of courage, strength, beauty were exactly the same as those of her sweet little bride. That's right, it was Choa, his wife, his soul mate. Sang-gong was very shocked by this. There was bewilderment in his eyes. He didn't understand what she was doing here. It was still very dangerous here, and she was a fragile girl whom he always protected. An evil spirit towering over her approached the girl, saying that he was simply the luckiest since he was able to discover a white blood here. She was embarrassed and very frightened. Her eyes widened, revealing her beautiful blue irises for everyone to see, resembling pure, sparkling sapphire. When Samvi said that he would take the dirty soul of the white blood, one guy's face twisted in anger. It was Sang-gun's. He won't let anyone touch her.